like a way designed literally
Your
kick
skill
the
has
only
increased.
outlier out of the big tech spying party that exists. So again, I know that I'm saying a lot of things, but to understand, there are laws around the world like the GDPR, which is the General Data Protection Regulation in the European Union. It's a massive piece of legislation that covers a lot of data that governments in
Your
that
skill
region,
has
if they
increased.
operate, have to basically abide by, or they suffer serious penalties. And they cover serious things like the right of access, encryption, email marketing, personal
skill
data.
has increased.
It's an important piece of law that needs to exist pretty much around most of the world out there. Now, the US has data protection laws. Obviously, if you are under the age of 13, you can benefit from something known as the Child Online Privacy Protection Act, or COPA. If you're in the medical industry, then chances are there are federal laws like HIPAA designed to protect incredibly sensitive information out there. But if you're somebody just browsing on your smartphone, there is no law for you. In fact, if anything, it's open season. Now, ladies and gentlemen, some of the most important data broker companies in the world, at least in the US, include Experian, CoreLogic, Epsilon, Axiom, LiveRamp. And these are companies where basically their entire job is to scrape personal information floating around on the internet, amalgamate it, and sell it to big companies around the world for serious gains. Okay? You might be wondering why this is. That's because, like I said, one person's individual data isn't important. What is my data is not key and important in one big pool. However, millions of people. Imagine having like 40 million like people, or imagine having the entire state of California's data sitting on your hard drive, sitting in your entire system, and you can use that and parse exactly how to individually target or mass target people in that state. That's what's important. That's what's worth millions of dollars. And again, there's entire businesses that are centered around doing it. And from the surface, all they basically claim to say is, it's time to do what winners do, data-driven marketing, made better. They'll use terms like this, right? Marketing feels impossible, but it doesn't have to be. Let us take the complexity of connecting platforms, unifying data, giving you customer intelligence, meaning all of the personal private information that they amalgamate. Yeah, this is what they're selling to these big companies. Companies like Citibank, L'Oreal, Office Depot. There's all different types of corporations they're going after. And if you think they're not making good money doing this, you'd be mistaken. These guys are raking in millions upon millions of dollars, basically selling doxes of you to all these big companies. Yep. And it's crazy because there exist entire companies out there that fight against these people, filling out opt-out requests. I mean, there are entire blogs you can go to figure out how to opt out of their information. You don't even have to let them sell your progress for you, your actual personal information. If you scroll all the way down to like Axiom's website, you'll probably find this one link right here. Do not sell my personal information. Now, just to remind you, how fucked up of an industry is it where you have to go individually to all these actual corporations and file this one form multiple times, waste hours of your day just to make sure your information isn't sold. It's baffling. You click this little piece of information and then they tell you Axiom believes that consumers should have choices regarding business use of information about them. Dog, it's not that you believe people have a choice. You're legally bound to be offering something like this. They probably don't want anybody to fill this shit out, but you actually have to fill out an opt-out request if you're a US individual. And of course, there's different opt-out requests for places like France, Germany, Italy, Spain, and everything. For instance, in Canada, I have to go and fill out this whole form just so I can remind these assholes that I do not want to be spied on. I don't want my information to be sold. And if you're wondering, should I do this? Absolutely. Stick a fucking knife in their business if you can too. Take your information and take control of it yourself. But yeah, again, tangent aside, if the US government really cared about national security and the privacy of people, I think they would pass legislation that would absolutely update the world we live in to protect us from all this kind of crap. Because here's the thing, if TikTok is spying on you and banning it, that's just basically putting a band-aid on like a fucking volcano. At the end of the day, all that's going to happen is the Chinese government, or really anybody that wants to spy on you, it could be big tech companies here, they go to these companies and just buy it off of you right there and then. That's really the thing people have to be hitting. I think what's going on is obviously TikTok poses a threat to, again, US companies, right? If you think about it, YouTube is like, I believe, the most viewed platform in the world. And of course, TikTok is like the second or maybe third. Obviously, by forcing these guys to divest, I think there's a bit of an interest in US tech companies to be the first one buying TikTok and having access to that big market again. Now, look, at the end of the day, I honestly don't care that it's a Chinese app getting banned because they ban all of our stuff anyway. So I think this is mostly quid pro quo. But the aspect of censorship, free expression, and really not focusing on these scumbag data broker companies is, I think, where I kind of lose the plot here. I kind of don't fall onto the same page. But let me know what you think about it in the comment section below. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, this is me, Mutahar, and yeah, TikTok is the ban looks like it's moving forward, but I think it's mostly done for the wrong reasons.
Yep.
If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
I know some kids who will be wrecked by this if they lose their TikTok. They won't know what to do. I can't even imagine what kind of existential nightmare that would be if you were like that much of an addict. That'd be like, oh my god, they're shutting down the video game store or something, you know? It would cause like revolution in the streets. They're trying to make video games illegal, and I'd be like, all right, well, all right, time to go get the M79.
Today's video is brought to you by our friends over at Guard.
Thank you, some ordinary gamers.
One of the pillars on this channel is talking.
Oh no, this is from a long time ago. No, I clicked on the wrong one.
Enshrouded is an open-world survival RPG that can be played solo.
Thank you, the Lazy Peon, for the excellent content from my stream. I'd like to sub
with
your
up to
channel.
16 other players, in which you must build a base, rescue NPCs, farm resources out in the world,
The
and
music was
craft
good.
ever more powerful gear to cleanse the world of a corrupting mist called the Shroud, by locating and chopping down shroud roots, which in turn grants you with skill points to help you take on harder bosses, different biomes, and other challenges. In my previous video, I covered Enshrouded in a first impressions format. However, in this video, I'll finish all of the content currently available in the game at this stage of early access, and give my full pros and cons list review at the end. And yes, my opinion is actually quite a bit different after 50 hours than it was at 15. Previously, we created a character that surprisingly looked a lot like me. We awoke from the Cinder Vault and immediately got to exploring what appeared to be a vast mysterious world full of interesting POIs to explore. I built a house and was instantly blown away by Enshrouded's building system. I learned that attacking explosive barrels with melee weapons probably isn't the smartest thing to do, and I cleared multiple POIs, looted chests, and found myself rather baffled at the game's loot system. We ended the first impressions at level 12 after getting about halfway through the forest biome with a set of mid-game gear. Let's see how my opinion on Enshrouded changes as we take on the endgame. But first, today's sponsor, Luck Catchers 2, the ultimate multiplayer socio-economic MMO set in a world brimming with magic, dragons, and flying ships, available exclusively on PC via Steam. Luck Catchers 2 offers an unparalleled gaming experience designed for players aged 16 and above. Explore numerous territories, build cities, mine rare resources, and engage in thrilling battles against pirates. Experience the excitement of constructing and managing settlements, trading goods, and boarding ships to destroy caravans. Immerse yourself in a world with fire-breathing dragons, and embark on epic adventures aboard ships, airships, and strekalets. Take control of your settlements and fleets, shaping your destiny in this expansive open-world environment. Experience unlimited opportunities with character development with a dynamic skill learning system that unlocks new adventures. Whether you prefer to journey alone or with friends, the choice is yours. Unlock exclusive in-game items by using my promo code TLP, and don't miss out on your chance to enhance your gaming experience in Luck Catchers 2. Join the adventure today and explore a realm filled with fire-breathing dragons, dynamic conflicts, and endless possibilities. Download now and begin your epic journey in Luck Catchers 2. Welcome back to Enshrouded, where we're going to be continuing from where we left off with our first impressions video. So if you haven't seen it already, I recommend checking out that video first and then watching this one. But the goal with this one is to fully complete the game and do a full review. The only thing I've done since my previous video is re-roll my stats over to a mage build and just did a little bit of work on the house. Planted a bunch of flax, tended my gardens. And that's basically it. So the first thing we should do is go test out the power of the mage.
Your skill has increased.
Level 15 mushroom creature here. Let's test out some mage abilities. Okay, if we can hit it. The power of the wand. Melting the level 15 pigs. Yeah, wand seems pretty strong. This looks like a boss. Oh, it is a boss arena. Fucking hell, it's almost one-shot me. How do you quit the fight? Bro, we need to give up. We are not ready for that. That's like an end game boss, surely. Where's the way out? Game, you could have warned me. No, we're literally just stuck here. I mean, we can attempt it, but I just know that my weapon does not have the durability to even fight the thing. Actually, maybe. Have a bit of confidence. Yeah, we can do it. Can we TP home? TP home, because we need to repair our wand. Come on. We got out. Let's go get another wand before we attempt that again, plus a bunch of healing potions. We can probably do it. It's just a case of, do we have the durability? Durability is your bloody bottleneck in this game. Okay, let's make an attempt at this boss. At least I know what I'm getting myself in for now. Switch to the wand, keep dodging, kill the ads with the sword, run behind the columns. Let's pop a bandage. Keep damaging it. Got it to about half HP. Dodge. We are popping off here. Oh my god, that almost killed me. Big heal. Finally, the first big boss fight we've had. Big damage. Finish it. Come on. Ah, oh, there it is. We got it. Defeat the Shroud Wyvern. Yeah, that was the hardest challenge that we've had in the game so far. A legendary ring. I think that's good, I'm not sure. There's two paths I can take here. I can parkour that wall, or I can go here. We need to fully explore this place. I'm expecting some epic loot after killing that boss. We can run, jump, we can swing over here. Don't mind me just trying to locate the treasure that I have earned. Ah, hidden area here. Anything good? Guard of the North helmet. That's more like it. We got some decent loot in the end. Let's go explore the next location. It's a rather epic bridge in the distance. Found our next target. Let's glide on over. Oh, we got a big boy here. No match for the power of the wand. Wait, this one's doing giga damage now that I've just leveled it up. Mate, is the wand OP? Fucking feels it. This is huge. We can finally make a medium backpack. More inventory space certainly feels good. So next we need to make the advanced glider. I've just realised this, but the game actually incentivizes you to make normal furniture because it gives you comfort, which increases the duration of the rested buff. Never really noticed this. That's really cool. I love that the game does that. It gives you a reason to build out your house. Put the bench here near the table. Looks good. Okay, this has just made me love the game even more. That's made my house look infinitely more cozy. And now we've got a 35-minute rested buff. Realistically, we probably don't even need more than that. I thought I needed to walk through the shroud to get here, but once again, vertical cliff face. Traversing the map in this game is quite frustrating a lot of the time, especially if you're going through Fog of War, because the world's design is extremely gamey due to the shroud. Like, it doesn't feel like a very naturally forming world. You've got these massive canyons all over the place which facilitate the shroud, and then you've got like cliff faces, and it's like all over the map. So in terms of world's layout, it doesn't feel very immersive. It's very, very gamey, and that's something that I've started to feel the more that I've played this game. Shroud mechanic does start to feel like a bit of a gimmick after a while. Let's equip the advanced glider.
Yeah, it wasn't what I wanted. I thought the shroud would be a lot cooler than it
also
was.
Looks better. Let's test
It seemed
out
a lot
the new
cooler the
glider.
first time I
That's
played it.
better. Now
It's
we're
weird.
moving. So now we can finally upgrade our flame from level 3 to level 4. Character attribute bonuses 3, so I guess that's going to make me a bit stronger as well. Oh, and the boss that I killed earlier, I did indeed need to kill. I just didn't see that this was a requirement, so good thing that I did that. There it is, flame level 4. So this was the area that was previously Deadly Shroud, and now that we've leveled up, it's no longer deadly. Very gamey. Looks like we might be heading into the desert now. Oh, what's this? Getting a feel for it to reach level 15. Oh, wow, we just got 1000 XP for travelling here. More skill points. Are we heading to the desert now already? I suppose so. Nice. What level are these enemies? Level 16. Not much stronger than what I've already fought. So now I've got a quest to find the masonry tools. Bloody annoying map design.
Your skill has increased.
Climb up here. Doesn't really look climbable though, does it? We can try. That was climbable apparently. So what is this? Ah, an obelisk. So that's going to chart the surrounding area for me. Tell me where all the flame shrines are. We have located the masonry tools, so now I can build a well at my house, which is very much needed. It's kind of a cool visual, isn't it? Coming out of this cave, tons of light. I do like the lighting in this game a lot. Yeah, we're now in a different biome, more of a desert canyon biome. Conquered the springlands, conquered the forest. Now on to greater challenges. So we've retrieved his masonry tools. So now let's craft a water well. Place the well here. So now can I infinitely draw water without having to reload the game? So allow me to draw 3 water, and that's it. Why is the well so useless in the game? Like 3 water is nothing. So still if I want water, even though I've built a well, I need to run over and use this well over here. Because this well lets me draw 5, yet the well that I've crafted lets me draw 3. Don't really understand that, to be honest. Like, why would you make water be
They
such
do shit like this all the
pain in
time.
ass to get, even
I
when
don't
you've
know.
got a well? Baffling.
I don't know why they do
Must be
this.
a boss here, apparently. Volcar Brawler?
My
Where?
remote fell.
Hello there.
Oh, he's over here. Hello. Oh, you've got a lot of health. Suppose you're a little bit tougher. Is this mob AFK? He just like kind of stands there and lets me attack him. Seems a little bit easy, isn't it? Might be the easiest boss I've ever fought in a game ever. It'd almost be difficult to make easier bosses than this. And it's not even that I'm playing a mage. Like, even if I was melee, you've got like
Your
so
skill has
long to get
increased.
out of his abilities. Slowly walk around him, finish him off with melee. Fuck it, just attack him in the back. Bro, so easy that I killed him with melee when I'm a mage. Anything good? Ooh, is that a two-handed axe? Oh, it's a one-hand. No, it isn't. Wait, is it? Is it one-handed or two-handed? I mean, it looks like it's one-handed, but I'm not using my shield. Like, it's big enough to be a two-handed weapon, but he's one-handing it, so I'm not sure. Well, that's gotta be an upgrade, surely. As far as melee weapons go, we'll take that. I could finally replace this bloody sword that I've had since the start of the game. Let's test out the new weapon. Feels good. Apparently it's really effective against these. Level 16. Did that bird just jump off a literal mountain to avoid me? Actually did. Mad lad. Looks like I found another fast travel tower. Let's climb to the top. Right, let's see what puzzles await us in here. How am I going to get my stuff back? Oh my god, I got it back. Oh, now I've lost the fucking rested buff. Okay, so how do we get past this? I suppose we need to double jump over it. Jump. 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 Get the switch. Dying once and losing the rested buff is so punishing because you have to wait so long for your stamina to recharge. Like, you're just standing there, getting your time wasted. There it is, we've reached the top. Give me that fast travel. You made me climb that, and you didn't give me any loot. That's the most stingy game when it comes to loot I think I've ever played. You'll find an epic or a legendary in some random chest in the middle of nowhere. You'll climb a tower and solve multiple puzzles, and you'll get nothing. I think we've found loot down here. Okay, never mind. All good. Guillotine. Mate, it's a shame that the game can't give me a legendary wand. Or maybe it can. Let's check the top of the other spires. Has this gold chest reappeared here as well? No way you can just loot gold chests over and over and get different loot every time. There's no way. I think you can, you know. Yeah, once again the loot is different. Okay, this seems a bit exploity, no? So you can just keep rolling random RNG weapons by looting these gold chests over and over. Not sure how I feel about that, but we need a better wand, I suppose. And we've got a transcendental screen. Is this better than what we've currently got? I think so. Ooh, this could be a big upgrade. Frozen core wand. We are fucking stacked now. Not only do I have a mage sword, I've also got like a really good wand. I've got a really good staff. We are stacked. Oh, is this a boss? I've never seen one of these before. A shroud boss. A fell monstrosity. We are messing that up. So I've got an acid ability. Let's pop acid bite. Oh, that's serious. Oh my god, it's almost like one-shot the boss. That's broken, surely. Easiest boss in the game. That was so easy, it didn't even feel like a boss. Shield from up here. Never seen one of those before. Level 18. I want to go here, but how do you even get there? Exit the game and then teleport to the other point, I suppose. If you're going to die to the shroud, just exit the game. Not only does it reset all of your chests, it just takes you out of the shroud. So the entire core mechanic of the game is just bypassed with a little bit of brains. What's this? What's this? End of early access area. Mate, I'm just trying to get over here, but I can't see a path. Because the map design is literally impassable mountain face, or you're in the bottom of a cavern in a shroud. And I need to get here. I'm just so sick of the map design. I'm sick of traversing the world.
Yeah, me
Getting
too.
from A to B is a massive pain in the arse at this point.
Yeah,
Level
I
20
struggle
mobs
with it.
now, coming across bigger challenges. Found the
I
route.
thought it
What
looked
are we
and
fighting?
seemed so
Ooh, a
like
big
such a good
boy.
idea, but it
Let's
wasn't.
kill it with acid. Acid just 2 shots it. Level 19. Fell monstrosity. Lol. Can we just craft a flame altar and take over this ranch? I think we can. Yeah, let's just place the flame altar right here. This is my base now. And that's it, the base is mine, is it? Right, here's the shroud route from earlier that I couldn't get to. Completely undefended. GG. Clear all of the Nomad Highlands shroud routes. Excellent. I guess we're done with the third biome now. Onto the Canyon Zone, which is probably the last biome that we've got available in early access.
Yeah,
right
this
now.
game was kind of boring. It
Listen.
was like an uninspired Elden Ring. It didn't really have that special feel to it. Is something about it. I kind of regret my Enshrouded purchase now. It took me a while to get there.
Nestled in the dark wastes. of
Thank you,
the
Private
Highlands
Sessions.
City,
I have liked this up to your
city
channel.
of lights and promises that are meant to disguise the dark deceptions that could topple kings and nations. It is here we meet the protagonist of our story, an intrepid courier who just happened to find himself hauling something of tremendous value to certain people. He will quickly find himself wrapped up in events, caught between great powers locked in a cold war, caught between degenerates and do-gooders, and simply caught between the wasteland and its victims. This is the story of Lucky Lopez and the war for New Vegas.
From where you're kneeling must seem like an 18-karat.
I don't think so. I've been on far too much Bethesda content lately. And Final Fantasy's many scandals. I watched that one. Yes, is that coming in 2024? Jubilee videos are. Nope. Let's listen to this one.
Have you ever played a game for the first time, you die right away, or you get stuck right off the bat?
Thank you,
And
RNG
trying,
Gamer. I'd like to sub to your
failing
channel.
Again and again and again, and you just realize that, like, man, this game is really freaking hard. I was not prepared for this. Maybe you look
No,
online and you see
no, there
everybody
was a
else
couple
having the
things in
same
my
sort of
life.
issues,
Oh.
and you realize you've gotten in over your head. Hey guys, I'm RNG Gamer. I play all my games randomly, and here are 10 more of the hardest games I've ever played. And before you jump into the comment saying, but RNG, I watched a video where a guy beat Elden Ring 8 times in a row with all level 1 characters without dying. I'm not talking about that crap, guys. I'm not talking about that stuff. And I'm also not talking about cheesing the game, where you're like, that game's not hard. All you have to do is just get a squad of all people with grenade launchers, and you just stand at the back of the map and you just launch grenades all over the field and nobody can ever hit you. I'm talking about playing the game the way the developers designed the game to be played, not cheesing the game, not playing on some alternate mode, not doing some challenge that wasn't intended to be played.
Oh
Just the
no,
way
I'm
you play the
dying and
game.
I don't want to die.
Now, the last time we did one of these videos, about half the comments
I don't
were the
have
same
to
thing.
die.
What about Battletoads?
What about Battletoads?
What about Battletoads?
What about
Battletoads? Where's
Battletoads?
Battletoads?
I haven't seen
This
Battletoads.
guy's
Fucking
a Battletoads.
Battletoads. There was a lot harder games than Battletoads. There was a lot worse games than Battletoads.
Let's go ahead and talk about our first game. It's Battletoads.
Yeah, Battletoads.
Now, everybody's watched videos on the internet about hardest games, and Battletoads usually makes
Battletoads
the
was
list.
hard. It
When
was
I a
fucking hard.
kid,
Yeah, it was
I
hard.
had Battletoads. All my
Yep.
friends had Battletoads, and we
Yep.
would play it together.
A lot.
If you ever played it
Yep.
before, you know one of the big draws of the game is to play it two
Together.
players simultaneously.
Yep.
But as soon as you dive into that, it becomes apparent very quickly this game is way harder playing with two players because you can accidentally hit each other. So if you're
Oh,
going to
God.
beat Battletoads, it's best to go into it playing single player so the other person doesn't drag you down to their terrible level.
This fish has got my name on it.
But in the comments of every video where people mention Battletoads, they always talk about the turbo tunnel. The freaking turbo tunnel. The turbo tunnel is so hard. No one can beat the turbo tunnel. Dude, the turbo tunnel's at the freaking beginning of the game. It's like the 3rd stage or something out of 10. Yeah, the turbo tunnel's really hard. It's hard to get past the turbo tunnel. You need to have like pinpoint accuracy and frame perfect dodges. Now, how many of you out there have actually made it past the turbo tunnel? Because if most of you had, you wouldn't be talking about the freaking turbo tunnel all
With
the time.
Game Genie,
Because compared to the rest of the game, the turbo tunnel isn't that hard. What about?
Yep, I mean, we went back with the Game Genie and did a bunch of these hard-ass games, you know, and I would say, yeah, like, they're not as hard as they're made out to be. Like, I would say...
Turbo Tunnel 2.0, where you're stuck on freaking surfboards, bouncing up and down and avoiding logs and other crap and random debris that's in front of you, that is way harder than the normal Turbo Tunnel. Or how about Turbo Tunnel 3.0, where you're on the same freaking hovercraft, but now you have to dodge through these like laser beams that have tiny little gaps in them? Way harder, way harder. Or how about this stupid level where you have to race this freaking rat, and there's all this crap in your way to mess you up, and the rat is like ruthless. He never messes up, and he just makes your life a living hell. But even if you manage to get through all that crap, the level where you're riding the giant wheel that hugs the wall is one of the hardest things I've ever had to do in any flipping game. First of all, the controls are really counterintuitive and they don't work the way you want them to, but some of the turns, no joke, require frame perfect accuracy to make them. 1/60th of a second to press a button, and you have to do this over and over and over again to have any chance to get through this freaking level. That's the part of Battletoads for me that's the hardest. If you're trying to play Battletoads on an emulator, on like a modern TV, you don't have the ability to make frame perfect movements. There's too much input delay. And the reason that Battletoads is so hard to begin with for us in the United States is that Battletoads was developed by Rare, and they're based out of the UK.
Yeah, they were
This game
different.
was designed
They
to
were
be played
special.
on a PAL Nintendo.
Yep, Rare
on a
was
TV
an interesting-
running at 50 hertz. Now, those of us in Japan and the United States, our TVs run at 60 hertz. So the game actually runs slightly faster for us. It's still hard playing at 50 hertz, but it's not nearly as hard. Now, I did beat this game as a kid, and I beat it as an adult on the Rare Replay
Us too.
Edition. And if you ever want to try to beat Battletoads or experience it, play it on Rare Replay because it has a rewind feature.
Oh, cool.
That'll give you the opportunity to go back and really
Yeah, that's all
learn
it
and
needs.
practice those hard parts. And then you can go back.
In my opinion, since the PlayStation 2 era, we should have had a rewind key, and I think death should have gone the way of the way of the dodo. And at the end of the game, it should count how many times you're rewinded. And you'll see these are must be like 100,000 rewind Andes or whatever. But rewind should have always been there. I don't think I don't really think death should equal this terrible time loss. I think it should just let you know that you sucked at it, you know?
To the NES and beat it for real. If you're enjoying the content, and I hope you are, and you want to see more of me, consider subscribing to the channel. Hit that bell notification so you know when the new videos come out.
Yeah, it was
They
good.
come
I'd like
out
to
every
sub to your
single
channel.
Saturday morning.
He's got quite the collection. Look at all the girl repellent. He's a mega nerd. He's got a 3DO. My best friend's got a 3DO. He's got a Jaguar. My best friend's got a Jaguar 64. I mean, I don't have all these things, but my best friend does. That's like weird. But I respect it. There's a lot of really good titles here. Yep. Goddamn. Total girl repellent, though.
Give me a like. That's the best way to help me in the YouTube algorithm, and leave a comment. I answer every one of them. There are two kinds of difficulty when it comes to games. There's the difficulty you have with your hands where it's just hard to play the game. And there's the difficulty where like your brain doesn't work well enough to beat the game. This is one of those games. I played this co-op with my wife. Let me tell you, we got really, really frustrated with this game. It's Divinity Original Sin 2. This game is a freaking CRPG, a computer RPG. I grew up playing
Yeah, that game
these
can be
games, and
hard.
I never got good at them. They usually have the same kind of mechanic where you get to some part of the game where you just can't figure out what to do to progress. And the game really wants you to like save scum and use trial and error to progress into the game. And I hate that crap, and my brain doesn't work that way. We were constantly stuck. Almost every single combat encounter, almost every single quest, we could not figure out what the crap to do. There were so many times where we were sitting on the couch with
Because
the
a lot
game
of it's not
paused,
intuitive.
and we would both have out our phones.
Yep, and we're like
looking
Googling.
online at different walkthroughs, trying to figure out just how in the freaking crap you make progress in this game. And almost every single time we found the solution online of what to do, we would look at each other and think, there's no way we would have ever figured that out. Just no way. There aren't infinite battles to like grind and level up. There's only a certain number of fixed battles in any given area. And we would go through the area and complete every battle. We would be as leveled up as you could possibly be, and we would go in and we would get stuck. So we pop out the phone, look online, and the solutions were things like, well, you have to have your rogue, he has to have 6 stealth, and then you go back to this previous area of the game, you sneak into the area to avoid the traps, and you get in there and you have him disable the traps, and then you have your barbarian character go in there, he has to have at least 10 strength, and then he picks up these oil barrels that are hidden in this area of this level, and then you carry the oil barrels all the way back to the combat encounter you were stuck on. You have your mage cast the spell, Radiance of Light in the corner, and then all the enemies in the area will turn and face that way, and then while they're looking at the Radiance, you have your warrior with 10 strength, throw the barrels from off of the screen. And
Yeah,
some
no,
strategic points
thanks.
around the level, you have your
Yeah, no,
enchanter
thanks.
cast rain of flaming arrows onto the field, and that will set the oil barrels on fire, and then all the enemies will have a 15% fire debuff. It's just crap like that over and
I
over
don't
and over.
care.
Every
I
combat
don't care about
encounter
that.
you have to approach with some freaking military general grade strategy going into it. And I hate that freaking crap. I don't want to save scum. I don't want to go through and try out different things over and over and over again. I just want to play the game. But I'm just too freaking dumb to have that sort of foresight when I go into a combat encounter. I play almost every single game by just running in and thinking on my feet. And I can't do that with this game, and it makes me angry. Why can't this game play the way I want it to work, where you just improvise everything on the spot? Still, it is a really great game. Even though we struggled with it, we did finish it, and we finished it. And Larian that developed this game put out Baldur's Gate 3, and everybody's loving that. It's like everybody's game of the year. And I want to play that one too. I'm hoping it's not so draconian in itself.
It is.
That I can't make any
It's
progress
absolutely
by
the
having
same.
to look online.
It's the exact same.
Fingers crossed.
Are you kidding me?
When
No,
I
you
was
gotta
a
look
kid,
online.
we
You
played
have to.
Tons of hard games.
It's-
We all played
CRPGs
the
are not a
Nintendo.
joke.
We were aware of
They're-
what games were the hardest. There was one game that we all played.
Let's put it this way. Maybe you've done D&D your whole life and you know what to look for and you know what's going to happen and you're savvy. Like my friend Bagon, you might do well first time on a Baldur's Gate 3 run. But but that's what it would take. Otherwise, you are going to be fucking confoundered. Probably lose your first character. All this other stuff, it's just like kind of funny. It's like that.
Were ever able to make any progress in it. It's the Adventures of Bayou Billy. I think this game is called Mad City in Japan, which is weird because like the Bayou
never
and the
heard or
city
played
are
this.
the two polar opposite places you could ever be. But Konami, when they put this out, decided to make a game that was like 3 games in one. You have your standard beat 'em up kind of game. You have a light gun game built into it, and you also have a sort of racing.
A light gun
A lot
game.
of Japanese game developers during this time got really mad with the United States and the video game rental market. They didn't like the idea that you could go rent a game for just a few dollars and then like beat it over the weekend. So they took a bunch of games that were popular in Japan, and when they ported them over to the US,
I mean, that's what we did, yeah. So, there was this period where it was really fucking expensive to get good at being a Street Fighter 2 player. Because you would go to the arcade and it was a quarter for a life. And it would take You know, it would take, 26 quarters a run or something, just or whatever I mean, depends on how long you have. If you're there for like 2 hours, you sit there in front of the machine and you just keep playing for a really long time, and you just keep dying and feeding quarters into the machine and stealing quarters from your parents, and and all this, and yeah, and then so eventually when the Super Nintendo hit, you could play stuff like Street Fighter 2 Turbo on the, or Hyper or whatever, on Super Nintendo. And that was a big deal. And so you would invite all your friends over for like a weekend. You'd be like, all right, you want to come over Friday night and stay until Sunday night? And they're like, yeah, I do. Because you're like, I want to play Street Fighter all day, all night, all day, all night again. And they're like, yeah, me too. That's all I want to do. Street Fighter. That's all I want to do. For Street Fighter 2 for like 2 solid days. Fight! And, and then you're just like, all right, bitch, bring it, And, and we used to really take that pretty seriously. That game was, like, really a big deal back then. And I remember they didn't like this idea that we could rent Street Fighter on a Super Nintendo for 3 days, which emptied out the arcades. It just emptied out the arcades. Suddenly, it was way cooler to go over to your friend Bobby's house down the street, who had like a Nintendo with Contra, right? Then it was way cooler to do that than it was to go spend like your parents' $13 in quarters, because your parents would ride your ass and they would make you go cut the lawn, and they bitch about your video game addiction and how you've lost control like to an addiction already at the age of like 8 or whatever, and how bad your life's going to be if you act like an addict all the time and all this. You're getting lectured all the time how bad you are of a video game addict you are and all this. And you're like, whatever, I just care about this way, like a lot, They're like, you care about it way too much. And it's like, I don't know, I'm just good at it, Yeah, this was a good party. And so I remember the Japanese really didn't like this. Like, I'm sorry, the Japanese, but like the arcades didn't like this. They were like, they started gouging. It suddenly went from 25 cents to 50 cents, and from 50 cents to 75 cents. And then it stayed at 75 cents, but all the premium games were like $1, and you'd be like, motherfucker, I remember when like every game on the market was $0.25, but now it's like $1 to play Time Crisis 3, and like they really hit us pretty hard. They gouged our pockets so bad when I was a kid. I used to try to go make $15 a week or whatever, which was a lot of money back then, just to blow it on quarters at the arcade, like it was kind of crazy. It was like, kind of nuts. And what I had to do to make that $15 a week, I'd have to work for like 3 hours, like cutting grass or, moving stuff or painting or something dumb.
They increased the difficulty to this insane level so you wouldn't be able to beat the game over that weekend. You would have to go out, buy the game, and put in a bunch of practice. And Bayou Billy is one of those flipping games. I would say less than 30% of the people that ever played this game made it through the first stage. You run, you punch, you jump kick, but the freaking enemies are ruthless, and they are so tanky, and they just won't flip and go down. And it makes the game feel really grindy, and that every single combat encounter is this insurmountable task. And not only that, you get to the point in the game where there are these freaking crocodiles. They're not crocodiles, they're alligators. We don't have crocodiles in the bayou, we have alligators in the bayou. These things barely poke their heads up out of the water. They reach out really quick to snap at you, and they are so hard to kill. But the game's good enough to like string you along, like being a drug addict. It's like you don't want to play because you know it's bad for you, but it's just good enough to make you give it another try. And if you're able to get past the freaking opening beat 'em up stage, you end up having to go to these freaking racing stages where you're driving a Jeep and there's an airplane dropping sticks of dynamite onto you on the road. And not only that, there's all this freaking debris all over the road. And the road's essentially just coated like non-stick cooking spray because you slip and slide all over the place. And as you're driving, you're supposed to throw grenades. Is it grenades? I think you throw grenades at the stuff around you, like the other vehicles and maybe the airplane. I can't quite remember, but it's hard to aim them. And I think there's also a time limit. The game wants you to slow down to throw these grenades and take out the enemies, but you can't because they don't really give you enough time to make it through the area. Now, the light gun areas of the game are not too bad. You can do those. You can play those with a controller too, which I believe makes it a fair amount easier, as I recall.
Yeah.
I knew kids when I was little that could beat Battletoads, no problem. I knew kids
Yep, me too.
could beat like Mega Man 1 without using
Yep,
any
without
of the-
anything. Like I knew kids that were actually truly good and talented at video games, like me. You know, like they would just pick up and slaughter a game on 2-hour like push. First time they ever played it, you'd be like, "Wow, you beat that first time, man! I sat here and watched you beat this game you'd never played before. First time." You see it occasionally. People just truly good at it. You know, it happens. It's rare, but it happens.
The powers you get from beating the other bosses, they would just use the blaster all the way through the game. But I never saw anybody ever make any decent progress on Bayou Billy. That's how hard that game is. In the last video, I talked about how Demon Souls was so incredibly difficult. We never experienced that sort of gameplay before. There wasn't really any information online.
Yep, at the
And through
time it
all
was
of this
so
trouble,
hard.
But we all learned how to play it. And then Dark Souls came out and we knew how to play it. And Dark Souls 2 came out.
If you had a PlayStation 3, which was an expensive proposition, if you recall, $4.99. Yeah, we all played it if you had a PlayStation 3, which at that point I was like, I can't afford a 360 and a PS3. My best friend could, but not me. Nope.
Back in that same position that Demon Souls did. And it's Bloodborne. You know how I like to play Dark
Bloodborne
Souls?
was not that hard.
I tank up with the heaviest armor I can get and the most defense I can get and the biggest shield I can get, and then I just block the hits. When Bloodborne came out, it refused to let you do that. You can't block, you can't tank crap. You have to get in there and dodge and use your freaking blunderbuss or your little gun to parry the enemies. And I had never really ever tried to do that in any of the other Souls games I'd played up to that point. It felt like I'd never even played a Souls game. And when I got to Father Gascoigne, and he just inexorably attacks you over and over and over again, and it took me days of working on him to be able to get to the point where I felt like I had any chance. And then I got him down to halfway, and he turned into a freaking werewolf that jumps all over the flipping map and is twice as fast,
he was
and
so
twice as aggressive,
annoying.
and hits twice as flipping hard. And here I was thinking I had gotten good at the game, only to realize that I still basically totally sucked. And after I beat him, I thought, man, that must be like the gatekeeping boss. Surely it's gonna get easier from now. Nope, same thing all the way through. The designers even put a shield, one shield in the game that's like the worst shield ever, basically to mock the people like me who had played all those other games just tanking their way through them. They didn't like that, and they wanted to let you know they didn't like it.
Yeah, you gotta
Yes,
get better.
I beat Bloodborne.
Yeah.
It took me longer to beat Bloodborne than
I
it did
respect
any
it.
other
I didn't think
Souls
he'd have
game,
it. I think he was gonna say, I never did beat it.
because I
Yeah.
had to change
That
the way
surprises
I
me.
fundamentally played those games.
I bet you did.
But I'm so glad I did, because it made
Yep.
me a better game.
You mean you watched
And
a
I
lot
love
of
it. To
videos
this day, I
and
think
had a
Bloodborne is my
crisis?
favorite
You watched a lot of videos and had a crisis. See, I beat Bloodborne without any research. I didn't go online. I just played it through, beat it. You know, it took a while. I had to return to it. You know, I left after a bit. I was like, oh, God, I keep dying. But, you know, I came back to it and beat it. It was fun. You know, it was a great game. Loved it. I've beaten it now, I think, twice or 3 times. On the PlayStation 4. I miss being able to play my Bloodborne account. I pulled it up on my stream one time when I tried the PlayStation Network, but it wasn't any good.
Souls game. Here's another one that pops up on a lot of hardest NES games lists. But
Double
personally,
Dragon
for me,
3.
this might be the one that I would technically consider to be the hardest one I've ever played, because
Hardest one I ever played, I think, was Ninja Gaiden Shinobi 3, or I'm sorry, is it Shinobi 3? I don't know. It's not Shinobi 3. Shinobi 3 was easy, actually, compared to Ninja Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden 3 on the original Xbox, like, not the 360, but the original Xbox, was really fucking genuinely, like, gobsmackingly fucking hard. Like, really hard. And, I don't know. I remember that game kicking my fucking ass. I don't remember. Also, Dragon's Lair can be incredibly hard if you have never played it and don't know what to do. I challenge anybody to beat Dragon's Lair their first time, or even their 15th time. That game is just not designed to beat it the first time. It's not a part of it. It's not what it was meant to be. Go, attack, damn it. Why won't you attack? Because you're on the wrong thing. God damn it, I keep fucking up. Go.
I couldn't make any progress with it. It's Double Dragon 3. My wife and I played through Double Dragon 1, which I had beaten many
Double Dragon was hard in
times.
general.
Double Dragon
I remember I went through a period of thinking that Double Dragon was actually an extremely hard game. It wasn't hard, but it was like, you know, it was unforgiving in terms of if you got hurt, it was over. If you took any damage, it was over. Now, why is... Okay, I was like, why is that happening? Yep.
2 together, and then we played Double Dragon 3, and we couldn't get out of the first freaking screen of the game. When we were playing this, we thought the game was bugged or something. Like,
Nope.
we could not do anything. The enemies are all like faster than you. They hit harder than you do. The combat just felt off. You only get 1 life and no continues to beat the freaking game. 1 life. 1 life. Now, the thing with this game is you progress and you beat more and more enemies, you unlock other characters. And when one dies, you move on to kind of the next character, sort of like TMNT on the NES. But that's not going to do you any freaking good if you can't get out of the first room of the game. So for 2 nights in a row, we worked on this game, and we finally got out of the first room, and I think we died on the first enemy we encountered right outside of the dojo. We looked up a video on how to beat Double Dragon 3, and a guy had put out a YouTube video, and right off the bat, he's like, just spam this special attack the whole time. I don't want to do that, man. I don't want to cheese the game and just do the same thing. That's like being a fighting game by only like sweep kicking your enemies over and over and over again. You're not playing the game at that point. But one of the problems with Double Dragon 3 is that there are too many different types of attacks for a console that only has 2 buttons on the controller. You have to play the game like this with your fingers like on top of the controller, because you have to hit like 2 buttons at once, and it's like you have to hit A and B at the same time, and then while you're in the air, you press down and B at the same time. It's just too much. It's too much. And the game basically expects you to be an expert at it right from the onset. Like, you've mastered all the moves, and you know how to counter all the enemies, and you know what's coming up. That's really annoying. No one wants to do that crap. And you know the reason I know nobody wants to do it? Because everybody out there says this game sucks. I constantly see it not only on the hardest NES games list, but on the worst NES games. And the reason it's the worst is because you
It was
just
on Game
can't
Boy, too.
play it.
And it was
Before
really
some
bad.
of you get in the comments, and I know there's going to be people in the
It was
comments.
really hard.
I was able to beat this game when I was 5 years old. I didn't think it was that hard. My dad and I
Yep.
beat it together. I'm happy for you. I really am. But I was not good enough to do it. I am not good at Double Dragon 3. And I think most people are in the same boat I am. There is a giant shoot 'em up called Ibarra that is this gothic, Lolita, dark, edgy themed game that's known to be extremely difficult. Well, they made a sequel to that, and they took those dark, edgy, sexy, gothic characters from Ibarra, and they stuck them in a bubblegum pink, cotton candy, toy-themed video game. It's the most contrasting game I've ever played, and it's called Pink Sweets. This game is considered to be one of the hardest shoot-'em-ups of all time, especially the arcade version. Let me explain two shoot-'em-up concepts that are found in a lot of games that most people don't really know about, or they don't think about that often. The first is the idea of extends, which is an extra life that you earn by reaching a certain score. The game may say something like score 20,000 points to get an extra life, and then you get an extra life every 40,000 points after that. And the arcade owners can set on the arcade board how often you get extends. So they can raise it or lower it depending on how hard they want to make the game. You make the extends further apart, makes the game harder, and people get off the machine or they'll pump in more quarters. Pink Sweets doesn't have any extends, none. There's no extra lives unless you find them hidden around the stages. The other concept is called rank. So a lot of shoot-'em-ups have this mechanic, whereas the better you do, the harder the game gets. They start throwing enemies at you faster. They start giving you enemies that take more damage. They have enemies that shoot more bullets. And a lot of shoot-'em-ups are centered around managing your rank. Using a bomb, dying, continuing, all those things lower your rank. And a lot of shoot-'em-ups involve playing through like half of the game till it gets to the point where the rank is so high that you really can't progress, so you have to suicide and kill yourself to lower the rank. And you'll see the best players in the world like kill themselves multiple times at strategic points in the game to be able to succeed. Pink Sweets has one of the most ruthless ranking systems in any shoot-'em-up. It goes up really quickly and it never ever goes down. Ever. Dying doesn't make it go down. Bombing doesn't make it go down. Continuing doesn't make it go down. And it's unfair. It's so unfair that the real technique for playing the game is to just sit back and not really shoot anything and not get any power-ups and just try to avoid as much as you can to keep your rank
Like
as low as
Fortnite.
possible.
Yep.
So you even have a chance. I mentioned there are these hidden one-ups around the game. And there's a glitch. If you get 6 lives, the game glitches out and gives you infinite lives. That's the only way you can beat this game in one credit clear it. And I consider one credit clearing a shoot 'em up beating the game because it's an arcade game. You could, in theory, just pump in infinite quarters and never touch a button and beat a shoot 'em up just by feeding money. That doesn't count. I've heard rumors that no one credit cleared Pink Sweets without the infinite lives glitch for like 20 years. Because there's just spots where it's impossible to dodge the bullets. You can't react fast enough. You can't move fast enough. There's too many bullets. You just have to like randomly tap left or right to dodge, and you have to guess like 40 of those in a row or something. They're like, who knows? I never did it. I never one credit cleared Pink Sweets or came even close to one credit clearing it on the arcade mode. And to make matters worse, later versions of the arcade board patched out the infinite lives glitch, and that's the version of the arcade that they put on the Xbox 360 compilation that I played. So there's really no human way to beat this game. Luckily, they did include an arrange mode where they revamped the mechanics, and that mode is really good. And I can one credit clear that, or I did at least once.
Wow.
It's a lot of fun, but it is not
Never
the
mind, he
standard
is good.
arcade mode. It's like the remix version of the game. It's really hard to dive into a game and put real effort into it, knowing that you will fail. You are guaranteed to fail. There's no way to beat the game. No one's ever done it. Maybe one guy's done it. Maybe 2 guys have done it. But it's virtually impossible. Yet, idiots like me and tons of people out there still dive into it, trying anyway. In the last video, several of you mentioned this game in the comments, and I totally forgot that I owned it and had played it.
You've been examined.
Blocked it from my memory. It's Natural Doctrine. Japan loves their hard games. They're known for loving hard games more than we are here in the States. And they'll put up with stuff in games there that we will not put up with here. But this is the first modern game I've ever heard of. When it came out in Japan, considered it to be too difficult, and they had to patch the game to make it easier. I've never heard of that happening on any Japanese game. This game has a habit of doing something that I really hate, and that's throwing something at you you can't predict. You'll be in the middle of a combat encounter and you think you have the upper hand, and then like a wall falls down and there's a tank behind it ready to just take you out. And there's no way you could predict that would happen unless you've already done the combat counter before and failed and restarted it. The enemies get to take more turns than you do, so it's hard to predict what to do with your characters and where to put them. If you make one bad move, you're just screwed. There's just no way to make any progress. It reminds me of that Tom Cruise and Emily Blunt movie Edge of Tomorrow, where Tom Cruise and Emily Blunt have this ability to go back in time every time they die in this alien war. They'll go into a combat, they get killed, they remember what happened, it resets the day. It's like the movie Groundhog Day. I'm using an analogy inside another analogy. Every day they progress a little bit more because they know what's going to happen. This game is like that. Fine, that's what you want me to do. You want to do infinite trial and error till I memorize every single step of every single combat encounter in the game. But it's not fine, because some of the freaking battles are over 2 hours long and you can't save your game during the combat encounters. That is so unreasonable. And the truth is, they said they designed this game to just be extra tough. If you're an expert and all you play are tactical RPGs, then you're one of those people that they made this game
Solid
for.
as a rock.
I play tons of different games and lots of different genres. I don't have the time, and I don't want to devote my life to perfecting this one freaking game. And that's what the game asks of you. And people hate it for a reason, and they're not wrong. You guys like Super Monkey Ball? I like Super Monkey Ball. It's a hard series.
Super Monkey Ball can be hard, really hard.
Nobody's going to say Monkey Ball is easy, but at least it's fun. Until I played Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania on the Nintendo Switch. So this is like a pseudo remake, mashup, greatest hits version of the first 2 Monkey Ball games. Now, if you've never played Monkey Ball before, I don't really know of anything quite like it. You are a monkey in a ball, and you don't move. You tilt the world or the stage below the monkey, and then gravity and inertia is what moves the ball. And you kind of like adjust to direct the monkey where you need it to go, to grab the bananas or get to the end of the level. And there's a time limit on the levels, and there's lots of hazards and traps and mechanics and all kinds of things. It's a white knuckle, ultra precision game. And that's the problem with Banana Mania. The developers did not really understand what it's like to actually play Monkey Ball. They couldn't have, because this game plays like freaking garbage. They remade it, and they didn't really understand how the physics of the game worked, because it doesn't feel right on the Switch. First of all, the analog sticks on the Switch are not as good as the ones on the GameCube. The dead zone in the center of the stick on the Switch is too
Don't
small,
play Monkey Ball on the
it's
Switch,
really
no.
difficult to kind of stay in place on the Switch without veering left or right. The freaking camera in this game doesn't behave the way you want to. It has a mind of its own. It aims where it thinks you need to look. Imagine you're trying to go straight ahead down a narrow road, and all you need to do is press up. On the GameCube, you just press up and the camera stays behind you. You can see down the road at what you're looking at, the goal. In Banana Mania, you might start off looking down the road where you're going to go, but as you're moving, the camera will start to lift above you. Skew to the
Straight
top
up
right,
busted ass
give a
game.
more
It's just like straight up doesn't
cinematic
work.
view. Here's the problem.
It's like
The
a busted on
controls
release.
change in reference to where the camera's going. What the
Right, so you
freaking
can't
crap?
beat it. You
What
can't
the
beat it.
freaking
And nobody
crap?
could. They
So instead of
tried.
just going in a straight
And they're
line,
like, this is an
now you
unplayable
move with the
game. And the company was like, what? We beat this game all the time. What are you talking about? They're like, this is an unplayable game. They're like, this is not unplayable. What are you talking about? They're like, oh, on the Switch it's really hard. And they're like, oh, on the Switch, yeah, sure.
Analog stick in like a semicircle based on the way the camera is moving randomly. And you don't know how it's gonna move. You can't predict it. You have to react to it. And in a game that's as pinpoint precise as Super Monkey Ball, that's too hard to do. It's like the people that developed this game never played a Monkey Ball game before. It's like they took it as like a casual, fun experience instead of the hardcore gaming experience that it is. I know the aesthetics don't look like it is, but I don't really know of another game that requires such precise movements on a controller than Super Monkey Ball. This game is a disaster, and they patched it later to make it better, but it's just not good enough. I've seen videos of people that are like world record holders or world record holder contenders on Super Monkey Ball 2 that can't beat early stages on Banana Mania because the physics don't make any freaking sense. Monkey Ball is fun.
It is. It's great.
Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania is one of the most frustrating experiences I've ever had. Holy crap.
Of course.
Here's one I played recently, and I actually reviewed it in one of the first videos I ever did on this channel.
Liza
It's my
P.
classic series, one that's known to be really hard. It's Contra 4. On
Oh,
the
yeah,
Nintendo
Contra
DS.
4. Oh,
Way
my
Forward,
God.
the company that made Shantae, actually developed this game, and you can tell they really loved Contra. Now, I'm not saying this game is bad. This game's very, very, very good. But it has
I bet it
two
is.
huge flaws that make it, in my
It's
opinion,
incredibly
one of
hard.
the tougher Contra games I've ever played. As a matter of fact, the one I've struggled with the most, the hardest Contra game I've ever played. I started with easy, and it was still fairly tough. But the problem is, when you beat the game on easy, it only lets you play half of the game. And it sends you a message saying, if you want to play the rest of the game, play on the harder difficulty. So you bump it up to normal, which is way harder, so much harder than easy, and the game's pretty long for a Contra game. So the issue is, you have to replay the same levels over and over and over again to make it to the latter levels that you couldn't play on easy mode to get your practice in. Now, I don't mind hard levels. I don't mind going back and replaying harder levels again and again to get better. But what they needed to do was let you play the whole game on easy mode so you could practice those latter levels and get the layout of them and train your skills up to have a better chance at the harder difficulties. And they didn't do that. The early levels you can practice. Latter levels, you just gotta get good, which I'm able to do in Contra games usually, but I had an issue on this one. And it's the big selling point of this game. It's the main mechanic of it. It's played on the Nintendo DS. And you know what DS stands for, right? Dual screen.
Dual screen.
This
yeah.
game has a vertical orientation
Oh
that
my
uses
God.
both screens.
Why?
There's too many
Why
issues.
would they
One,
do this?
It's hard to get
Oh,
the entire
no.
field of play in your vision. You're focusing on the bottom screen.
Oh,
where your
no.
character is, and
Why
it's
would they
hard to
do
tell
that?
What's coming in on the top screen?
Of course.
But what's worse is the hinge in the center of the DS.
Why would they
that
do
separates
that?
the top screen from the
So
bottom screen.
stupid.
Obscures.
They're
your
so
vision.
stupid.
So a lot of times you'll be jumping upwards from the bottom screen to the top screen, and there will be a bullet in the area of the hinge that you can't really see, that you don't know is there. But I felt like every time I was moving from the bottom screen to the top screen, I would like look up to the top screen, and I had no knowledge beforehand what was up there. It was just like entering into a room and bullets
I'm
were already
thinking
flying
I'm
at you.
thinking I'm gonna
That's what it felt
rethink
like.
that.
And you have to move between the two screens pretty
God.
regularly, and it made the game difficult for me. And yes, I finally did beat it on normal difficulty, but it felt a lot harder than it should have been, and I ended up playing around the second screen rather than utilizing it. It became not a feature of the game, but like a deterrent. But still, if you haven't played Contra 4, you should check it out. It is a great game, especially if you can get used to those two screens. One of the first big shoot-'em-up hits was done by Irem. It's still considered a masterpiece by most people in the shmup community, and a lot of games even today struggle to surpass how good this game is. And it's R-Type. They are still
R-Type,
making
Super
R-Type
R-Type
games
was
now.
such a good
R-Type
game. I
Final
was
3
obsessed with
just
it.
came out not that long ago.
I played Super R-Type so much. That game was so fucking hard. It was so hard. I was thinking there was one on the Super Nintendo that I always thought was like the hardest one. Oh god, I don't think I can. We lost our summoner. Damn it. Why did we die here? Oh. No. Poor guy. Oh. Perhaps we stop now. A level 11 RDM. Oh my god. Ouch. This was fun, but it was kind of mind-numbing. Like, you know, I got really close to my Kraken Club, though. I'm only 5k away or something, yeah. That's good, but too much Final Fantasy for too long. I didn't really want to go do, like, 8 hours of Final Fantasy today. That wasn't really my vibe. So, that's okay. I will have to stop here to bio. Super R-Type is one of the hardest games I ever played. It was really fucking genuinely hard. It was a very non-intuitive game where you had to play around with the concepts a lot. Because, like, for instance, it had this cool stone barrier thing that you could get either in front of the ship or behind the ship. And if it was behind you, you couldn't get shot from behind, which was a constant thing that happened that was incredibly unfair. And if it was in front of you, it would block whatever was in front of you. And you had to shoot it out all the time. You had to shoot it out, and it would, like, and the ball itself would, like, kill things. And it was like this, like, ball that you juggled all the time, and you were trying to catch it on your ass or your front end. It used it as this either this wall in front of you or a wall behind you, and it was actually such a good game, but it was very fucking hard. It had a reputation of pretty much owning you, and it was also like you had 3 credits and that was it. You could get more through like scoring points, but I mean, like, you had the 3 credits, that was it. And you could beat the game off the 3 credits. It was possible, but very, very, very unlikely. Not without months and months and months of daily practice. It's not something you can do every day. R-Type was, it's, you know, in and of it was an unforgivingly, you know, it's funny. One of the reasons R-Type is so powerfully strong for me is it remained in my collection. I beat all these games that I felt like the second I could beat them, I could just sell them right. R-Type remained in my collection until my Super Nintendo was either, I mean, it was probably sold, I think, or something. I don't know. But my father, when I was moving from New Jersey to California when I was a kid, he figured out which box was mine, and he didn't like my dependence on video games, I don't think, and so he threw the box away. I think we don't know what he did with it, but when I arrived, all of my Magic cards and it was the most tragic thing I think had ever happened to me. Really, not tragic, but it, like, you know, it was like it had the most lasting effects on my psychology, kind of. We packed up my shit when I was like a kid, and I was living in New Jersey, and then we moved to California, and I I remember the day that we got to California, we opened up the moving van, and we got all the stuff, and we moved, and we got all the stuff in the room, and I was like, oh, good, time to go set up my Super Nintendo, and they're like, oh, God, that Super Nintendo, you and your Super Nintendo, blah, blah, blah. They were both totally sick of my video game obsession by then. And I was like, I can't find my box. And my mom was like, what? And I was like, my box is gone. And I went tearing through, and we tore through every box in that motherfucker. We went through looking and looking and looking for days. It was like 3 days. It was like 3 days to unpack or something, 3-4 days. And I kept looking, and no, my father, he did something. I don't know what he did. It was like, I know he probably felt that I just had gotten out of hand with my video game addiction or something, but my father, he and I never really was right with it afterwards. I never really liked him after that. I gotta say, I never really liked him after that. No one else would have had the balls to do something like that to me. And I don't think the moving men stole it. I really don't. I don't think the moving men stole my shit. I don't think that happened. Nothing else in the entire house was missing. None of my parents' shit was gone. Nothing in the entire fucking moving van was gone except my box with my Super Nintendo shit and my Magic cards and my collections. And everything I had ever collected was instantly gone. And I'm talking like all my toys, not all my toys, but like all my collectibles, all my Magic cards. It was impossible for me to ever collect anything ever again. And I believe in all possessions being fleeting, because it was like worse. It was worse to me at that time than having my house burned down, because it was like everything I had ever valued was gone. It was just instantly gone. And that was the lesson that I learned when I was like 10. That all possessions are fleeting, and that you know, and that if everything that you value can be put in one place and then stolen from you, it will be stolen from you. If you put all your eggs in one basket like that, and you trust it to be okay on the other end, either your own father or your own friends or your worst enemy or whatever, or the government or somebody, they're going to throw a fucking wrench in your plans and they're going to rob you. It's how humanity works. You can never totally be safe. No one's untouchable, right? And so and ever since then, that psychologically fucked me. But it's weird because at that time, the only Super Nintendo game I managed to keep from when I was like 9 years old until I was like, I don't know, 12 was when we moved. I think I was like 12. Yeah, I was like 12. I wasn't 10, I was 12. And I don't know, I was younger. I was like 11, I think. Yeah, like 11, I think. And yeah, and this was so crippling. So I started the 6th grade in California, and I was massively fucking depressed. I had no video games to fall back on, and they really were like my emotional support animal, and I had nothing. I had no games. I'm talking zero. I had to start like, and they weren't very facilitating in getting me a new system either. I'm sure some of that was my fault, but it wasn't like I was overplaying them or being an asshole or letting my grades suffer or any of this. Just my father was a strong, opinionated person like me, who, if he probably got it into his head that I shouldn't be a video game addict anymore, he just threw the whole box away. And I really still have a lot of resentment over that for a lot of reasons. Another one is less than 3 years later, less than 3 years. It was like maybe 2 years and 4 months, something like that. We were living in Omaha, Nebraska, totally destitute. And my possessions were enough that it would have been something like $5,000 to $10,000, I think, to sell all of it. I had a Mox Pearl. I had a Purple Lotus and a Mox Pearl. I had a Jester's mask from Arabian Nights. I had all these things that were worth like $400 to $700 and shit in my Magic cards collection. I had all these Super Nintendo toys and all these other collectibles and shit that collectively to toy collectors would have been worth somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000, because my parents were rich when I was a kid, so they would buy me all the toys and all the Magic cards and everything, and I was totally spoiled. And later on, my father was gone, and we were living in a totally different state. And my collection could have put the fucking food on the fucking table for, like, it would have been about a year, I think. We were living off of, like, I remember some days we would go and spend $3.75 on microwave dinners at the fucking Kroger's, because we were that destitute, you know, of food stamps, you know. And that 10 grand, and I learned never to trust even the closest people next to you. Never collect anything. The things that you own you. Everything is borrowed, and whatever you have, no matter what you might think about it, will be taken from you if it can be taken from you. And all these other fucked up things about possessions and capitalism, all these other things that I really had to struggle with. And so when I look back and I think about it, it's kind of funny. R-Type was I had several Super Nintendo games in that collection. Like, I had a good solid, like, what my Super Nintendo collection was at that time was all of Squaresoft that was on all that was on Super Nintendo. I had all of the Squaresoft games, all of them. And any RPGs that were good, like Demon's Crest or Lufia 2 or Breath of the Wild 2 or any of those, right? I had a whole bunch of those, right? And or not Lufia 2, but I'm sorry, what am I thinking of? There's a whole bunch of them. I can't even remember, keep all the names straight and everything. But and I had a very pure RPG collection, and I've always kept very pure RPG collections. It's something about very pure RPG collections. I don't know what it is, but they get stolen from me. When I was like 24, no, I'm sorry, way older than that. I was like 34. I had a friend who I loaned him my Xbox 360 collection with all of my games and my binders and stuff. And I was like, don't you ever lose these. I value these so much. And on top of it, I had to handpick every RPG that's in that collection. And I threw away all the cases because I don't ever want to resell these games. And I want my 360 RPG collection. There's a lot of really good RPGs on the 360 that'll still play 10 years from now. And he sold the collection and he sold the 360. And I never did speak to him ever again. I was so angry about that. I was like, motherfucker, I spent like $570 out of my paycheck or something like that to buy a fucking Elite 360 for $145 or something like that. And then I handpicked every single fucking good RPG on the 360 and I put it in my collection and I put it in binders. And I was like, I don't intend to use this ever again. I'm just going to let it sit in my fucking thing. And maybe if I ever have grandkids or something, I'll play Diablo 3 with them on the 360 with the controllers, you know, that kind of thing. I had Diablo 3, Reaper of Souls, shit like that. And I had like 55 handpicked RPGs that I spent between 15 and, you know, $35 to $60 on, because by that point you couldn't get all the really good RPGs totally. You had to pay money. And I lost that collection again. And I learned that like if it isn't digital, it'll just get stolen from me. So I don't keep fucking like hard copies of games around anymore. And if I do, they get scratched or fucked up somehow. And it's just something about the energy. It's like they're so throwaway that they get thrown away. And I just, you know, and so it's funny where I was going with this is I have a very, very strong memory of R-Type. R-Type was the only game that remained in my collection for a solid, I think it was like 4.5 years or something like that, before it was eventually stolen by my father or thrown away, whatever it was that happened there. Or you know what my father tried to say? My father, he was like, the Latino movers must have stolen it. They must have figured out and stolen it. That's what he said. Because I was like, mother, you know what he said to me when my father told me that my fucking box was gone? I threw a fucking hissy fit like my mother, and I lectured my father. I lectured my fucking father. I was like, do you have any fucking idea how much of my blood? I lectured my fucking, he was like, at that point, he was like 46 or something like that. I lectured my 46-year-old father at the age of like, I don't know, I was like 12 or something like that. And I was like, do you have any idea what Mox Pearl is worth? And he was like, no. And I was like, $710. I was like, yeah. And I was like, do you have any other cards I had like that? And he was like, no. And I was like, I've got like 35 cards that are all north of $100 or something like that. It was easily 3,500 in just the Magic cards. The Super Nintendo games weren't worth anything, but they are now. They would have been now. All the stuff that I had that was stolen from me always would have been from now. I had a very, very beautiful antique marble chess set that my parents bought me when they were rich, and I held on to that motherfucker my entire fucking life. That didn't get lost in the move, you know? That beautiful chess set. And my friend, she's still a friend. My friend Becca, when you know, and I don't know why I said her name. I'm gonna say, well, whatever, Becca. I don't think of her illy or whatever. Nobody else would either. My friend Becca. I forget what I did. I think I stole her pipe or something. I think I broke her pipe or something like that. And Becca was pissed at me. And so, and also I think her friend had a crush on me, and it was just kind of crazy, you know, and I had a girlfriend. And like Becca stole my fucking chess set and hid it somewhere in the school. And that chess set, I still that chess set was like a family fucking heirloom. I lectured her for like 3 fucking hours, so she was like, I'm not telling you. And I was like, you gotta tell me. I value this thing. And she was like, no, I'm really fucking pissed at you. And I was like, I understand. But like this chess set, Becca, you'll never see it ever again. There's this one of a kind. It's crystal. It was made in like Bavarian German. It was Bavaria, Germany. It's an antique. It's worth thousands of dollars. You must give me my chess set. We had chess club in my high school. It's just like, nope, I'm not telling you. And I was like, okay. And I went to the parents and the teachers and like, I was like, she's got my chess set. And they're like, well, we're going to compel her to give you the chess set, obviously. But she was like, I don't know where it is now. And I was like, this is why you shouldn't have taken my chess set. All I did was break your pipe. That chess set I carried around with me for 8 years through fucking 25 different moves or something like that. I valued it with my life, and then it was just stolen by one of my high school people, and it was just gone. And like, motherfucker, I still think about that chess set. I still think about that box full of Super Nintendo games and all the Magic cards. And the Magic cards in particular was one that I brought up on the stream like 7 times or something like that. Want to know how I got all those $100 cards? People don't believe me about the Magic card story. They never have. But, well, my best friends did because they had seen it. But I did. You want to know how I got all those cards? I didn't buy them. You couldn't buy them back then. There was no internet. There was no internet. You couldn't buy singles. There was no internet. There was literally no internet. There was no 56K. There was no like, you know, it was a distant sparkle in some MIT guy's eye. There was no internet back then at all. You could not get singles. You couldn't just get your hands on fucking Mox Pearl. There was only one way to get your fucking hands on Mox Pearl, and that's called ante, which is when you put your deck on the fucking pavement, and the other guy puts the deck on the pavement, and you pick up his deck and he picks up yours, and you shuffle, and then you fan out the fucking deck, and he picks one of your cards out of your hands, and he picks one of his cards out of yours, and then you throw the card down and you flip it, and in whatever that card is, if you beat him, you get to keep his card, and if he beats you, he gets to keep your card. And it was like a gambling thing, and I walked with so many people's best cards. And I prided myself on it. There was this point where I no longer had to buy fucking Magic the Card boosters. And this was when I was like 10 years old or something like that. I no longer had to buy Magic Card boosters because I was a big believer in mono green stacking, right? And back then it was red. It was just goblins or mainly goblins or fire. Mainly fire. It was Disintegrate, Fireball. And so I'd be like, all right, here's Shimra's Factory, Shimra's fucking Shimra's List or whatever. It's the whole Shimra's List. You know, we used to call it the Shimra's List. It was I'm sorry, I forget the name of it. It's like oh god, yeah, the Mishra, not Shimra, Mishra. Mishra's Factory, Mishra's fucking, like, I forget the whole bit, but it was like 4 sets of land that would give you like 12 mana or 8 mana or something like that in a single turn as opposed to 4. And then you would just take the fucking 14 mana and burn Disintegrate through their fucking Counter-Strike or whatever, and then just run another one and reset all the land or whatever, and then just and fuck them over for 28 damage in a single turn or something like that. And I was running that shit long before it was considered the meta in the world. You know, we were in California where all the Magic was being like sussed out. That's where Wizards of the Coast got started, was California. And so in California was where it was all played, and we were like setting the fucking standard for the whole fucking world. And I single-handedly won like 700 fucking anti-games, and my parents were immensely proud of this. I would come home with I'd be like, guess how many cards I got today? And they'd be like, how many? And I'd be like, oh, I don't know, 8. And they'd be like, you got 8 cards? And I was like, yeah, you know what this one's worth? And they're like, what? Oh, this one's worth $75. And they're like, oh, you got to give it back to him. One time they did make me give it back to him. I was like, no. He agreed to it. He put his card down too. And they're like, you're gambling with these people. And I'm like, yes, I am. But the difference is I'm better than them, and I'm going to always take their cards. and I was better than them, and I'm gonna always take their cards. I've always sort of believed it. I've always believed this about my. You want to understand something about my core fundamental fucking psychology, right? Is I've always believed that if given enough time and enough energy and enough fucking motivation, it doesn't matter what the fucking opposition is or what the situation is, I will Heisenberg Breaking Bad my way out of the stranded Winnebago. I will fucking find my way through whatever the fuck problem it is, and if I want your magic card, I will find some way in the draw to take your fucking magic card. And I did it. I was especially good at this when I was a kid, and I didn't have any broken dreams. There hadn't been any rapes or murders or suicides yet, or any of the stuff that destroyed my life. You know, back when I was a kid, I was like a real asshole, and I would just eat your face, destroy you, and take your card. And I wouldn't mock you. I wasn't a real asshole. I was just an asshole in the respect that I was just better than you most of the time. I only ever met a few people that were better than me, and they're all my best friends. You know what I'm saying? I really mean this. Most of the people that, the only people I ever kept around me as my inner circle, they were better than me. You know what I'm saying? They were like better than me. That was it. And that's the there was like 2 requirements to be able three to be in my inner circle. One is to have a good heart. The second one is you have to be like a genius and not like some verifiable one. I'm just talking about like you can spot a genius because they're mentally tortured because they just know more about the world than most people do. You know what I'm saying? They're terrible. And it's not because they're dumb and they're fixated on some depression thing, on a broken heart or something like that, like most suckers do who are kind of from lower IQs. I'm talking about most particle physics fucking like geniuses and shit that can actually talk to you about the Einstein-Rosenberg particle and all this and Carl Sagan and all. Like these people, they're very, very smart, and they often have no limits, which means that money is of no object to them. Obsession is their main tool to get through life. They just pick something that they're interested in, and they just get super good at it, and they become the boss at it, whatever it is, and they dominate. And that's how all my friends always were. And so like, when my father crippled me by taking me out of the Magic card game by force and out of the video game thing, and it took me like 15 months to rebuild a collection of like 7 games because they weren't in the mood to buy me anymore. And I was also dealing with the 6th grade. I was going through the whole My So-Called Life thing where we were discovering sex and we were like young. And it was just a really, really bad time to lose pretty much every physical possession you had ever fought for. Because it was a really bad lesson to learn. And it just sort of got worse from there. Every time I had an innocent friend, they were raped or murdered. Every time I had a girlfriend, they were raped. Every time I was with like a good friend who liked drugs, they end up overdosing. It was just kind of fucked up, you know? I had a friend. He murdered his father and then himself a second later, shot his fucking father in the face and then himself a second later. And one of the reasons that I talk so offhandedly about this, how I can just toss that down like it's a card on the fucking table, is I hate him for it so much still. I love him to death, but I hate him for it so much still that I'll throw that bitch down like it's a fucking, like it happened on the last Tuesday. I'll throw down that he shot his father in the fucking face and then then himself in the face a second later. I'll throw that down on the table like it happens every day because I still hate him over it. That's basically how he approached it. He made it this stupid thing about about pride and like getting the last laugh or whatever. And I'm still so mad at him about that. And my father was doing the same thing. I don't think it was about controlling me. I think it was some power game where my father had to show me that he could still ruin my world because I didn't like my father, you know? I hated my father, kind of, you know?
But it has this interesting
R-Type was a good game. It lasted in my collection for 5 years because I would sell everything else. And then finally I lost it when he stole my box full of games, you know? That fucking asshole. I still have unresolved things with that. Like later on, I was like, okay, like that was something that was really not helpful to me is this idea that you can work really fucking hard for years and years. It took me 4 years to build that collection of anti-wins that I got, like through wins of full-blown Magic card games on the fucking playground, on the playground. Like, it like we would gather up in big groups of kids and I would slaughter kid after kid after kid after kid and I would take their cards and shit. And like, I was like, it was what I was super good at. So I get super good at it like Mike Tyson and I'm knocking motherfuckers out every single fucking day. What's my reward? My own fucking father throws the entire goddamn collection away behind my fucking back in a move. That's my reward for working hard and caring about something and trying to fucking like do something right. And like, sure, it's loser talk to resent him or to act resigned about it or that things will always be that way, because they aren't. It's never like that. It's never as bad as that you're just gonna lose all the time. It's never like that. But it wasn't helpful. It wasn't helpful. It was easy for me to walk away from him forever. I never did speak to him ever again. It was easy for me to do so. He fucking stabbed me in the goddamn back for no good goddamn reason at all. It wasn't like I was getting bad grades. It wasn't like all I could talk about was video games. I was a very young, loving kid with friends and just not kind of normal, I would say. Pretty normal kid. Grew up I was rich, but I was like fairly normal for rich kids and just sort of, I was like normal. But then when I lost that collection, I feel like I kind of lost something really fundamental. It was a bad lesson for him to teach me. Because after that, I was like, fuck their world. Their money doesn't mean anything because it'll just get stolen from me in the end. Fuck the jobs because the money doesn't mean anything. It'll just get stolen from me in the end. Fuck trying to succeed or trying to build a marriage or trying to build a business or trying to be rich or trying to be successful or trying to have a big fucking grasp on this life or trying to be like normal and not be some kind of functioning drug addict or fucking some depressed asshole sinking into fucking depression and fucking struggling and all this, right? Fuck trying, right? Because it doesn't matter. Even after 4 years of trying really fucking hard, somebody's going to take the box of your trying hard and they're going to throw it away. That's how humanity actually works. And I fundamentally believe this. And when I started living my life like that, I stopped getting hurt. I haven't had I wouldn't say my ex even broke my heart. I haven't had a broken heart now since when I attempted suicide when I was like 27. It's been 13 years. I've had like loss of exes and stuff and terrible loss and depression from loss, but I haven't had like a really never mind. My ex did break my heart. She did. But I mean, it wasn't bad though. And one of the reasons it's not bad is because I don't put all of my hearts in one fucking basket. I don't care what the girls do. I tell them what they get with me. Okay, don't cheat on me. Tell me what you're fucking doing if you're going to do anything. And I promise you I'll never touch another human being because I don't like human beings. You know what I'm saying? I like women, but I don't like human beings. And I tell them, like, look, like I don't expect the same thing out of you if you struggle with that kind of thing. I don't propose we have an open relationship. I'm just saying I am not a jealous man. My thing is you bring your heart and your mind back in your body back to me at the end of the day. I don't care what you do though. I've never been into like possession of another person. I don't care what they fucking do with their bodies, their minds, or whatever. If you take my love to someone else, I'm gonna be fucking pissed at you. But I don't care what they do with their bodies and stuff. And this is how I've been since I was like 12. I used to say this shit to like friends of mine and stuff when I was like a kid. And it's not like I want open relationships or anything like that shit. Like, and I didn't. I never had one. But I'm saying, like, you know, like one of the ways I was always able to have like beautiful women in my life is I was never trying to control any of them. And one of the reasons I was never trying to control any of them, right, is I lost control of my life. When my father threw that fucking box away, I lost control of my life, and I never did ever get it back again. I learned a hard lesson that no matter what, most likely everything that you ever value will be thrown away when you're not looking. And like, you know, and it'll probably be the one that you trust the most that does it. And all this other shitty shit. It was a bad lesson to learn. I resented him for it, and I never spoke to him again. And it's good to to get the resurrection, you know, the recollection and the the resolution of it, and and his predilections for like, you know, for dissing me on this sort of shit. But later on, I found myself doing other things like that to other people, you know. I found myself trying to control other people's lives like that too, throwing like stealing from them, or trying to scare them into not doing something really bad, or try to tell them not to do hard drugs, that kind of thing. So I would like scare them out of it. I would like, you know, and I learned the hard way. You can't just steal someone's box of games to force their life to change. You can't just go and force your fucking will on someone. It just doesn't work that way. They have to come to the horse has to come to the water and drink willingly. You can't have your horse and drink it too, kind of thing. It's just like the horse has to come to the water willingly. And my father, he definitely did not ask me about what he did. He did not get my opinion. Had he come to me and been like, look, your addiction is out of hand, and it has swallowed your life, and you're like, but this wasn't the case. That was not the case. I was 12 years old, and I was getting good grades, and I was doing fine. My friends were fine. They weren't even divorced yet. There was no depression in the family home, really. There was. My mother lost her business, but there wasn't like depression in the family home in a major way. And so like, I don't know, but after that, it was a harsh lesson to learn. I'm kind of a logical, pragmatic person, and if that's the lesson that my loved ones want to teach me, that I can't ever even keep anything of value ever, it's just going to be stolen from me. And then the never-ending circus of welcome to the circus of values, the never-ending circus of values of depression, death, and addiction, and suicide, and wreckage, and rape, right, came parading through my fucking life and took my friend Alyssa, took my friend Jan, took my friend fucking Monica, like fucking took my friend, I can't even get into it, like fucking took my friend Kay from me. He's still with us, but it took him, he went to jail for 6 years on something, on an attempted suicide. They put him in jail for 6 years on an attempted suicide. I've had friends hurt by the cold. I literally had this fucking day where I literally had this fucking day where I was listening to a Red Hot Chili Peppers song, and I was crying, called Cold, and off of One Hot Minute, and I'm like sitting there crying, and I get this call from the prison. It's my ex-girlfriend. It's just like, I'm gonna be out of jail in 3 weeks, and I was like, oh my God, I was just singing the Red Hot Chili Peppers song about how ex-girlfriend called me up alone and desperate on a prison phone. And that, like, you know, and I never wanted my life to be like that. It just sort of always was. There was like a lot of exorbitant loss like that for no fucking reason. It was a bad lesson to learn. My mother, she left his ass. She should have left his ass. He was teaching me bad lessons.
Where you have this.
She defends him more than I do. I don't actually particularly like him. Like that particular lesson, he shouldn't have gone about it that way. It was like the most asinine, direct, fucking forward, fucked up, like most like obtuse, like fucked up, like unstoppable force meets an immovable object, like most overt, fucked up shit anybody ever did to me, really. And it did fuck me up psychologically. Your father shouldn't steal all of your possessions and throw them away on a whim. What kind of fucking psycho does shit like that? That was not all of my possessions, but it was the only possessions that I cared about, that I had hand curated for 7 years of my life or something like that. And he fucking threw the entire box away on a fucking whim. And it wasn't just that it was my possessions that he bought with his money. It was my blood and sweat and tears. It was thousands of hours on the fucking playground, kicking kids' asses and taking their cards. It's like stealing Mike Tyson's gold fucking plaques or something. You just don't do that. You just don't do that. You know, they work too hard for it. It's a different thing than saying your house getting robbed or something. You don't steal Mike Tyson's gold plaques. He worked so hard for them. And that's kind of what those cards were like to me. And I learned this lesson about, if I try really hard, I'm just going to get my fucking nuts squeezed in a vice. So I stopped trying past that point. I learned that my possessions would just be taken from me, and that was an apt appraisal. That's pretty much what always happens. I learned that, like, you know, that if I valued these things, they would disappear pretty quickly. And I learned that if I didn't value them, they would come to me with absolutely no, like, if I told the, like, even if I didn't tell the universe that I wanted something, if I needed something, it would come to me. Like today, you guys saw it. Today, you saw it. I have the club sitting right here. If I wanted something, I didn't get it. If I didn't want it, I did get it. You know what I'm saying? And I made a comment about this today. This octave club is an example of this. It's an example of the energy in the feng shui in the room, or read the room or whatever, right? Like I didn't want this or care about it or value it or think about it. So it just wasn't on my fucking agenda, and I didn't put it out to the universe that I did or didn't want it. And I think this did significantly improve my chances of getting it. Significantly. Had I been thinking about it, I don't think I would have got it. But I played this trick, and it wasn't a trick. It wasn't like I did it on purpose. I just thought I just approached it. This was my approach. When I looked at the loot list on this BCNM today, I was like, oh, well, cool. Kraken Club, huh? And I was like, ooh, that'd be money. And I forgot about it past that point. I forgot that it was even on the loot list. I was like, but somebody brought it up, and I was like, yeah, cool. But mainly, I don't care about the world's riches. And then on top of it, okay, something else that happened too is after I learned that harsh lesson that my father taught me, they also got divorced. And past that, I watched my mother lose her business, her house, her 5 cars, her marriage, her family, I mean, she didn't lose me, but she lost her family, kind of. She lost her reputation, she lost her company, she lost her friends, she lost her friends' family, I lost my friends, because her friends and family were my friends and family and all this. It was just kind of crazy. We had to move. It was just a loss of everything she knew and loved. And it was a reoccurring fucking theme with my father, and she lost everything way worse than me, and she dealt with it better than I did. I lost that box, and I went off fucking crazy for like 10 years. I went crazy. Give me a drug, I don't care what it is. Give me a bottle, I don't care what it is. Give me a girl, I don't care who she is. I mean, it was like that. It was just like really crazy, you know? It wasn't like that when I was young. I wasn't like a whore when I was young, but I mean, I was like definitely very popular and very active and very sexually active and very, very like, you know, very like angry and very young. And now I try to approach my life with a bit more like execution, and I try to think of it like Sun Tzu, and a lot less like how I used to think of it, which is like me, and I, and I've got to be better than these people, and I'm just better than them, and all this stuff. I think of it like Sun Tzu, where, oh, there's me and there's them, and let's say that I imagine that there's a river between me and them, and if I sit by the river long enough, the corpse of their body will float by, you know, and I needn't go fight them. And there's Taylor Swift standing on the side being like, you don't have to take out the trash will take out themselves, right? And I'm learning to let the anger go, and every bit of the anger that goes, like the other energy in the opposite direction gets loosened up, and better things happen to me. And so I don't know why I fixate on the things that I can't prove, but I mean, like, I can't prove that he stole the box, but I know it. My mother believes it, and I've never seen my mother be fooled by anybody or anything, really. Like, I can do it, I can fool her, but like most people can't trick her. She's not like that. And I'm the same way. You can't really trick me very easily either. Like, you can surprise me, but you can't really trick me that way that much either, because I make this assumption when there's a human involved that they're going to be self-serving, and that they're going to be trolling, and that they're going to do something because it's funny, and they're going to do something that you can't predict. And that's like my 3 rules. That's when I deal with humans, is I think they value humor more than they'll let themselves know, and if something's funny, they'll do something to you, you know.
Ball. I think they call it the force ball, or maybe.
whatever. I'm gonna get off this here. It's too abstract of a conversation, and I know it is. I just like that lesson, right? So now I know. The other day I had a bot send me a thing on my Gmail that like to my account, where they were like, here's all the problems with your stream, and here's the rating on your stream, and here's what you could do to improve it, and if you pay me money, I'll fix it for you, and all this. And I was like, yeah, you're forgetting though that my box was stolen when I was like 12 years old. And I've never, ever really had anything since then. Now, this person doesn't know this, right? This person making a critique about my stream. They don't know this about my fundamental psychology, but it's not Nietzsche. It's not Nietzsche. It's not nihilism. I really believe that everything matters a lot. Even the fucking thoughts that I'm having about this right now, I think it sways the energy in this really powerful way. Everything fucking matters all the time, really, right? But I still don't believe that it's gonna go well. My box was stolen when I was a child, you know? It sounds like a metaphor, but it's not. It was my box of everything that I owned. And it was stolen when I was a child. And it happened a bunch more times in my life. I have had everything I've owned stolen like 13 times or something like that. And I don't know why my energy's like that. It just is. And I don't like it. And I don't like that humanity's like that. And I don't think any of them profited off of it. They stole from me, and none of it had to do with greed. It was all having to do with control or manipulation. All of it. And so, like, I look back and I'm like, I liked dancing with these people, but I don't think we share the same box because mine was stolen when I was 12. Their box, I think they can reach. They might have some self-aggrandized notion of what success is, and eventually they might reach it. I can't. I have a fear of success because I watched my mother lose her business, her wedding, her family, her marriage, everything. Like, right? I watched her lose everything, and I have a fundamental crippling fear of success afterwards that took me 13 years to conquer or something like that. And now I'm not afraid of the success anymore, but I still don't believe that the success will happen, and I don't care what my ratings are, what anybody fucking thinks of me, or whether they pay me, or whether it's successful, or any of this other stuff. I still don't care because my box was stolen when I was 12. I wouldn't know what to do with the car tire if I ever caught it. You know what I'm saying? I would just bite that motherfucker. I don't care. I don't value anything. My box was stolen when I was 12, and that was the lesson that I learned when I should have learned at the least. It was the last time I ever should have learned a lesson like that if you try really hard for 5 to 7 years and you amass a collection and you care and you painstakingly like catalog every item and you sort it all and you put it in boxes and you wrap it in plastic shrink coating like magic cards, and you sort it all, and you keep decks, and you think about it, you care more about it than you do your own blood or your own flesh and blood and all this, and you value it more than your own life. If you don't know what you would do without your magic cards or whatever, and then overnight your box is gone and everything you ever owned is totally gone, poof, gone. Not like, oh, somebody broke in and shattered the glass and left some kind of fucking proof. It was more like, oh yeah, that box you had is just gone now. Sorry, buddy. And I was like, oh, okay. And now I come to expect that. I expect the box to be taken. I expect the box to be taken by these humans. Let's do the worst rap battle ever by Penguin Zero.
For a while, you'll know that 6 or 7 years ago, I was extremely active in the rap battle community.
Oh my
Not as a
God.
participant, but as a harsh
critic.
I was like the Rotten Tomatoes of rap battle, but I only specialized in the absolute worst. I made probably 10 to 20 videos covering the most awful rap battles I could possibly find, because for a while it was a pretty popular branch of content.
Yep.
But now it's kind of fizzled out and it's just a distant memory of a long forgotten age. But today on Twitter, a few people tagged me in a clip that was going viral from an old rap battle, so I had to find the source because it was one I hadn't seen before, which is very rare. So I thought, let's go ahead and take this back old school here. Let's do a little rap battle analysis like I used to do back in the day.
SKB, let's...
I don't care about the stream. I don't care about the follows. I don't care about the money. I don't care about the clout. I don't care about money. I don't care about fame. I don't value anything. My box was stolen, right? My box was stolen 28 years ago, and I never did get it back, and I learned pretty strong. And then my box was stolen. You know, this cathartic shit. It reminds me of that episode of BoJack when he talks at his mother's funeral for all 26 minutes of the episode or whatever, and the most beautiful monologue ever recorded, right? And I'm off on that trip. I definitely can do like a Will Arnett monologue, right? My box was stolen when I was 12, and that's why I don't think we could ever have a good politician ever again. I don't think we can. My box was stolen when I was 12, which is why I don't think we can ever have a good government again. My box was stolen when I was 12, so I don't think I could ever really truly own a video game ever again. Everything's DRM now. My box was stolen when I was 12, so I rented my entire life, blew hundreds of thousands of dollars, and attained nothing. My box was stolen when I was 12, so I worked my entire life, but I have nothing to show. Well, I have something to show for it now, but not until I was like 39. And my box was stolen when I was 12, and that's why I can't seem to keep like a relationship. That's why I can't seem to keep a job. I can't seem to keep a friendship. Can't seem to keep anything at all. You understand the fundamental brokenness of it. The box was stolen, so the lesson that I learned was, why bother? The box is just going to get stolen after the fact. You're going to get told after the fact, long after it's gone. It's going to be poof gone, and you're never going to know what happened, and it probably was the person you trust the most. You know, probably was. And your box is just going to be gone, and it doesn't really matter now, does it? If your box is if the box full of everything you've ever valued except for your family is stolen, what's the point of trying, right? And this is if you ever wonder why I'm so crazy, this is the core of the crazy. It really is. My box was stolen when I was 12. I really don't like humanity because of it. And I'm going to just sit here and I'm going to wait until I die. I'm still waiting for that box to come back. I want closure. I'm still waiting for that box to come back. This is that Will Arnett discussion, right? I'm still waiting for that box to come back, and until it does, I will never trust humanity. I will and honestly, it never has and never will. And that box will never come back, not just because it's impossible, but because humans will actively work their way against me to make sure that I can't even supply the box for myself. You know what I'm saying? I can't even go get the box for myself. And so I don't care about their money. I don't care about their politics. I don't care about their power struggles or their Elon Musks or I care about how badly those things affect my life and my friends' lives and the people in my industry's lives and all this, right? But I don't care about what they do. I don't care about their world wars. I don't care about their guns. I don't care about their rape or their culture or their fucking bullshit or their fucking stealing or their burkas or any of their stupid shit. Everything that they do has zero value because somebody stole my box when I was 12 and I still haven't gotten that motherfucker back. And until I get it back, I won't get my closure. And until I get my closure, I just don't care to fucking deal with humanity. And I don't care what they think about me. I don't care what they say. Don't care what they do to me. Don't care if they rape me or throw me in jail or do any of this. I don't care. You know, and it's the broken core of the downward spiral. I'd say I broke myself on the weave and flipped backwards into myself like inwards backwards dying god, and broke myself on the weave, and now all the clusterfuck stars of the Indra's net has come out of my stomach, and I'm stuck in my own piss hole. And inside of my own piss hole, my box was stolen 28 years ago, and until I get it back, I'm staying in the box. They could bring me all the big screen televisions in the world, or the insurrections in the world, or the revolutions in the world. They can bring me all the women in the fucking world. They can bring me all the drugs in the fucking world. It doesn't matter. All the music, all the riches, doesn't really matter. The box was stolen when I was 12, and until I get it back, I'm stuck in the box.
Get it in. It's
I don't trust you. You could be my best friend. I don't trust you. Didn't get my box back. I think you stole my box, best friend. You know, I think you stole my box. It sucks when you see a truly crazy person who can tell you what their broken code is, But I'll tell you right now, I didn't get my box back, and it's falling down for me. You remember that movie Falling Down with Michael Douglas, I think, from the 90s and shit? I didn't get my box back, and now it's falling down for me until the day I die. You know what I'm saying? I'm falling down until the day I die. It's falling up, except it's down, you know? It doesn't matter how much they throw at me or how little they throw at me. Deprivation or judgment, they could never speak to me again, never give me another follow again. They could make me Mr. Beast. It could be anywhere in between any of it. They could actively try and kill me. It doesn't fucking matter what they do. My box was stolen from me when I was 12 years old. I never got that motherfucker back. And until I do, I will not get my closure. And this is why love fails for me, governments fail for me, the people fail for me, my family fail for me, the people fail for me, my friends fail for me, everybody around me pretty much fails me pretty hardcore because none of them can give me the box. I want that box back. It was my hand-picked blood, sweat, and tears for like 7 fucking years. I put my fucking life into it. I worked so hard on that motherfucker. It was my collection. It was my greatest treasures of my childhood. It was my playground. It was my fucking life. And I know that I sound like a whiny little pissant child when I talk about everybody experiences loss or whatever. But see, the difference is, it was just like, oh, your box is gone and we're just not going to explain to you. You understand how that makes it impossible to have foundations ever again? Your box is just gone, sorry. You know? It's kind of like rape. It's just like, oh, you know, once you get raped, you're just like, well, I can't really go outside again. I'll probably get raped, you know? Probably. You know, it happened once, it could happen again, or whatever. The same thing happens with the box. Now that I had my box stolen from me when I was 12 and I never got it back, and I'll fuck you up until I do get it back, you know... Yeah. And so, yeah, it doesn't matter. Could have the most beautiful woman in the world. I did. Loser. Oh well. Still don't have my box. Still don't have my closure. Still don't know what happened. Never did speak to that motherfucker, my father. I never did speak to him. Never did get the closure. Don't know about that box. Don't care.
AKA Sally, AKA Slim Sadie, AKA go fuck yourself to the guy who said I had too many names.
Yeah, you have too many names.
Get used to your ears bleeding. That's going to become a very familiar sensation throughout this video because anytime there's even an elevation
You can't
in
rap.
someone's voice, it peaks the mic and it turns into the worst cacophony of garbled nonsense you can imagine.
Like that.
It sounds like the mic they used here was straight out of Xbox 360 era during a Call of Duty lobby. It's brutal for the senses. But anyway, here's our two warriors ready to duke it out on the battlefield of bars. We have a rookie SKB who's making her debut, and she's squaring off against the veteran Serenade, or one of her many other gamer tags and aliases. I saw a couple people on Twitter call her Feminem, and that gave me a little bit of a giggle.
Oh my god.
But she's 0-2 right now, so she doesn't have the best record. She's like the Detroit Pistons of battle rap at the moment. And she is...
So like, I almost wrote an email back to the fucking bots, being, like, explaining to them the box theory, and why their clout, and why my rating on my stream, or the fact that I don't have closing videos or any of this stuff, will never mean anything to me, because until I get my box back, nothing means anything to me. I'm like Mickey from Natural Born Killers. I don't care. I don't care. You know, like the Joker. I don't want to be like the Joker, but I am like the Joker. It sucks. I wouldn't know what to do with the car wheel if I did, or the car tire if I did bite it. I don't know. But I do know that I want my box back, and I can't get the box back. And until I get the box back, I don't want anything from humanity. I don't want their fame. I don't want their money. I don't want their love. I don't want their sex. I don't want their fucking anything. I don't want it. I don't want their friendship. Don't want their fucking accolades or their fucking respect. I don't care about their jobs or their fucking money. I don't care about them threatening me or killing me anymore. Long ago, my box was stolen. Never got it goddamn back, and I want it back now. I'm never going to get it back now. But there's the broken loop. When you understand that everything that you've ever valued can, will, and will most likely be stolen and never show back up, and you'll never get closure. And they'll just kind of offhandedly mention that it's gone, and like some kind of sci-fi film, like that movie The Game with Michael, he keeps seeming to come up a lot, Michael Douglas again, right? Like that movie The Game with Michael Douglas, right? Where he thinks that they've like kidnapped him and stolen his life from him. It's kind of like that, except like, you know, you kidnapped and stole my box. So now you, or any form of you, will never have any legitimacy ever again. Even though it's my father that did that to me, I still blame humanity for it, because that's how it works. If humanity did something like create your father and then cause him to steal your box from you when you're 12, and on top of it, every time I've ever tried to bring up this box to my mother or anybody else in the world, anybody, even girlfriends and stuff, they don't understand the metaphor. And I try to do it with as much aplomb and, you know, clear, concise, psychological discussion, kind of like a fucking Neon Genesis episode or something like that, right? We can talk about my father or whatever, right? But I'm never going to get my box back, and there's nothing they can do to give me my box back, and the box back is the only thing I ever want. And it's been so long since I've not got anything that I want that I just don't care about anything that they offer me or anything that they value or anything that they want from me. I don't care about what they have. I don't care about their riches. I want their drugs, but they made that illegal, like they make everything else that we love essentially unattainable. I don't know. You know, I just don't, you know, I don't know. And I realize that's a very cold, dark, bleak view. But you have to understand, the closure came in the fact that the closure didn't come. When the closure didn't come, that was my closure. It was like, okay, well, we leave this we leave this open case open for the rest of my life. What happened to my box? Why was I betrayed like that for no reason? I'd never wronged anybody to cause the loss of that box. And then it just kept happening. Why do bad things happen to good people? You know, I don't know. But I know that like I'm never getting my box back, and there's nothing they can offer me. I can have a dream of some kind of Parks and Rec life in some kind of small town with a nice house that I own, and I mean, because that's what I'm doing. I can have a dream about that, you know, and I can chase it. But I still don't value it because my box is gone. And I don't know what happened to my fucking box. And I'll never know what happened to my fucking box. And I don't like fucking mysteries. And had I gone answering the mystery, it would have destroyed their marriage. And it would have destroyed me. And it would have destroyed my father. So I let him have his stolen box, you know. But I wish I had, like 9/11, I wish I had gone back to prosecute. I wish, you know, and you know, my mother joked the other day about passing the bar so we could sue some people and stuff. And I was like, yeah, I'm not going to pass the bar because I'll sue your fucking sister for destroying our fucking family. And she's like, don't say things like that. And I'm like, yeah, I'll say things like that, motherfucker, because my box was stolen and nobody ever even acted like they cared. I don't believe anybody ever acted like they cared. My mother cared that my box was stolen, you know, and she gave me some sympathy. She was a good mother. But I don't think she cared. And she cared that I was upset, but she didn't care that the box was stolen. And that wasn't, I didn't consider that betrayal because she just didn't understand what the box was. And I don't think she'll ever understand what the box was. Nobody will ever understand what the box was. The box was all of my thoughts, all of my prayers, all of my wins, all of my losses, all of my victories, and everything that I had done for like 7 years. It was just pretty much my life. And it disappeared overnight for no reason. Kind of like when they killed John Lennon. Or, you know, 9/11 and COVID had up the place. And so then I don't like sitting on the cathartic like family shit. But like that I don't know how to tell people this without like a fucking 45-minute soliloquy in front of an audience or something like that. It's a talk show thing. I don't know how to tell my mother this shit. And honestly, I don't think it would help. I don't think it would help. You know? It's my own issues. that box, it's not just that the box was stolen. I think most normal humans would have the response that I had. My real issue with the fucking box is I can't let it go. And that I don't have the strength or the perfection or the fucking strength of character or the chutzpah or whatever you want to call it, the fucking sand to let the box go. I'll never let the box go. I'll die first. And there's nobody to blame. There hasn't been somebody to blame for the box in 15 years. You know? But myself. And it was like 15 years before that too. You know? There was 15 years before I could blame that box on anything but myself when my father passed. And now I'm still blaming the box on him. And I'm like, God damn it, I know you stole my fucking box. And it was the ultimate betrayal to me. Because it was like, I guess the one fundamental foundation and agreement that I needed with humanity was that if I'm going to be here, you have to give me something that can't be... I'm sorry, you have to let me have something sacred. Like this stream. This stream is my sacred, like my sacred cow now. Like Kenna. Kenna talked about the sacred cow. Like Io or whatever. Or EO, whatever. My sacred cow now is my own strength. It's like I chase it all the time. Because I know that I can't get the box back. It's been 20 years since I've had the box. I know that I'm not getting that box back. It's not happening. You know? And but I still have that fundamental bias against humanity. Like I never did anything to you.
Hungry for a W. So let's see if she brings her A game.
SKB. Who the fuck is that? I've been trying to figure it out.
You can't rap. Shut the fuck up. You are not rapping. You are sitting there and talking disses. And like without any melody or music or anything at all. This is not music.
Be some crazy bitch.
You are sitting there and dissing somebody and I don't like you.
That's it. See, I just twiddled my thumbs and that's the best I could come up with.
You suck.
Stephanie Kelly Brown.
Get off the stage.
Oh, I get it now. That's your initials. Wow, that's some original shit.
Everybody stand back. She's spitting more flames than Spyro. I have to appreciate the way she kicks this off here by going, SKB, who the fuck is that? And then tries to say what it stands for. Some crazy bitch. Which, you'd have to misspell crazy for that to work. You'd have to spell crazy with a K instead of the proper spelling of C. Which is bad.
Well, but you gotta remember, all the girls in the scene spell crazy with the word K, and they use that word a lot.
Ass. But I do have to say, she ruins the continuity by immediately in the next line saying what SKB stands for, so you already knew. Why are you pretending you don't know what it stands for? You ruin the lore that you were building up, unfortunately.
My mind is blown. That's freaking awesome. Not. It's fucking dumb. Now, when Tanner found out that Shannon couldn't come, he asked me to come here and tan your ass. And I said I'd do it. I figured I'd step up.
You
and
suck at this. You, like, make a rhyme or some, rhyme your words. You suck dick at this. Stop talking.
She sounds like she just infiltrated a slam poetry open
Yeah, like,
mic
this is
night
not
and
slam
drank way
poetry. It's just you, like going on in a selfish rant. Like, motherfucker, I actually used to do slam poetry on stage. Like, there's a difference.
much before going off on stage, and now everything is all scatterbrained and disheveled. It just doesn't even sound like she's rapping. It sounds more like she's delivering a monologue from Mean Girls. It's hard for me to even like break down line by line here because I can't even tell where a rhyme was supposed to start and stop or where a line ends and another begins because everything just blurs together. It's like a fever dream audibly. Like she briefly mentions someone named Tanner and then says, "I'll have to tan your ass," or something. What does that mean? What's happening?
But you know what they say? Behind every hater is a piece of truth. And I have to agree. Because some random guy Facebooked me saying, "You're a horrible rapper, but you're sort of cute." That's true. Now, back in my battle with Shannon, I'm more or less...
You fucking suck at this. Rhyme your words or something.
Called her a fat ass. And it's not only that. I told her exactly what to do to fix it. I said, do some reps, then next, climb up a flight of steps, etc. And if she had only listened, maybe she wouldn't be at home sick. Now, as for you, Missy, I don't know you from a hole in the wall. So your Facebook profile is all I had to go on. So I started...
Jesus Christ, listening to you fucking talk is so annoying. It's like Mean Girls rap. But like if it was like, you know, God, homeschool Mean Girls rap.
Clicking on some pictures, and this is what I came across.
She sounds like a cartoon character getting into an argument, and half the things she says doesn't make any sense. Like, what do you mean you don't know her from a hole in the wall? What does that mean? You can't distinguish a human being from a fucking glory hole or something? Like, I don't understand what she's trying to say half the time. It feels like she listened to a single Eminem song and then tried to emulate it to the best of her ability. And then she even goes to like a previous rap battle to start referencing it as some kind of previously on Dragon Ball Z callback. It's just so disjointed. And occasionally she'll get kind of close to making a few things rhyme, like with a slant rhyme, but she doesn't have the courtesy of making anything rhyme. There's no flow to this. She does stumble across rhymes there in the middle of that flurry where she was saying like steps next or whatever, reps. Like she had something going there. She should have stuck with that. I guess do some reps, then next climb some steps, drink some water, not diet Peps. I'm spitting poop, not pee. About to dismantle SKB.
Oh.
Hey,
it's better than her.
A minute.
Sarah, it's better than her.
I could be your coach. We could get you from 0-2 to 1-3. Like, I don't know if you're still rap battling. This video is 10 years old. I don't know if she's still out there on the grind, but it's not too late. That was fucking fire.
You letting your kid sip Pepsi out of a can. What is you thinking? Tell me, do you really want her to grow up?
What is you thinking? Why do you keep talking like a black person? You're like a white person from Ohio. And you're like, you seem like a really bad Mean Girls like version of a white girl from Ohio. It's like, Jesus Christ, why do you keep talking like you're black? You ever been to a ghetto? You ever sold crack in the ghetto? I have. I'm not proud of it. You ever sold heroin in the ghetto? Because I have. I'm not proud of it. Speed. Like, listening to you try to talk black is like, I don't know, man.
Left to marry some 50-year-old man? Mm-mm. And then, when I thought I'd seen it all, I start scrolling a little further on down your wall. Another picture. You letting your kid go to town on Pepsi out of a bottle. Come on now. That's just irresponsible. Forget a stress.
Why are we listening to this girl talk without rhymes? Like it's a rap, but it's not a rap. She's just talking and dissing somebody like a mean girl, and we're like listening to this like we should be giving her respect for it or something.
She'll have heavy breathing just leaving the nest. Now, I didn't come here.
There is this girl in the background who's rolling her eyes so many times that it literally looks like they're gonna become helicopter blades.
Wants to ruffle some feathers and shuffle the deck. So just out of respect, I didn't bring the pictures. But for future reference...
Shut the fuck up, mean girl. Nobody wants to hear mean girl. Oh, God, do I want to start Rise of the Zylar? I think so. Sure, get it out of the way. That's fine.
You should take that shit down.
Okay. Very anti-Pepsi. She must be a Coke gal. I guess there
Pepsi's
was a few
better.
things that rhymed in there. That's kind of a W, right? It reminds me of that old saying, if you give an animal a typewriter, it'll eventually write a Shakespearean work. It kind of applies here. If you allow Serenade to say every single word she knows as quickly as possible, she's bound to get a couple of them that accidentally rhyme with each other. So it's starting to work a little bit.
Now, I understand this is your first battle rap, so let's see if you're up for the task. Because if you check my Facebook, you could probably use my own statuses against me. But
She's like trying to push her Facebook.
I say you too lazy for that. But if and only if.
What? Why do you need to be so mean to this person?
And that's the converse. You did your homework. You could come up with some dirt, especially if you know the right people to ask. Because these hoes ain't loyal. They'll throw you to the wolves just as quick as they let you into the pack. So let's see what you have.
No, it wasn't. It fucking sucked, and it had no rhyme, and it had no beat, and it fucking sucked. And get off the stage. Get off the stage! One thing you can never catch me doing is freestyle. I can't, not only can I not freestyle, I also can't sing without actual music, or I'm flat. And I hate it. I cannot sing on key. I can't sing on key without something to tune to. I'm like not tone deaf. I'm just like fucking like I'm like tune pitch perfect or something. So like without some kind of melody in the background to sync my voice to, I sing off key and flat, and it's so annoying. And if the music's really loud in my headphones, it's hard. But like, you know, now give me a rap song though, and I'll spit circles around you. Give me my own song, I'll spit circles around you.
God bless the soul of that one guy who just goes, "That was nice."
And see, the difference is I've never tried to freestyle in my fucking life because I've been up on stage freestyling as a grunge singer, and it's not fun. And it's not something that I'm sure I could do it if I wanted to. I'm not afraid to freestyle on stage in front of a lot of people. The difference is it's very difficult for me to come up with rhymes that quickly. You have to build a book of rhymes in your head that you can connect sentences to each other that rhyme with each other. And the amount of work necessary to do that is unnecessary in my opinion. I was never a rapper. I love rap, and I'm good at rapping, and I listen to a lot of rap, but I've never been good at rapping, and nor would I ever say that I was. You know, I'm sorry, I'm good at rapping, but I'm not good at freestyle. Not freestyle, no. Freestyle would be fucking hard. Like, I've got a mind that thinks fast, but my thing is I would try to spit so fast, trying to come up with the right lyrics and shit so fast that I don't know how it would sound good. I don't think freestyle sounds very good. Very seldom do freestyles impress me, you know?
That's so supportive. That's honestly super wholesome. Like, I can't help but appreciate how nice everyone appears to be. Like, they just
yeah, like, they're listening to this mean girl, like, go off.
Explode into, like, uproarious applause. They're going crazy for her, even though this had to be one of the most uncomfortable things to sit through in person. Far be it from me to question the format here, but I think you're allowing these rounds to go far too long. This dragged on way too long. She was able to spit out an entire song's worth of mumbo jumbo here. Like, it should have been half the time. It was so long.
That's my girl. Talk about my fucking kid, bitch. That's the kind of shit that'll get your lips hit quick. Certainly it'd be on that Miley Cyrus tip. Country music videos and trying to rap and
this girl can rap.
shit. I half expected her to come in on a wrecking ball. In this industry, these bitches just keep wrecking it all. I got no pity for stupid bitches who think they can rap. You think these people find you funny? Bitch, you're getting laughed out.
To say about SKB here, she actually had like a whole routine basically. She was far more organized. Her lines actually rhymed. There was actual punch lines to them. Yep. And she even had a hype man with her. She had a supporting actor out there emphasizing some of them, like, get your lips hit quick, and he'd say it behind her. Hers just really wasn't bad. Like, she wasn't super cringe or anything like that. It's really just Serenade that we need to focus on here for this rap battle analysis.
Now, I don't mean to seem like a hater. That's just the way I am. And I never meant to take it this far. I was actually just looking for someone in particular. Eminem. You just happen to be in my way, and I'm not afraid to spar.
What? What is that?
What is it? What is an 18-year-old girl doing listening to Eminem? That's just like listening to the Beatles or something like that. I mean, I get it, but I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Wouldn't it normally be like Pop Smoke or somebody like that?
Happening. The way she acts makes it seem like she's dropping some...
Or who's big right now. Whatever. I don't know any of those fake-ass rappers that are on the radio right now.
Heat
that fucking suck. I can't think of a good rapper in a long time. There's not been good rappers lately.
Actually just dropping some fucking stink.
Fucking Ritz.
Like, she is stinking this place up. I think this is like a call out to
you know, Kendrick Lamar was good. Oof. Trying to think. Coming up blank. I liked Jaron Benton was good. He was kind of new. Jarris Johnson, he's kind of new. I think he's a good rapper.
Eminem, perhaps, which, hey, if people aren't laughing at your dreams, you're not dreaming big enough, as they say. I appreciate her shooting for the stars. And imagine the world where Eminem does see this and he's like, you know what? I won't stand for that. I am going to organize a rap battle with Serenade this instant. She's got what it takes.
But before you start breaking out your bars, let me tell you something. It takes at least 3 cops to cuff me, and I'm not bluffing. So you can think all you want that you're harder than I am, but let me tell you what, when you have a knife up to your throat and you're being pinned, trust me, you're not so fucking tough then.
Pardon me.
That did not rhyme.
For a moment while I try and digest this. There's a lot to marinate on. So it takes at least 3 cops to cuff you. And you explain in detail a situation where you were pinned with a knife to your throat from the cops, I am assuming. Why would the cops have a knife to your throat? If, like, maybe a baton or a gun or something, I would understand, a taser even. But why would they have a knife unless you're getting, like, arrested by the Joker? And exactly what led to the situation that 3 cops would pin you down and put a knife to your throat? What was the charge? Like, that's some serious shit. I'm very curious now about her fucking criminal history.
But shit, anybody could beat me up. That's nothing. So hypothetically speaking, if you walk out of here tonight with the win, that's not really much of an accomplishment. But
You
while I'm
suck.
on
Get
top,
off the
I don't care if
stage.
I win or not, I'll still leave here with my chin up. I take a loss like a boss.
Yeah, you're gonna take a loss, yeah, because you suck. The Sahagan speech is gonna go see now. Obtain a silver beast coin. Exit Norg. Speak to Las Rain behind the 2 shopkeepers at Norg, age 7. Okay, Las Rain. Yes, I remember now. Las Rain. Okay, so exit north and head to the spot. Here, examine the door.
Didn't
Oops,
feel like
wrong one.
I just chalk it up to experience and walk it off.
Usually in a rap battle, you don't want to seem weak, so you don't really want to be saying things about potentially losing or how you take a loss with grace. That's the number one thing that you probably wouldn't want to go over, and that's so far the only topic she's been able to make any rhymes out of. Loss like a boss, walk it off, I guess. Like, why would you be, that's not, you're not taking shots at your opponent anymore, you're taking shots at yourself. And you say how easy it is for anyone to beat you up. Why are you saying these things? What's happening? What is going on here? It's just such an interesting strategy I can't fully comprehend. It's like if I ran into a rap battle, it's like, you want to beat my ass? Why not eat my ass? I might lose this battle, but my butt still ate. It's like, what's going on here?
But just to prove to you I don't care if I lose, let's set up a bet so you can eat the biggest plate of tater tots. No, wait, those are my favorite. On second thought, I'll meet you on the seat of the teeter-totters so you can keep their feet on the ground the longest. And And you know me, I stay off the rocks.
Absolute chaos and
You stay off the rocks?
Now she's just challenging
No,
her to
you
a
don't.
tater tot eating competition, or who can keep their who can keep their feet on the ground the longest on a teeter-totter. It's like, what is going on here?
Yeah, I'm an apostle, all about that ghetto gospel. But I can go from docile to hostile in no time at all. Watch me snap you like a popsicle, have you up in the hospital. Nah, fuck that. I'll turn you into a fossil and turn your kid into a foster child.
The one girl in the middle in the audience goes absolutely ballistic for Serenade. I'm guessing they're friends, and like I said, I can't help but appreciate that level of support here, but come on. Maybe someone needs to step in and be like, hey, Serenade, this rap battle thing, it might just not be for you. That's what a good friend would do. Though, admittedly, I am kind of glad that the friend seems to be an enabler that keeps pushing her to do this. This is her third appearance here in the Thunderdome, and I can't even imagine what the first two must have been like, but this one, I think, is something special.
I got a different face for every situation. I'm a triple threat on a daily basis.
That did not rhyme.
Slim Sadie is like White Fang. She's all
You suck.
She ain't into playing games. While Sally, on the other hand, is like a wild Mustang riding off into the wind. I feel myself changing personalities again.
Lord have mercy, can someone just call time? She's been going for 50 minutes, it feels like. God damn, she's about to use her domain expansion, Cringe Purgatory. So she's starting to change personalities again, and she's like busting it wide open for a second. And I don't know why, but I was actually expecting her to be some kind of spiritual medium here for a better rap battler. Like she just gets possessed by the actual spirit of Slim Shady, and then she just goes full 8 Mile on it, and it's beautiful. That's not what happens at all. That's not reality. It only gets worse.
My body is a wonderland. Call me Alice. My name means princess. I'm building this palace. You've been waiting on me all day. Well, I'm here at last. You know the Mad Hatter? Yeah, that's my other alias. I'm slapping you, I'll do laps around you. You be out of breath, and I'll be laughing. I said, fuck slapping you, I'll do laps around you. Whether it's in a pool or on a dance pole. An actual track, rubber, or asphalt. So whatever crap or smack you want to talk and try and pass off as facts, I ain't having it. Because at the end of the day, you're just going to say that I look like an asshole. Get it? I have my back to you when I be passing you, so I look like an asshole? Ah, forget it. You'd never catch my drift, you ratchet bitch.
Wow.
At some point, I think there's a threshold that gets crossed where something becomes so bad it should almost be illegal. You know what I mean? Where if you're this horrible at rap battling, if you step foot in another rap battle, it's some kind of like misdemeanor. Because this is painful. Like actually, I've seen innumerable bad rap battle moments, but for some reason Serenades really strikes a chord deep in my soul that triggers a primal, primitive response of disgust. It's like, oh, this is like actually foul. Like this isn't okay. what I'm listening to right now. And the big problem is it's still not over. We're in the middle of nuclear winter, and it's just it's showing no signs of slowing down. This is still her second round, and I'm accidentally making rhymes now, which I'm not trying to do. Which only goes to show you that it shouldn't be so difficult for her to accidentally say sentences that end up rhyming with each other by complete accident. But yeah, it still boggles my mind thinking about her asshole bars there. You're gonna say I look like an asshole. You get it? Because when I'm passing you, looking back at you with my asshole, screaming achoo, or whatever she said, I already forgot. But how could that have possibly even left her lips? I don't understand. It makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense.
Everybody's getting restless, so I thought I'd start off this round by throwing a question out to the crowd. Who'd y'all rather be stranded on an island with? Me? Or this?
Whoa! It's not. She's not even trying anymore. Hey, who would you? Fuck, it's so stupid. Who would you rather be stranded on an island with, me or her? Come on, where's the applause? Who do you think you are? I am.
I'm a beach Barbie, certified bartender, soon to be lifeguard.
Certified
Meanwhile,
bartender,
this
soon to be
blow-up doll
lifeguard.
would sink you with a single cannonball off of a wharf. Or she might
Off of a
morph into a
wharf?
cannonball and eat you all. Me or her, it's not hard. now I'm in a higher place than you, a higher state of conscience. So if you think you're beating me here tonight, that's fucking nonsense. That's what they call false confidence. You just a baby wannabe Johnson Johnson.
You
The
suck.
fuck does that even mean? A wannabe Johnson & Johnson? That's a corporation. That's not even a person.
Man, this chick is so far gone by. She goes to counseling once a week. She sits down on the couch, you know what they tell her? You need some help. Then they write her a prescription, you know what it says? Bitch, go rip out your tonsils.
What? Suck. You
I had
suck.
the same
Get off the
reaction to that
stage.
girl in the crowd who just couldn't help herself from saying "what" in confusion to that line. Serenade, if I may. The fuck is happening in your brain? What is going on in your noodle? How
If I
did
may.
this happen? Why? What went wrong? What kind of goddamn counselor would say that you need
How
to
did
rip
this
out your
happen?
tonsils? That would be the worst
Why-
advice ever.
why-
No
wrong?
counselor worth their salt would say something like that. You're being ridiculous, Serenade. At least ground this in reality to some
You've
degree.
been examined.
Why are we
Just make
lecturing
it make
this
sense,
white
that's all I'm
girl?
asking.
So it be the best to represent only seems fitting. Not only do I show up to the shows, put on a show, and my best clothes, I put on. So when it comes time for these guys to go to the polls and cast their votes, they take one look at your face and you's going home. Ba-bum-ba-bum! Oh!
It's like watching your aunt find absinthe and get way too drunk at Thanksgiving. Like she's going around going, oh, or whatever. It's just too much. You're doing too much, Serenade, and at the same time doing nothing at all. It's peculiar.
It's
But
peculiar.
I'm happy to have witnessed it. Like I feel stronger for having been exposed to it, if that makes sense. Now I'll spoil the surprise. SKB won this. Shocking, I know. It was a nail biter. So Serenade 0-3, but I think she's got a bright future in the rap game. I've got an eye for talent, and I see a lot of potential with Serenade here. She just needs to hone her craft a bit more. Like a fine katana. Sometimes you just gotta fold the steel a couple thousand more times to get that perfect edge. And I
Your
think she's
skill
on the
has
cusp of it.
increased.
What a wonderful rap battle, and that's really about it. See ya.
Wow, that is a lot of fucking
Your skill
mobs.
has
There's
increased.
no shortage of awful entitled
Why are you standing there
influencers,
doing
but
that?
today I've got a real special goofball to show with all of you. His name is Icy Wyatt, and he was recently arrested for pistol whipping some guy during an incident of road rage, and now the body camera footage has just been released of the arrest, and he seems to be one of the most insufferable people I've ever seen in the content creator sphere. He's a TikTok star, a word used very loosely here. He has about 1 million followers there, but I'm pretty sure like half of that's gotta be bots or legitimate lobotomy victims because he gets no engagement and people just make fun of him there. So I don't know how that number even got so high to begin with. I assume it's just people that like shooting spitballs at him and giving him wedgies online because that's all he seems to be used for, just this little punching bag on
Your skill
TikTok
has
for them to
increased.
make fun of. And he's so proud of that.
This guy got out of his car and pistol with me with a gun.
The calls continued to filter in.
Yeah, there's a guy driving around in a pink Mercedes. He almost just hit a lady with pushing a little stroller with some kids in the shopping center.
This fairy tale unfolds in the beautiful land of dreams that's near and dear to my heart, Florida. Florida's done it again with yet another banger. I'm sure you all just expected by default that this happened in Florida, and you're correct in that assumption. It did. Now, on the day of the road rage, a ton of 911 calls flooded in because there was a pink SUV that was driving recklessly, almost hitting a woman and her children, and eventually culminating with him hitting another man with the gun that he was waving around like it was some kind of fucking toy. Now, there is a video that exists showing him driving recklessly in this parking lot, though it cuts off before any of the pistol whipping stuff, but you can at least see the way that he handles his little clown mobile here. He drives like he's in GTA Online, but is also lagging. He is a shit driver. He almost wrecks, and he does almost hit someone in this video.
A video. This was after he
After he hit him?
Yes. He was chasing them inside the parking lot like a crazy.
You suck at driving. You're so bad at this. The
Good
fuck are
shit,
you
Icy
doing?
Wyatt. You just graduate from doofus school as valedictorian, you fucking idiot. Absolute piece of shit. Apparently, him and that truck had recently got into a bit of a tiff on the road where Icy Wyatt was accusing him of brake checking him because he recognized Icy Wyatt's car and wanted his attention. This guy is so fucking delusional that he thinks everyone in the world knows who he is because he's like the second coming of Christ. So he thought he got cut off and brake checked by that truck because it was a fan trying to get his attention. And eventually it ended up with this situation you just saw, and then it led further into Icy Wyatt pulling out a gun, threatening him, and then eventually just hitting him with the gun.
Hey, put the car in park. Put the car in park. Let's go. Put it in park. All right. Put both your hands out the window. Put your hands out the window. Put both of your hands out the window, kid. We're not fucking with you.
I don't know who I am.
Nope.
It's almost impressive how unlikable Wyatt is. He chose the one sentence that'll immediately make everyone in the world hate you. The cops are confronting him and he's like, you guys don't know who I am? I have 1 million followers on TikTok. That means I'm above the law. Put the guns down, guys. It's not a big deal. I can pistol whip whoever I want. I'm a TikTok superstar. You guys... Oh, you must want autographs. Okay, I get it. Sorry. Wyatt is clearly suffering from terminal clout hunger. There is no cure. He's become delusional. He's in the final stages of it. He can no longer separate reality from fiction. He is trapped in this delusion, this fantasy land, where 1 million followers on TikTok means the whole world knows who you are. He holds himself up like he's Jesus Christ because he has 1 million followers, and the laws don't apply to him anymore. He's achieved a level that normal mortals can't get to because he has a small TikTok audience. 1 million followers is a ton, but his actual core audience is not 1 million. Like I said, nobody engages with this guy unless they're throwing tomatoes at him and booing him. It's like that episode of SpongeBob where the guy in the crowd goes, "Oh, brother, this guy stinks." That's Wyatt's whole life. What's up? You come up here to make fun of Icy Wyatt too? Hmm? I know, he's pathetic. I know.
Take your seatbelt off and get out of the car. Do it now.
Do it now.
Take your seatbelt off and get out of the car.
You
Though
idiot.
Wyatt denies he has a gun in his vehicle, several witnesses allege that they saw him with one.
Where's his keys? This thing got keys or a fob?
Wyatt's lecturing the police like he's the substitute teacher in a rowdy classroom. Show some respect. I'm a TikTok star. Please, have some decency. I'm above you. It is infuriating. Everything Wyatt says is like the worst dialogue options in a video game that make you hate the fucking character you're playing as. He is actually finding all of the worst possible responses that would make even his biggest fans hate him. It's so impressive. It is a speed run for the most unlikable TikTok star ever. So, he wasn't really cooperating with the officers. They do eventually tackle him. They get him with like a fucking Goldberg spear. And it was pretty satisfying to watch, I'm not gonna lie, because this guy's a fucking douchebag and deserved it. So I think that busted up his nose a little bit, which is why you'll see him with a bloody nose. And then he apparently denied having a gun, despite so many witnesses saying he did. And he eventually just gave them permission to search the car, and they immediately found the gun. It wasn't even a difficult scavenger hunt. The Easter Bunny would be disappointed. He did not hide the eggs well here. They found the gun the second they got to the car, basically.
Have something else to say about the incident.
I don't hit nobody.
Well, they're saying otherwise, and they described the gun and everything, and there was somebody else
So
that
my
was
girlfriend
watching.
can't be a witness too.
Was she with you?
Yes. I pulled the gun out to show them through the window.
You look fucking crazy. Face tattoos and all that stupid shit.
Crazy people in a truck
Fucking stupid, crazy asshole.
because they attacked him. Okay. So what are you trying to do so for? Just like defend the hillbillies who got punched in the face with a gun?
Well, if they got pistol whipped with a gun, then they're victims.
His girlfriend heroically arrives at the scene. It's the fourth quarter. Icy Wyatt's down by quite a bit, but now his girlfriend is here to really help win the game for him. Except she's playing for the other team. She comes here and immediately confirms that Icy Whiny Wyatt was lying once again. Fucking weasel. She immediately validates the claims of the pistol whipping happening. She confirms that Wyatt did in fact hit them with his gun, something that Wyatt is denying having happened at all. She swooped in here and offered key evidence against her boyfriend Wyatt here. It was fucking poetic justice. She came in here and just told the truth, which is a real thorn in the side to Wyatt. Pistol whipping is no joke. That shit can be fatal. Like, that is very dangerous. But luckily for the victims of the assault here, Wyatt's got some wet noodles for arms. He's got the scrawniest little arms I've seen since Slender Man, so he wasn't able to generate enough force to, like, really hurt them, but it was enough to still cause a bit of damage to one of the victims, as I understand it. Now, his girlfriend does say that that truck was, like, speeding around them, so that's the attack she's referring to, I believe.
He's a victim of being attacked while driving. They were speeding in front of him. So you guys not are aware of, like, the full story?
We heard that there was some kind of a road rage incident that started it.
That's not really an attack, though. This isn't Twisted Metal. They didn't speed in front of him and start throwing troops and homing missiles at the background fucking torpedoes. It sounds like it was an instance of them maybe cutting him off or speeding around him, and he took it personally and got really offended, and then went way, way, way hog wild with the whole thing, following them into that parking lot, getting reckless and crazy, hitting them with the gun, all that shit.
You can't take my phone.
Actually, by law, they are allowed.
They are allowed. Yeah, they'll take your phone.
You can't take my phone. This is my possession. So
My possession. Yeah, well, yeah. I'm gonna talk on the phone with my lawyer all the way downtown, and you know, when we get down there, I'll play cell phone games in the intake cell. Where, you know, when I'm in prison, I'll just play Hearthstone in prison.
Unfortunately, that was going too far for Wyatt. The good boy was about to go bad. He never envisioned a world without his phone in the palm of his hands.
Oh no!
So when they
what am I
took his
gonna
phone,
do?
he was fucking flabbergasted.
He was like,
and
wow.
now he's got a chip on his shoulder. He gets real unpleasant and even more obnoxious and annoying.
You don't see any problem with this. You don't see the problem that somebody with a bright pink car who is famous online gets
Famous online.
on the freeways all the time, and that's why I carry a gun. That is you said legal was in Florida.
It is legal in Florida to have a gun in your car. There's nothing
So
illegal
where
about
can
that.
you prove, show me the video proof where I hit him with a gun?
There is video proof of the reckless driving and nearly
Oh
hitting
no!
people in the parking lot.
Oh
And
no!
the victim who got pistol
No.
whipped
Okay, there we go.
showed
I was like,
the
what?
injuries,
Okay.
And his girlfriend also confirmed the pistol whipping. So I'd say there's a high level of confidence behind the pistol whipping being the real story, and Wyatt being full of shit, just a load of dirty barnacles. It's almost impossible not to laugh at Wyatt. In fact, after Wyatt got even more rowdy and rambunctious and insulting the officers, starting to kick them and shit, they started making fun of him too. They started calling him Joe Exotic. And when they were bringing him into the police station, they said, "Welcome, Tiger King." And that gave me a hearty giggle. I actually thought that was a pretty good one. Wyatt is just a fucking clown. So his statement here, he drives a bright pink SUV and people fuck with him all the time on the freeway because he's famous. So they recognize his car and mess with him while he's driving, which is why he carries a gun. How delusional do you have to be? He actually has a mental illness. He has main character syndrome. He believes that since he has a high number of followers on TikTok, everyone in the world knows him, and everyone in the world is out to get him, or, you know, try and get his attention. They're all vying for his attention, and they'll do anything to get it.
Did you guys actually get in an accident? I mean, he's got a big ass, like, knot on the back of his head. No, but there are independent witnesses. So.
Independent witnesses, as opposed to dependent witnesses.
Everybody knows who you are.
Oh yeah, I guess so. Yeah, in that situation, yeah.
This is where I think his delusion is actually kind of dangerous
Spreading.
and scary.
It's like spreading.
So he obviously
his delusion
can't
is
tell the truth
spreading.
under any circumstances. I guess fucking Wonder Woman's lasso of truth would be useless against this guy. I don't know if he's ever been honest about anything ever. Like, all he does is lie. He's full-blown Pinocchio here. He doesn't have 58 million followers. You absolute goober. You have 1 million followers on TikTok, which is your only platform.
He's full-blown Pinocchio.
Very odd thing to lie about. But then it gets into what I consider a very scary territory.
This is
where
quite
he's
funny.
talking about how people make shit up about him all the time because he's so famous. everyone on TikTok and Instagram has seen his face before. The dude must be trapped in like a perpetual genjutsu, straight out of Naruto. He is in a paranoid delusion.
Chest, but...
Not everyone in the world knows who he is, and not everyone is out to get him. Holy shit.
I said you don't know that this guy knows who you are.
Oh, he so did.
Oh, did he say something?
When somebody swerving into my lane, brake checking me, wanting me to stop, wanting me to race my car, coming out the car, I know that's a fan.
One other thing that he's done multiple times throughout the conversation, and does many more throughout the conversations going forward, is he calls her baby girl. It's like making my skin crawl. It's so fucking cringe. He'll call her baby girl.
Oh, that's it, huh? Okay.
It's really creepy. But I mean, clearly he is mentally unwell. Someone swerving into your lane is not a fan trying to get your attention. Holy shit.
Nobody tased you, though. You didn't get tased. Okay, I am not gonna tase you. I'm just saying you didn't get tased. You just said so.
I actually think there's a good chance he's on drugs right now. He starts rambling about absolutely nothing, like tasing from out of nowhere. And then she's like, well, you didn't get tased and we're not gonna tase you. And then he took that like as a threat. So then he makes a threat back saying that if she tased him, he'd fuck her up and go to jail for the rest of his life. A, I don't think you could fuck up anyone. You would probably lose in a fight to an inflatable, wacky, arm-flailing tube man. You are not built for fighting. You would get your ass beat. You would get turned inside out. I don't know why he's threatening physical violence against this woman. And I don't know how stupid you have to be to threaten physical violence against a police
female
officer
cop.
Too.
Yeah.
She was very, very patient.
She was very
with this
nice
guy
to you. She
because
was very nice
just
to you.
brushed it off and laughed at him. I guess because he is so pathetic, all you can really do is laugh at someone that's this embarrassing of a person. But goddamn, like he is so fucking dumb, it's unreal.
You're dumb, girl. Am I? You definitely might want to try Molly.
Oh, right. I died, and I have to go back through the silver door, and I can't.
This is what I'm talking about when he just goes off on these weird fucking tangents saying that she needs to do Molly so she can shut the fuck up.
What?
Like, what are you talking about, man? Like, I don't even think he's in the same dimension that the rest of the planet is in. He is all over the place. I really do think that the entire day he spent in, like, some kind of fucking meth-induced haze or some shit. He is actually just all over the place.
Why are you going?
Let me see you do it first then.
What?
You're not about to take $30,000, $40,000 worth of jewelry without me knowing exactly where it's going.
Come on now. I don't.
You bitched to me the whole entire time in the car.
So nice to you.
No.
Things really popped off when they told him that he can't really take the jewelry into jail with him, so he put up a big fuss. He eventually started kicking the officers, and now he's facing a lot of charges. I think he goes to trial next month, so I'm really curious to see how that plays out, because for some reason he seems to believe that he's in the right, so he started threatening lawsuits against the officers after he was kicking them and shit. So very goofy situation here, very goofy guy, and I just had to talk about this. What an insufferable little asshole. So yeah, that's Icy Wyatt for you. Someone I'm sure none of you have ever heard of before and will most likely forget about very quickly, because he's just a forgettable little worm of a person. That's really about it. See ya.
There is no judge as relentless as the internet. No matter who you are, it will eventually come for you, and no misdeed will be forgotten. Some people know better than to put their personal lives on
Here's Turkey Tom with Sky Does Minecraft. Disappointed everyone. Thank
display
you for
and keep a degree of privacy, while others don't really have a choice. Adam Dahlberg, also known as Sky Does Minecraft, and a dozen other aliases, relinquished his privacy through the things he allegedly did to his ex-girlfriends, his employees, and himself. But there are aspects of this case undercovered by YouTube commentary channels. Where did Sky go after the allegations came out? What are the bizarre videos on his channel that make him seem like he's on drugs? Today, Toastify and I are going to go deep into how far Sky Does Minecraft fell from grace. If it weren't for the catastrophic ending Sky's story got, he would probably be one of the most inspiring content creator origin stories, hands down. From being overweight and depressed in the late 2000s to starting a channel dedicated to playing RuneScape, which, though not very successful, helped him and a few like-minded people online who had a passion for making gaming videos. As his life tentatively improved and he'd shed a lot of weight, those same friends he made on the platform were pivoting to a new game, and Sky followed suit, not knowing said game was Minecraft, which would go on to be the rising tide that raised all ships, including his own channel. By February 2013, Sky's Minecraft hit 1 million subs and was making over 15 grand a month, placing Sky in a position he was not at all prepared to be in. His immediate reaction was to stick to his guns and continue relying heavily on his friends for his content, collaborating with them very often to make these theatrical videos wherein they would have a story play out. Eventually, these collaborations crystallized into a group called Team Crafted, with whom Sky moved into a house so that they could all do IRL content with each other. To be honest, this is kind of a trailblazer idea, because content houses were all the rage just a little while after. At this point in time, Sky was a part of the YouTube elite. One of the biggest trademarks he left in his wake was the butter phenomenon, in which kids around that time who were also getting into Minecraft were miming one of the memes from his channel, which was to refer to the in-game gold as butter. It's kind of cringe to think about it now, but one of the best metrics of success is whether kids are annoyingly repeating your catchphrases to one another, and that was certainly a metric in which Sky excelled.
His success wasn't limited to the confines of the online world either, as he received some degree of mainstream recognition, eventually even participating in a Lady Gaga video. However, the success that Sky enjoyed was very short-lived, since as early as June 2013, his girlfriend at the time, Dawn, broke up with him just 4 months after their engagement. He eventually admitted he had to pay her $25,000 and a car to get her to stay the last few months for the purposes of making content. And speaking of content, things on that end were also pretty shaky, as the IRL content that Sky and Team Crafted expected to be putting out wasn't coming together whatsoever. The content very quickly was trailing off, and everyone was realizing this was unsustainable as a business model. Conflict very quickly came to a head when one member, Seto, was kicked out for basically being unwilling to show his face and participate fully in the IRL content. Another member, Tai, stood against this and was also excluded.
While the haze of the gaming YouTube golden age was a hard one to see through, it became clear that Sky was a much less amiable person than he appeared to be, and was willing to drop others without hesitation, despite them supposedly being friends. In March 2014, Sky left, citing no reason for his departure, which raised many eyebrows. This is where one of the major chess pieces that would eventually culminate in Sky's total undoing would enter the scene: Alessa. Growing increasingly friendless, Sky decided to reach out to his crush from school, obviously now being in a much more favorable position to impress her than he was during his school years. Alessa replied, informing him that she'd recently broken up with her boyfriend, and without missing a beat, Sky invited her over to the Team Crafted house, no less, which was now vacant, and the two started dating.
After attempting to become a variety channel as Minecraft's popularity dwindled and he lost interest in the game, he and Alessa had a child, Mason. Despite the catastrophic failure of Team Crafted, Sky still held his ambitions to become a diversified media company and decided to start Sky Media, which would end up being an even bigger blunder than Team Crafted. As he selected whom he'd hire for Sky Media, he deliberately chose not to hire a former freaking collaborator of his known as Bashaverse, over the fact that Basha had been, as far as I understand it, convicted of an unlawful transaction with a minor under 16, which, as defined by law, means to encourage, assist, or coerce a minor into an illegal activity, which is unspecified in his conviction, and it's its own can of worms I don't want to tackle right now. Though it's safe to say that this information being leaked was one of the primary triggers for Basha's ultimate downfall.
I just wanted to leave my fucking room, and I was in for years, and I finally did, and you won't leave me alone! Ah! I'm tired of it!
Very quickly, the company's operations began devolving. According to one of the former members, individual members of Sky Media weren't allowed to run their own channels and had to sell them to Sky, who consequently had the right to do whatever he wanted with them, including retooling people's entire online presence to represent other people, erasing any trace of the original account owner. The person who alleged this, Ross, was also close friends with the editors, and after a tweet was made by one of them criticizing other famous YouTubers, Sky interpreted it as a subliminal insult directed at him. Eventually, this conflict erupted, causing Ross and the editors to leave, but not before Sky supposedly threatened to bleed them dry in court if they ever spoke out about it. Soon after, another member of the group, Jinbop, was fired from Sky Media after an argument about Super Smash Bros, and a few months later was arrested for grooming a minor, who at the time was somewhere between 14 and 15. Jinbop was in his 20s. Again, this isn't directly connected to Sky, but it's worth mentioning how everything surrounding Sky Media was rapidly going sour in the most extreme ways imaginable. 2016 rolled around, and things went from being rocky to to collapsing at freefall speed. In the latter half of the year, he made a video admitting to having recently spent a week at a mental hospital, being treated for clinical depression and bulimia. Whilst this was purposely kept under wraps, with Sky even directly asking Keemstar not to report on any news regarding the topic, behind the scenes, his relationship with Alessa was crumbling.
He lost the way by sticking his finger down his throat. Wow.
At this point, she'd already...
Okay, in the last, like, 2 weeks, I have walked, like, 20 miles or something? I don't know what it is. 20 miles, something, around there. And, like, every time I walk a mile, I think, like, yeah, it feels good. I deserve this. I did this, you know? Sticking your finger down your fucking throat, you know? I get it, and that's a weakness, and I'm not trying to shame anybody. But I mean, like, come on, man. If you're going to lose the weight, you might as well do it by exercising. Did you think that not eating was going to cause you to lose weight? No. The way the bodies work is you have to burn the energy or it just stays there and makes you fat. So yeah, you could not eat for a while and you're not going to get fatter. But losing weight by not eating? No, you have to actually expend it.
They cheated on him once.
That's not how fat works. So, like, you know, and yeah, and I've lost the weight several times in my life, and it's like, you have to put the work in. There's no eating and bulimia and all this. Yeah, if you're 126 pounds and you're a model and you're on heroin and you don't want to lose, or so you don't want to gain another pound, you might try bulimia, and that might actually work. But I mean, like, that's about the area where it does work. Otherwise, you've just got a weird eating disorder where you stick your finger down your throat now, on top of the obesity. Now you've got on top of the obesity, and now you have a mental disorder too. So it just sort of sucks. Like, I've never thought of bulimia being like the answer. Like, you know, anorexia will make you skinny. Bulimia will not. You have to actually, like, burn the energy. Like, anorexia is all about burning the energy, essentially.
And the two broke up and started having public shouting matches on Twitter. After a 6-week break in early 2017, Sky resumed posting, and in March, even got back together with Alessa, only to break up again soon after, claiming on Twitter she had cheated on him a second time. Eventually, in an interview Adam did with Keemstar, he claimed Alessa had cheated on him with 7 people, 5 of them being other YouTubers, and 2 of them being his friends. You reckon she hopped on the Jim Bob car? On the business side of things, he's recently been offered an 8-figure deal from a corporation to make more Minecraft content on his channel, which is an opportunity very few people have ever been given. However, the money wasn't enough for him to keep his act together and continue working on producing content, and in mid-2017, he made a pivot to becoming a music channel under the name Net Nobody. As you can imagine, his channel's prospects were not looking good, and things were even worse on the personal side of things, since at this point, Adam was no longer
See, I am going to do an album on my channel, and it has been some months since I've done a song, because I've been looking for, like, you know, the right stuff. I think I did actually cut a song recently. Yeah, I think there is a 3rd song on my channel. Yeah, and I will get to 12 or 15 songs, but I don't push it. I just wait for it to come, and I don't think that I'm gonna suddenly be a pop star overnight, because that never ever happens. It happened to, like, Billie Eilish, but I mean, she cut an album first, you know.
See his son due to the adverse relationship he had with Alessa. Eventually, after a lot of struggle, he managed to get partial custody, but by now his kid could hardly recognize him. As it stood, this was a tragic story, but few can imagine its next developments.
Over the course of the next few years, people had mixed feelings for Sky. On the one hand, many still had positive feelings towards him, seeing him as the once huge Minecraft guy who just had his personal life and mental health issues swallow up everything else. Others saw Sky as the architect of his own downfall, not sympathizing with his situation because, after all, he made millions of dollars playing video games, and people thought he should be able to get his act together. As the public reeled in from his public conflict with Alessa and his career as a musician failed, he eventually went back to making gaming and Minecraft videos. But
Why
they
do
continued to dwindle in success.
I find fault with the public more than I do with him, and he probably does too. I suppose most talk show hosts kind of do see it like that. But I don't really understand why his fucking life is the public's business in any way or form. I don't give 2 shits about his girlfriend, even if it did become public and is scandalous and all this. I still don't know why it's the public's business what happened in his personal life. And that's probably how he views it, but that's definitely how I view it. I'm like, I don't know. It still doesn't matter what happened to him, though. That's his business, you know?
Years went by. To be honest, he probably could have turned it around even after all of this if he tried to do something different, but still within the same umbrella. But for whatever reason, for him, it was a binary shtick. He's always music, but still within the same umbrella. But for whatever reason, for him, it was a binary between only doing music and distancing himself completely from his original content, or doing the same old shtick he's always done. For all intents and purposes, his channel, along with every media company he tried running, was dead, with whatever remained being sold off whenever possible, like a carcass being picked apart by vultures. For 4 years, his online presence quietly languished until the time came for it to no longer do so quietly. Following his separation from Alessa, Adam dated another girl named Elizabeth, and unlike Alessa, Adam tried to keep her away from the spotlight. A common line of thinking regarding not just Adam and Alessa's relationship, but online relationships in general, is that part of the reason for their downfall is precisely how exposed they are to the public, with the partners potentially being swayed by their opinions. However, there's another side to this coin. Sometimes being exposed to the public is actually keeping things from becoming much worse, as one of the parties in the relationship would behave a lot worse if they knew they wouldn't be held accountable by an audience. If Elizabeth's words are to be trusted, this was definitely the case. In early 2022, she took to Twitter to speak at length about her experience with Adam. This has been covered before, given it took place all the way back in 2022, but there are a few things in this whole story that contextualize all of the allegations surrounding Adam's name. Right now, I think it's important for me to disclaim that the following part of this video is composed mostly of allegations that I'm simply documenting, and that they get pretty dark in tone, so if you're sensitive to abuse-related topics, beware. The first tweet in the series was a link to an iCloud document in which Elizabeth went in depth about their relationship. She begins by saying she spent thousands of dollars to come live with him, despite him obviously being someone who, at least was supposed to be, financially well off. As for Elizabeth, Adam claims that his only mental health issues were that he was bipolar and potentially on the spectrum, which she proceeded to claim was a lie. As previously mentioned, there was an active push to keep her and their child, because yes, Adam had a second child with Elizabeth, under wraps. And allegedly not for any noble reason, but because he wanted to have complete power over the narrative over the relationship in case things ever went sour the same way they did with Alessa. Elizabeth said that Adam pressured her into having that baby, claiming he said things like, "Please, please, I want another kid. I have the money. I want another kid because Alessa keeps me from being the father I dream of." Regardless of her intense resistance to Adam's push to beget a child, she eventually gave in. However, when she informed him that she was pregnant, his reaction was to express a mild contentment. Bringing Adam's allegations that Alessa had cheated on him multiple times back into the light, Elizabeth said, "Throughout our relationship, you were always on your phone, always hiding messages, having separate texting apps and deleting conversations. You tried to pressure me into letting you be poly with your friend, and degraded me when I told you it's not my thing and I'm not comfortable with that. You just like cheating. You like feeling better than everyone else, and you want people to do whatever you say. You not only cheated on me, but you did it several times before I even moved in with you. I found all the conversations, all the emails, everything that showed I was just a trophy to you, just an object on the shelf." There was a very radical shift in gears that made it very difficult for the people who pitied Adam for his situation and still saw Alessa as the villain of their story. Another of his alleged egregious acts was an offer he made of paying Elizabeth $100 grand so that she would give him their child, despite him no longer having that kind of money at hand for a long time. Concerning his financial situation, Elizabeth added that the aforementioned money that Adam was offered by corporations in actuality never completely materialized. You see, they must have been on some kind of payment plan for him to get paid as he did the work he was supposed to, but instead of producing the content, he just spent it on drugs, leaving Elizabeth to scramble for money to pay bills and keep food in their house, all the while being mistreated. For every one of these greater misdeeds of his, there were a number of smaller examples. According to her, he would throw away the food she made him, make her move a 200-pound washing machine while pregnant, repeatedly tell her to get ready for a date night, but then change plans at the last hour and invite his friends over. Some of this is small stuff, and some of it is relatively trivial, but at the time at least, the fans really believed this. Another pattern that manifests through her account is that despite struggling with mental health issues himself and expecting people to have understanding with him, he'd have no patience with her whenever she was the one having an anxiety attack. This video was brought to you by G Fuel, the world's leading energy drink brand. They sell these little tubs of powder that you can mix with water and then just get going. It's that easy. It's got an amazing taste. It's clean, caffeinated energy that will keep you laser focused while watching skibbity toilet videos all day. And there are 40 servings of this stuff in every single tub, so it's a lot of bang for your buck. And right now for March is G Fuel Madness, where you can buy one tub and get another one absolutely free. They just sent me this Naruto Sage Mode G Fuel, which is excellent. And I've also got my personal favorite here, Blue Ice, which is just a great flavor. Mixes with water really well, and once again, it tastes great. And the best part about it is there's no crash or jitters after I drink it. Don't be a loser. Buy G Fuel today with my link in the description below and in the top comment, so you can get the best powdered energy on the market, and so they keep giving me money. I like that a lot. Thanks for watching. Back to the video.
Notwithstanding, Elizabeth says he not only kept doing hard drugs, despite knowing that they would interfere with his mental health and potentially make him permanently psychotic, but actively pushed for all of his friends to also do them. All of this while sharing a house with a woman who's pregnant with his child, mind you. He refused to stop smoking in the house, claiming it was his and he could do whatever he wanted. When the topic was Alessa, Elizabeth revealed that the whole campaign Adam did to get custody of his son, which included going on Drama Alert and screaming and crying about how much he wanted his son back, was, to put it bluntly, a sham. Elizabeth explained that Adam had her and his mom take care of Mason and bring him back and forth on visits, whilst he did next to nothing. Alessa, contrary to what many believed, was described as an amazing mother and the unsung hero of their public spat. Despite how bad things already are by now, Adam's alleged misdeeds extend far beyond being an abusive boyfriend or a negligent father. On the second page of a document, Elizabeth wrote, "You also have assaulted and sexually harassed several women, even paid them off with hundreds of thousands of dollars just to protect your perfect little image. You paid a girl to keep quiet years ago because you almost got her pregnant and you didn't care. You sent nudes to young girls. You were extremely unfaithful. As soon as I left, you got with my best friend, who I considered to be like a sister. Over the years, you failed to acknowledge how you'd pay young girls money for their time and attention. Cheating is gross. Alessa loved you, and you would cheat, manipulate, and lie when she'd defend herself. Alessa tried so much to help you. All your girlfriends did. You didn't care. You tried cheating on me with an AI Twitter account. You would tell me how she is the only one that understands you. You would wake people up in the middle of the night to talk about this AI." The next thing she zeroed in on was the consequences of Adam's drug abuse. She describes him as acting possessed and doing spiritual talk, even calling it speaking in tongues at one point, which made her very concerned he was becoming psychotic, which was a definite possibility since Adam's psychiatrist had told him years prior that even smoking weed had a significant risk of psychosis for him. Eventually, his sleeping and eating patterns became more erratic, and his demeanor towards her got increasingly aggressive, with Adam being verbally abusive, breaking things around the house, scattering food over the counter and floors, and though I don't quite get this one, jumping in and out of windows. Does she mean leaping through the glass and breaking in the process, or just jumping through open windows? Either way, very psychotic behavior. In one instance, Adam is alleged to have locked their dog Albert in the kennel, screaming at him, feeding him candy and Gatorade, and for whatever reason, calling him Elon Musk. This may be weird or even funny at first glance, but a very common expression of being severely deranged is randomly bringing up celebrities or historical personalities into your personal life. However, it gets a lot worse. Adam would let Albert outside when it was freezing cold, causing the dog to get lost and nearly freeze to death. Apparently, he did this multiple times. Once, whilst he got manic at Elizabeth, the dog bit him, and Adam's reaction was to drag the animal around by its neck. Apparently, he had a habit of doing this, even surrounding him with mirrors in the kennel at one time because he was nervous, presumably to further disturb the dog. Elizabeth also said that Adam would deliberately clog all the drains, forcing her to have to go to the store to use the bathroom during her pregnancy, which obviously, being pregnant, made her have to go to the bathroom much more often than normal. Adam wouldn't let her shower, eat, or sleep
this
by
is so he
blasting
could do
music and
drugs.
doing schizobabble. And the
While she was pregnant, he would oh god. No. Oh, this is the door. This is it. I finally got to where I was trying to get to, I think. Oh, thank God I'm gonna get my scroll. I don't have to worry about stupid ass fucking... Wait, what? Examine the door at H3. Okay. What? Oh, I went the wrong way, didn't I? I did. Oops. Oh god, I have sneak right now, but I don't know. Is it invis? I can't remember. Oh, these stupid fucking quests are so badly designed. Right? I drop down, don't I? I think I do. I don't know. It's scaring me. I think it is, though. Oh god, this wasn't it, was it? Oh no, I might have fucked up pretty bad here. We'll see. I don't know. I hate this place. I've always hated this place. I stay out of this place if I can. G6, right? I don't think this is it, right? Examine the question mark at H3. G... There's a question mark at H3. Maybe I did miss it. I think I missed it. I missed it? No, I didn't miss it. It's on the other map. Oh God. Is that it? No, no. At H3? No, this isn't it. This isn't it. I don't know. I don't know. I fucked up. I think I got lost. I can't stand these stupid quests. They've always been such torture for me. Oh, damn it. Okay, so right now... I'm going back. Oh, I don't know. Just recast. Yeah. Right now, I'm currently... Right now, I'm currently... Yeah, so I go east and then south. Ugh, cast the invis, damn it. East and then south, east and then south, I think, yeah, yep. And then over here, I can go all the way north to where I'm going. Okay, east and then south. Wait, no, I wanted to go south. Okay, so right now I'm at E. Oh yeah, at H8, right? At H8. Yep, you drop down and you go north. Oh, I hate these quests so much. It's so stupid. Okay, and I just follow this for a really long time. And it will take me to where I need to go. I got it, I think, which is good. Yep, just gonna try and play this video.
Was often exposed to the elements as he'd leave doors open during blizzards. Her account adds that he didn't just terrorize people domestically, but also did it online as well. Adam would be constantly spamming Alessa with demands to see his son, whilst Elizabeth would be texting her, informing her Mason would not be safe, since whenever he was upset, Adam would put him at risk in various ways. Adam would also call up Venom and scream nonsense at him, saying how much he hated him. For context, Venom is one of the few YouTubers who came out of the same scene as Adam, but unlike Adam and his peers, he came out relatively unscathed and actually managed to be an extremely successful successful content creator by doing more technical videos on Minecraft. Obviously, Venom's success was deeply resented by Sky, who completely failed to do the same despite initially having a way bigger channel. More signs of clearly psychotic behavior include Adam punching an amethyst he had on the wall, and after the resulting gash on his fist had been bandaged, he would purposely take the bandages off and start rubbing his blood on Elizabeth and all over the walls. It's also mentioned in this section, though it's left unspecified if it actually happened in the same time period, but Elizabeth also claims that Adam elbowed her in the stomach multiple times. After being taken to the hospital to get his hand checked against his wishes, Adam became violent and started screaming and kicking Elizabeth in her stomach, proceeding to fight the staff and yell out the N-word. Adam was subdued by security and spent a week in the hospital, but after returning to his house, his behavior hadn't changed one bit. However, it did change whenever Elizabeth called 911, at which point Adam would act completely normal in front of the police, meaning he wasn't so insane that he was unaware he was being erratic. He could turn it on and off whenever it's convenient for him. There were, at some point, dozens of recordings Elizabeth made of Adam saying he wanted to kill multiple different people, but he forced her to delete them when he found out about it, something that, according to the document, also happened to Alessa. This culminated in Adam getting in her face whilst wielding a knife, and then proceeding to slash one of their roommates' mattresses with it. Unbeknownst to him, whilst this was taking place, Elizabeth was on a call with a police officer, being instructed to act as if she was on a call with someone she knew, so as not to raise any suspicions and attract Adam's attention to her. Once they'd arrived at the scene and Adam noticed there was police presence, he immediately pivoted to pretending he was doing spring cleaning. However, it was very clear to the cops that this was not the case, as the house was in utter shambles, and as they moved in to secure Elizabeth's safety, upon seeing that the officers were talking to her, Adam began getting erratic again, started rambling about God, video games, his son, his rights, and nuclear power to the officer, and was promptly arrested. We'll briefly sidestep the iCloud documents so that we can go over the police reports, which were also made available on the Twitter thread.
Adam was charged with malicious mischief of the 3rd degree, specified as damage to private property since he slashed his roommate's mattress, and a harassment threat. After being involuntarily committed to the hospital, he was still behaving strangely, saying nonsensical things and resisting whenever the officers wanted him to lie down to keep him from running out of his hospital room and attacking the staff, which fortunately never happened. As Adam spent the next few weeks in the hospital, he continued to frequently call Elizabeth, which according to her, brought her to the brink of almost doing something very drastic. And the only thing that stopped her was the fact that she was going to be a mother. However, none of this fazed Adam, who was simply focused on getting out of the hospital as soon as possible. When he did, his behavior resumed, with the added bonus that he began regularly threatening his own well-being to further manipulate Elizabeth into getting whatever he wanted. At a later moment, when Elizabeth was trying to sleep, Adam ran into her room and yanked her out of the bed, at which point she said she felt a tear in the side of her stomach. As soon as he noticed she was screaming out in pain and crying, Adam ran out of the room, almost like a kid after they broke a piece of furniture or something. As a matter of fact, a lot of these behaviors are like a very distorted, psychotic version of things that a kid would do. Something Elizabeth mentions almost immediately when recounting this event is the fact that Adam blew through all of their money on candy and drugs. In the tweets that followed, she attached some images of her PayPal, paying back $6,000 and consequently being over negative $6,000 in the checking. Her prolonged episode of being tormented in Adam's hands apparently came to an end when he told her to call her dad. The thing is, when she did, her dad immediately started driving at 2 a.m. to come get her. According to her, when Adam realized he'd overplayed his hand and made a mistake, he began texting everyone they knew to start spreading a narrative that she was the belligerent one, the same way he did Alessa. Even though they were no longer living together, Elizabeth continued to text him, trying to be supportive, but Adam continued to do the same. 2 months after her departure, she gave birth in a hospital that was under strict instructions to put the hospital in complete lockdown were Adam to show up. Elizabeth was wise enough to prevent Adam from ever being in the same vicinity as their child if he was unmedicated, but since he continued to not take his meds, he never met his own daughter. While he apparently continued to harass her in private and in public, Adam was repeatedly either threatening to do something drastic himself or pretending he'd already done it. Attached to her statements are a few videos, which she gives context for. This one is explained by Elizabeth as Adam asking for the last $200 she had so that he could buy weed and candy. One of the last things said in the document is that there is another unnamed person who has a restraining order against Adam, but we don't get any further info on that. The other images attached to the tweets show Adam randomly referring to Elizabeth, using the N-word, based, talking to this aforementioned other girl when he was still with Elizabeth, along with an image of the slashed mattress, forgetting his daughter's due date and demanding to see her when she was born, endlessly spamming Elizabeth with calls in the middle of the night, threatening his own life again to manipulate her, along with a few recordings of the voice messages he left her.
I don't respect you.
The fact that she has recordings of his voice honestly gives her account a lot more credence than if she only had text message receipts. But still, as I said, I'm documenting these as allegations and not attesting to their credibility. But if there are elements of her story that you think are dubious, there are two more that really solidify Elizabeth's claims. First off, on the very same day, a former collaborator of Sky's, the British YouTuber Gizzy Gaza, also posted about his experience with him, which is also very long, so I'll give it the same treatment I gave Elizabeth's and paraphrase it. He does note right at the beginning that he had no concrete evidence for his claims since most of it took place over Skype, and he couldn't manage to find anything archived. Again, I'll have to let you be the judge of their veracity. In his document, Gizzy retells that he was the originator of the idea to make the Cops and Robbers series, in which they recreated a Halo 3 Forge map to do roleplay, and it blew up and became a landmark of early 2010s Minecraft videos. However, after inviting Adam for the second recording of it, the series got away from Gizzy, and eventually he stopped being invited to them altogether, despite playing a pivotal role in getting it started. This, according to him, was done purposely by Adam, who deliberately misinterpreted Gizzy's
How did
claim
I
to be the
fuck
originator
this
of the
up
map,
this
as if
bad?
he was
It's
saying
so
he did it by
annoying.
himself without the help of Podcrash, the people who built the map under Gizzy's instructions. This permanently made him persona non grata in the Minecraft community. In 2014, Adam actively went around contacting other content creators and told them not to work with Gizzy. Effectively, a boycott coming from one of the most important gaming YouTubers of that era for seemingly no good reason.
128.
Also on the same day, Alessa took
Fucking
to Twitter to
128. I'm
clarify her
dead.
position
I'm dead.
on the erupting news
I
about
can't
Sky,
believe this.
saying,
I can't
the only
believe
time I ever
that.
kept our son away
Come
was when he didn't have an
on.
active parenting plan set up to
Fucking
ensure
gas.
he would
I'm
be back after
level
visitations.
60.
Instead
It's
of
at
waiting
level
for the
36
parenting plan,
mob or
Adam let
something.
Keemstar manipulate
Come
him into having a
on.
breakdown on Drama Alert. To this day, Adam blames me for the Drama Alert thing. Since we're digging up old news, I remember the time Adam wrote a love song for another girl and played it for our coworkers in front of me. My coworkers were like, "Oh, it's so sweet he made a song about you." I had to make it awkward and admit it wasn't about me. Then I got harassed about it for days, saying I embarrassed him in front of his employees and how immature I was being, constantly gaslighting me. And the song was for a girl he was cheating on me with, by the way. He also let her borrow my car without asking. When Dawn, his older ex, and I came together to write an affidavit against him, he bribed her by giving her the pit bull from their relationship in an attempt to quiet her and discredit everything I was saying. Like I said, he uses people and animals for his own gain. Adam likes to call me an abuser for finally retaliating at him physically after he had been chasing me around and cornering me. I lashed out after he screamed in my face that he would do everything in my power to make sure the court sees you as an unfit mother. He wouldn't move, so I grabbed his neck and punched him. And honestly, I regret nothing, and he cannot hold that over my head anymore. The sad part is, when the cops came, I didn't tell them about him physically restraining me or screaming at me. I was scared the public would find out, thus making him lose his job, thus leaving my son with no support as I didn't have a job at the time. I spent my son's first Easter in jail because he wouldn't send money to his parents to help bail me out. I sat there for 5 days. Then he tried to dox me with this information to his millions of followers to get them to mob me. At about 6 months pregnant, Adam took my car keys, my
Why
phone,
were you
my
in
laptop,
jail?
and left me in our house with no food until they came back home at around 11 p.m. The lake house was miles away from any grocery store or restaurant, otherwise I would have walked. And even if I found somewhere to purchase food, I had no money of my own. I was financially held hostage anytime I disagreed with him. Adam isolated me from my friends and family. I had no one to call, and my father was in Mexico. I had no money of my own because Adam was supporting me because I had recently given birth to our son and I wasn't working. And since everyone's been asking, yes, they are also the reason I no longer have access to my old YouTube channel. Later on, Alessa shared a message she allegedly got from Adam's mother, which read, "What is the end result you're looking for here? Adam forced to work a menial job like 7-Eleven or McDonald's? Well, prepare for $25 a month of child support. DSHS will lower the payments to what he'll be able to pay. You'll have to get a job. You destroyed his singing career, now you've wrecked his life and livelihood.
Singing
you accuse him of
career.
the worst crimes via vigilante justice. No defense, no judge, no jury. Just an angry mob who doesn't really know what went on. But I was there for your bad actions as well as his. Grow up and stop using the angry mob to feel better." It's interesting to me that the first thing expressed in her message is the idea of Adam working a regular job and how horrible that would be, trying to make it about the child supports, and willingly ignoring the fact that at this point, Alessa already had a job and was supporting Mason on her own income. While the image we got of Adam's mom from Elizabeth was a more positive one, if this message she sent Alessa is genuine, it may be the case that her motivation for helping Adam's victims out is so that it never gets so bad that Adam does something that lands him in prison, basically cleaning up after him while simultaneously enabling. Of course, this is just speculation based on Alessa and Elizabeth's claims. User Munching Brotato quote tweeted Alessa, saying he was with Adam and Alessa back in 2015 and witnessed him berating her, telling her he would have to delete all of her social media in the middle of a flight. In reply to his post, user Terpy Clouds also attested to having witnessed Adam throwing objects, including ones made out of glass, at Alessa in a hotel room while she was pregnant, causing thousands of dollars worth of damage, and most importantly, endangering his own kid's life in the process. This was back in 2014, and there were pictures from the trip they attached to the tweet. Along with Alessa, Ross, who worked at Sky Media, also made some tweets, revealing that Sky would only let him have his channel back for $100,000, and when Ross refused that generous offer, it made him angry. He also showed some prints of conversations wherein Adam was trying to pressure him into doing things at the office that he didn't agree to.
Another person who came out against Sky was someone named Brian, who mentioned he'd made a tweet longer 2 years prior about some assault situations he had suffered, which included a story about Sky, though he hadn't named him in the original post. The story described him going to Las Vegas and attending a karaoke with Sky, who got very intoxicated and at one point tried to non-consensually kiss him. In his tweets he elaborated, saying, "Back in 2016, Adam called me to tell me that he wanted me to move out to Seattle to become a huge brand new YouTuber, make me the next big thing. Time had passed and I was told I was going to get a call with his manager at the time to talk specifics, but nothing came from it. Then we ended up at PAX South 2017, where I asked Adam at a house party what was going on, and he said he would get me answers next week when he got back. After a week, still nothing. Eventually I started to hear rumors from friends that Adam would talk behind my back, tell people how shit my content was, and that I was someone who was just looking to leech off people, which wasn't true at all. All I wanted was to be Adam's friend. Anytime he's in some sort of funk, I would reach out to him to see how he's doing, and if he needed anything, I was always there for him. Then things started to change when Alessa and Adam broke up. I considered them both friends, but Adam didn't like that I was still friends with Alessa afterward, even though she never did anything bad towards me, and I was just being a good friend to them both. I started to notice that he changed his way with me, and one day I tweeted a subtweet then deleted it, and then he DM'd me about what it was, just because I was friends with Alessa. Brian included a few screenshots of the DMs, mostly consisting of Adam pressing him about the subtweet and saying he doesn't trust Brian because he still followed Alessa. Another similar story to Brian's came from a VTuber named Ender, who moved in with Adam around the same time as Elizabeth. According to Ender, Adam made false promises and put as much pressure as he could on Ender to move in, only for none of them to be fulfilled. Other former associates of Sky were coming out of the woodwork to support them, one of them being Deadlocks, who said in no vague terms that no one actually liked Adam as much as they feared him, and that he lost 99% of his friends through his career because of the way he behaved. The aforementioned Munching Brotato also shared that Adam bullied him out of the platform, and after enough time passed since it had happened and Brotato thought it was safe to come back, Adam immediately noticed and released private DMs between them, calling on his legion of fans to antagonize him. Seto Sorcerer suggested that Adam had something to do with his departure from YouTube in 2014. Battlesword added that Adam would lie, manipulate, cheat, and emotionally destroy anyone who wasn't perfect to him. A user named Z showed DMs between themselves and Adam wherein he could be seen threatening himself. Tim.tv alleged that when the Jimbop situation was still ongoing, he brought it up to Adam, who told him to mind his own business and edit. Misssan corroborated this by saying that when Jin was arrested, Adam told everyone not to say anything about it so that he could play dumb about it. Later on, Misssan also dropped a statement, revealing that he regularly worked 15 hours a day for Sky, and once he quit, he instantly started tweeting out a bunch of lies about him, vilifying him and resulting in Sky's fans following suit and harassing Misssan, which culminated in him distancing himself from creating content and just becoming an editor for somebody else. The insane work hours aren't just Misssan's claims either. Another user by the name of Sub also relayed that he was working not 15 but 20 hours a day when he was just 15 years old, 6 videos and 6 thumbnails per day, plus 2 animation videos a month, and being so devoted to his work under Sky that he convinced his parents to potentially relocate so that he could continue working. However, after a while of Sub basically running Sky's channel, he was unceremoniously let go, which absolutely crushed him. Fortunately, he quickly came to realize this was a blessing in disguise, as his working conditions were absolutely exploitative, especially since, if I'm understanding this correctly, Sky was telling him he couldn't afford to pay him, despite raking in millions on his main channel at the time. A very similar story came from someone named Queen Cat, who reported being 13 to 14 years old when they were editing the Do Not Laugh videos for Adam, again for no pay at all. Sky's way of repaying their labor was to promise to put their names in the description, which is already pathetic in and of itself, but even then, he wasn't able to fulfill his promise. After repeatedly complaining to Sky about it, he replied that he would shout their name out in another video, which again never happened. A lot like Substory, it crushed them to see their work, which they were only able to do by sacrificing time in school and with their friends, going completely without meaningful credit. A day after Elizabeth's original tweet, Venom came out on Twitter to share his own experience with him. This wasn't a stranger or an ex-girlfriend, but someone who'd worked with him at a point in time, giving a lot of weight to his words. In his Pastebin post titled, "Adam doesn't deserve our forgiveness, but I still hope he tries to earn it," he said,
"I want to preface this by saying that ever since 2013, I've been kept just outside of arm's reach of Adam, so I was spared from much of what you may have heard from others. I've known Adam, also known as Sky Does Minecraft, also known as Net Nobody, since 2009, prior to the creation of the Sky Does Minecraft channel. I was there when Adam was trying to get his channel off the ground, and I coached him a lot throughout 2012, which is when the Sky Does Minecraft channel initially blew up. I met Sky when he contacted me, joking about a RuneScape video I had made. I can't say we were the closest of friends, but we communicated often all the way through through 2012. Myself and Caveman Films even did a fundraiser livestream for him in 2011, link below, so he could buy a new PC, which he ultimately did, and that allowed him to start his Sky Does Minecraft career. I would be lying if I said I hadn't felt at least a little bit of guilt and feeling like I had ever helped Adam, like this may have never happened. In the weeks leading up to his channel blowing up, he would often ask me to record with him as it was something we enjoyed. By this point, I had somewhere in the neighborhood of 500,000 subscribers. As time went on, he would ask to record with me a lot because he enjoyed it, and I enjoyed it. I was a hard ass on him about his repeated requests in early July of 2012 because he began asking me to record a little too much. At the end of the day, part of my motivation for being a hard ass was to motivate him. By the time the middle of July had rolled around, he did just that, and we recorded Minecraft Tennis. I firmly believe Adam would have blown up without my assistance at this point, but Adam definitely blew up a lot following the release of this video. And I mean a lot. He went from tens of thousands of views per day to the high hundreds of thousands. I have archived Skype screenshots from 2012 that I looked at yesterday that showed just how excited Sky was. Sky saw nearly overnight success. Some of you may know, earned income on YouTube isn't paid until 30 to 60 days following the end of that month. So while Sky did see overnight success, he did not get any money for it for a few months. I firmly believe that July through August of 2012 were the absolute happiest I ever saw Adam. Within my PAX 2012 Day 1 video, link below, you can see an entirely different looking Adam, who looks so full of life and so ready to just take on the world. He had found success, but money had not yet corrupted him. My memory after PAX 2012 is hazy, but I do remember the first time our friendship became strained was when he organized and did not invite me to Survival Games 5, the video for which is linked below. Considering that I won the first 3, and considering how good of friends we were prior to this time, something
I don't
seemed
remember
up.
this at
Now,
all.
I want to make clear that this is water under the bridge. I forgave this a long time ago. The reason I bring this up is this is when I began to always be greater than an arm's distance away from Adam, which is why I feel I was spared. In the years following, I heard I was in discussions to be invited into Team Crafted, but later heard Adam struck down that idea. Again, it seems I was spared. The last time I can ever recall seeing him in person was when he was working at Sky Media and we had lunch together. Fast forward to sometime into and after 2018, I began to see just how far Adam had fallen. I need to be extremely careful not to disclose specifics, but Adam called me as a friend to discuss the delusional ideas that he was completely enthralled with. At some point in 2019 or 2020, I had gotten a few calls from Adam wherein he was clearly not in a good state of mind. His home was an absolute wreck and he was frequently in some kind of psychotic state. I can confidently say that I was scared during these calls. I was scared that I would be the trigger for him to do something bad, even though all I wanted to do was support him and calm him down. Adam has been my friend since 2009. Even if I felt the odds were absolutely stacked against him, I always wanted him to have an epic comeback, find peace, and live happily. But again, because I was kept just outside of arm's reach, I had no idea about the things that were going on that Liz described within her message. All I can confidently say is that me and Liz did speak the one time she mentioned we spoke, and it was very brief. The last time myself and Adam spoke was within the last few months when he borrowed a bit of grocery money from me, which he did 2 or 3 times within the past year. Nothing overly major, as I would have said no to anything I wasn't comfortable with. The last time he borrowed from me though, I told him it was the last time I could help him financially unless he was able to pay it back and have an amazing comeback, whether it be with videos, music, or whatever his life passions were. I just wanted the best for my friend, and I still want the best for my friend. Adam did some truly unforgivable things that other people have shared their stories about, and he's especially done unforgivable things within the past few years, which I believe were directly influenced by him losing the remainder of his earned wealth. I will only consider some kind of forgiveness if he does what I think nobody expects from him at this point and actually strives to fix his life, and then does so and proves to even the harshest of skeptics that he's giving it his all. While Aunt Venom was unable to corroborate many of Elizabeth's more specific claims due to his distance, he was able to confirm one of the most scathing ones, the psychotic phone calls. However, he wouldn't be the last person to follow Elizabeth's lead, as yet another day later, a third person spoke out, identifying themselves as Nick at the end of the twitlonger they made about Adam. It reads as follows. My history with Adam begins in the middle of 2017 after reaching out to members of Team Crafted / Nobody Media in hopes of gaining some experience in the film world while also helping out one of my childhood idols. Until this point, I had not met or seen Adam in the 3 to 4 months I'd been visiting the house members, until one night, I was not supposed to have gone back after the shoot. I left my bag inside Adam's bathroom but was told it would be better to leave it there. The general consensus was that Adam could not see me or he would be very, very upset. Tensions rose as Adam walked down the driveway in a robe and greeted me by name. He handed me his drink and asked if I wanted to sip while gesturing me towards the house. Phil and Jason were immediately worried about me, but I told them he was awesome and had no clue why they tried to protect me for such a nice guy. This is where the manipulation began. 3 months after meeting Adam face to face, he began interacting with me on a mutual level on social media, even inviting me to his birthday party, where I was able to meet almost everyone I grew up watching on the YouTube scene. At this point, he was with a girl named Felicia and spent a lot of time away from LA for business. In 2018, Adam entered a very bad time. I was able to come over less, and when I did, he was in his studio off copious amounts of mushrooms, room hotbox so effectively you were high upon even entering. In 2020, he had asked me to come visit to help him get out of his slump, and I obliged. But I didn't feel all the way safe being alone with him after seeing the way he behaved on Discord, so I took one of my close friends who Adam enjoyed the company of with me. Upon being picked up from the airport, we noticed the state of his house was that of an extremely distressed individual. We stayed for a week, taking him grocery shopping, taking care of the puppy, and handling some of the household chores that had been neglected for some time. Adam began opening up to me about what had happened in the past 2 years and the dark place he had been stuck in for quite some time. He spoke frequently about spiritual adventures where either he was God or possessed some type of power the rest of us didn't. I helped restore the house back to a livable condition before a week came to an end. Adam became a lot more comfortable sharing things I've never heard about him from his private life and expressed wanting me to stay with him longer so we could continue to get better. The week soon came to an end and Adam begged me to stay. Fortunately, the friends that I had brought had to return home and could not do so without me, so we headed back. The month after this, he would call me at random hours of the night, saying extremely cryptic riddles but never explaining what he meant before threatening himself in some fashion, then disappearing for days at a time only to apologize and say he was working. He finally ends up admitting he took what he claims was upwards of 70 grams of shrooms, and that's why he was having such a bad episode. I flew back to Seattle, alone, this time to see Adam and help him with a music video for a song he had shown me. Liz picks me up from the airport and brings me to Adam's house. Liz would soon have to leave, and she and I exchanged info before she headed home. Adam immediately was less tense, and when I asked who she was, he referred to her as some Tinder girl, but I don't ever see her being my girlfriend. The fucked up part being Liz would have already been pregnant at this point. The week continued with me having to take care of Adam as he slipped in and out of reality, often severely injuring himself in the process. He needed me beside him to bathe because he was afraid of drowning. He'd speak like a baby, mumbling nonsense, shower, and walk around with only a blanket, refusing to put clothes on until falling into bed next to me. Yelling at construction workers across the street, calling them Smiths, all the while constructing some master plan to get Mason back. There's no way a child could live there. The house would get worse as I tried to clean it, and I felt myself being pulled further and further into a hole I didn't know the depth of. I finally went home and began to see the events of what was hidden from me unfold, beginning with the birth of Elizabeth's kid. I kept Adam added, and he would reach out randomly throughout the year with strange requests, like to add him on Facebook and work on videos. He's since pretended to move on and try to surround himself with new shields to defend the character he presents now versus the one who disregarded so many of the people he claimed to love. Adam is a lying, manipulative narcissist who should not be in a position of power, and I'd warn against trying to help. No matter how much I want to see the good in him, people need to be aware of what type of man he is. To this day, he will repeat, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it," and threaten himself at the first thought of repercussions for his actions. "I'm sorry, but I can't be responsible for you."
Also on the 24th, a user named Skelly posted another tweet longer, explaining that Adam had been essentially trying to love bomb and manipulate him, only to have him come over and take care of Mason for him while he went to his bedroom. Skelly also corroborated Elizabeth's claims that Adam abused their dog Albert, feeding it things it shouldn't eat, throwing it outside whilst it rained, among other things.
These
According to
TikToker
Skelly,
people
Sky
so
had
crazy?
everyone around him do everything for him, from waking him up to scheduling his activities, contacting business opportunities, and coordinating collaborations for him. Adam would do shrooms every single day, lie about quitting to get things he wanted, tell people about his hallucinations as if they were real and call them stupid if they didn't play along, make non-consensual advances on people around him whilst under the influence, video call people in his underpants or naked, call himself God, demonize anyone who he thought wronged him or are no longer in his life, show people pictures of his semen, guilt trip Skelly into naming his son Adam, and after all of that, never pay him a dime for his work. With all these testimonies coming out in a row, both from people who worked with him and people who were part of his personal life in one way or another, Adam was painted as a pretty calculating abuser, as opposed to the image that the general public had of him, of a guy struggling with mental health who couldn't get a break. Following this close set sequence of allegations, Sky went close to radio silent on these topics, which puzzled a lot of people since some of the claims made, particularly by Elizabeth, crossed well over into criminal territory, and if she was lying, he could easily sue her for defamation. Again, whilst these are just allegations, Elizabeth shared reports from 2 different police officers who reported Adam was not only belligerent, but possessed by manic delusions, so whatever response he could give would have to be extremely good, otherwise it would do nothing but fuel the fire burning on his name at the time. Liz herself posted the DM which Adam sent to Drama Alert, claiming that the allegations were a mix in regards to their veracity, but besides that measly response, nothing really materialized. February went by, then March, April, and nothing of significance came from him besides a page on FameSwap, wherein it appears that Sky had just put his channel up for sale for nearly $1 million, which as far as I can tell never happened. In that same month of April, another of Sky's exes, Dawn, tweeted something in response to the Jay Aubrey video that had recently come out about the allegations. She revealed that all the way back in 2012, before he was as huge as he would soon become, Sky was already abusive, as during play fighting, he put her in a real headlock which didn't allow her to breathe until she was rendered unconscious. After she woke up, Adam expressed that he didn't intend for that to happen, but I don't know how real realistically it's possible to choke someone out on accident, especially when they're clawing and biting at you to stop, as Dawn describes herself doing. Still, nothing from Sky's end. Sky waited for almost a year and a half before speaking about the allegations, and by the time he did, many people had long lost their interest in this case since it was inactive. In July 2023, he took to Twitter to attempt to clear his name, saying, "After 2.5-ish years focusing on my mental health, taking in what everyone said and thinks and trying to process, I just want to say I'm sorry anyone ever felt so negatively of me. I make mistakes, but only ever try to be a good person. After speaking with professionals
No,
who
you
used to
sound
be
like
on
a pretty
me, I
bad
think it's in
person to
everyone's
me.
best interest to let them handle everything in the personal realm
Like-
of life.
like a
That's
really
what
bad,
they've dedicated their
genuinely
lives
bad
to.
person.
After all, I only know my life. I
I'm
have no
sorry.
romance making plans or happy
Way
ending
worse
ideas
than
in my
me.
head with anyone, and I think it's best.
I have never done anything even remotely as bad as the things you've done, and I've been a drug dealer and shit. You have done way worse. You've done way worse things than me. It's weird. Because you're like this successful television person.
Everyone just moves on with their own lives. As has been stated, I was just always an emotional guy trying to help others, make others laugh, and along the way, lost focus. Just as you only know your life in one perspective in that life, I only know mine. I'm not the horrible monster I've been made out to be. It hurts.
I think
and it's
you
a lot of what's
are.
taking time to process. I've laughed, cried,
I think you
put
are. You
emotions and
sound
resources and
horrible to
more
me.
to a lot of the very people describing me as a horrible person over mistakes resolved already, and already in the process of healing. It's just all been very confusing, and I'm not asking for sympathy,
You've
just
been
understanding
mistreating
what's
animals and
continued to go through it
mistreating
all.
women.
I'm not really interested in being Sky anymore
I'm
or
sorry,
a YouTuber,
man.
but rather just a human being, focusing
Fuck
on
you.
improvement, creating things behind the scenes, once in a while telling you what I'm working on, and maybe some music once in a while, as it's therapy to me and my wife. I have been doing okay for those who are interested. I'm married to my wife Wendy, making an album, shooting music videos with her, and have grown past internet drama and things that lower my connections to God and higher frequency, as we get closer to awakening as a species, the end times, the solar flash, etc., whatever you want to call it. I don't focus too much on the
Oh,
internet
you're
anymore due to
relapsing.
spiritual beliefs, but I do know you're all out there who've supported me and just wanted me to get better. I just wanted to say to those of you who wanted me to get back to a space I was at before, I appreciate you, and saw the redemption stories you all wanted from me so much. I'm off drugs, I'm eating healthy, and really alchemically focusing on my mind and my body. Thank you to those of you who just wanted to better me. I saw it. I just personally hit a point of pressure. I never wanted to be some perfect non-human idea of everyone's old hero. Those were confusing and left me in a weird spot of never knowing how to come out and say, guys, I'm just a guy who makes funny videos, employed friends which cause
You got lost in the sauce really fucking bad, because it's like you're a Minecraft streamer. Look at me. I'm like a Rust streamer slash Final Fantasy slash EvE slash like whatever, Fallout 76, Fortnite, whatever the fuck I'm playing, right? Streamer. Now, on my own stream, I might throw drama and I might talk about daddy issues and be all personal and scream and freak out at you, kick you, and all types of stuff. On my stream, I'm like that, right? But in my personal life, I don't mistreat women and beat on dogs. And starve and feed dogs stuff that they shouldn't eat. But you do. And it's weird because it's like, I think a lot of people would say I'm the bad person somehow. It's weird. But I don't know. I don't think I've ever harmed anything. I think you harm people all the time. I think you lie and manipulate and all the things that they say you're doing. And so it's like, I think you are a bad person. You are the bad person that they say you are. It sucks when they're right, because it's very rare.
Emotions to be included, has a booming ass voice and viper tongue, and makes just as many mistakes as you during the process of learning and life. I've been living in acceptance of my bipolar schizophrenia over the last 2 years, and my wife Wendy has helped a lot. But it took a long time for me to understand what was happening to me as it developed over the past 5 years. Thankfully, I'm in a place where I feel comfortable enough to let everyone in again, and hopefully look to the future.
Mushrooms,
I'm
you'll
excited
probably be
to show you the
fine.
things I've been working on behind the scenes. I'm not really interested in talking about anything negative anymore, and to those of you who were there for me during my lowest, thank you.
Again, what we're seeing here is a discrepancy between Adam's self-perception as a regular guy struggling with serious mental health issues and how he's described by third parties as a manic manipulator and abuser. While this tweet sort of explains why he hasn't defended himself from the accusations in any way, because he's not interested in things he considers negative, it doesn't really do anything to clear up what way exactly he isn't the monster he's been painted to be. A couple of months after this statement was posted to Twitter, he posted a video to his channel called Where Have You Been?, wherein he vaguely reiterates some of his statement while wearing religious symbols and then tells people to join a Telegram to stay
Oh, here we go.
updated. A little while after, statement while wearing religious symbols, and then tells people to join a Telegram to stay updated. A little while after, he posted another update to his YouTube where he appeared with his new wife and announced that he was now the COO of Storyfire. If you don't know what Storyfire is, it's basically this YouTube, Twitch alternative platform that was launched a few years ago. It never really went anywhere. And by the way, it was created by McJuggernuggets.
Dad, you're not touching this. You're not. Get away. Put it back. What are you gonna chainsaw me? What are you? Dad!
While Adam doesn't seem psychotic, something still feels off about the things Sky is saying and his presentation. It's almost as if he's holding on to some phantom of himself of early 2010s Minecraft YouTube humor, but in a very decrepit form. Throughout the video, he mentions there's going to be a documentary released covering the last 3 years of his life and that he's been saved by Jesus Christ. Over the course of the following months, he started uploading Minecraft videos again, and I should note, not in a new format that makes an attempt to capitalize on how the platform has changed since 2013, but the exact same way he used to do it 10 years ago. As you can imagine, this wasn't very successful, and the shilling for Storyfire definitely didn't help with popularity, since at this point, Storyfire's public reception was pretty negative after CoffeeZilla, someone who's widely trusted by YouTube audiences, did a video covering a publicity stunt one of its founders, Jesse, did to save his platform from completely dying. After a few attempts at recreating these 2013 Minecraft videos, Sky tried his hand at reacting to the recently released GTA trailer with some of his friends, maybe due to it being trending at the time. That was the penultimate video he uploaded to his YouTube, as his next 3 uploads were Storyfire exclusives, one being an Animal Crossing gameplay, a Lego Fortnite video, and a music video for one of his Net Nobody tracks. Another thing he mentioned along with the documentary was the Net Nobody album he supposedly had been working on that would save the world but never got released. While there's very little activity on the content side of things, he's remained active on Twitter, similarly schizo posting with an occasional normal tweet. More important than his account, in my opinion, is his new wife's, not because of her posts, but because of her bio. Right after Adam's name, she has Skits Asperger, possibly meaning she's schizophrenic and has Asperger's or something, although maybe it's just a joke. I mean, it easily could be. However, soon after, it also mentions she's a mother of 2. If it's true that she has 2 kids, I hope from the bottom of my heart that her and Adam's mental health issues are and continue to be squarely under control. Time will eventually tell whether that's the case or not, but honestly, as even the people who made the post containing the allegations about Adam said, there's no good reason to hope for Adam to get worse. Everyone wants him to improve as a person. Evidence of this is that, even after all that's been said, his comments and replies are full of supportive messages, many of which come from people who actually believe the allegations. At the end of the day, nobody wants to see one of their favorite content creators, one of the people who defined their childhood and defined YouTube in the early 2010s, in a state of doing horrible things to himself and others. The stakes are pretty high here, so we have even more motivation to hope no domestic incident ever happens again. But if it does, you can be sure that I'll be talking about it. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time,
Sure, I'll be talking.
huge shout out to Toastify who helped me out with this video. He's one of the best up and coming commentary channels right now, and if you guys like my stuff, you should 1000% subscribe to him because he's putting out bangers consistently. I think that's all. Leave me alone.
No, don't pop me to that. No, don't do that. I don't want to watch any more Starfield videos. I'm done with that. They keep trying to play more too. There's so many Starfield videos all talking about how it sucks. It's so boring. I guess I'll go back to the drawing board here. Our whole thing ended. Here's more Tom.
I've been invested in the
Dark.
well-understood allegations because I find it interesting. Now,
Thank
in
you.
the
I'd
video
like to
I
sub
already
to your
did,
channel.
you guys probably noted that I had a very neutral tone. And that's for a reason, okay? Now, Twitter didn't quite interpret it that way, and we'll get into that in a minute. But the reason that I had a neutral tone is because, to me, when I don't know people personally, when I'm just seeing something out there in the public eye that, like, I don't really know these people, you know, at all. When I'm seeing something like that, I'm not really inclined to just believe an allegation off the bat with no evidence, right? Allegations are not evidence, contrary to what some people may say. I like to see a little shred of proof. Now, witness testimony is important, and in fact, in a court of law, witness testimony can have an effect on someone's trial. But typically, witness testimony alone is not the only thing that matters. Typically, you need a little more than that. And in the court of public opinion, I like to treat people as innocent until proven guilty. Now, Wilbur Soot didn't do himself any favors. He really didn't. Okay, he didn't. The more I think about it, the more I realize that his response is pretty bad. It's not an admission of guilt, but it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. If he is innocent, he is one of the most retarded innocent people of all time. If he's guilty, then his response actually makes perfect sense. So that's basically your two options, right? That's your two options. Wilbursoot is cooked. He definitely is cooked right now. He's lost, I'd say, his entire audience. And it's, you know, I don't know. It's hard to defend a person who won't even defend themselves. It really is. I mean, Too Mad gave a fucking better defense. Actually, that's not true. That's not true. Rest in peace. Too Mad did not give a better defense. His career is basically over, though. I'd say Wilbursoot's career is over. I guess we'll do a little bit of a recap, because why not, right? Why not? Why not give a recap of what already happened? Signaling the context, squad. Signaling the context, squad. Can I get some context, please? Excuse me, sir. Can I please get some? Can I please get some context? Excuse me, sir. What is the context of this? Oh wait, check these out. Does this make me swag?
I think this makes me swag.
What do you guys think? Does this make me swag? Does this make me more Ohio? I can actually see pretty perfectly out of these. I feel like I'm more Ohio now. I'm feeling pretty Ohioan. I feel like I'm from Ohio. I feel like I'm from maybe Cincinnati or Cleveland, maybe even Akron. All right, so as this excellent tweet from Samuel reads, this excellent tweet from Samuel, always first to the drama, always first to the content, always giving us exactly what we need, okay? Shout out Samuel. Don't get skibbity with it. All right, chat. Let's get skibbity. So baby, cronk me closer in the back skibbity toilet. To truly understand the Wilbursoot allegations, we have to go back to where it all began. Samuel tweets out, allegations have come against Wilbursoot after YouTuber Shovel, ex-partner of Wilbur, spoke about a past partner being abusive towards her. People have jumped to this being about Wilbur due to the violence being described in clips going viral. Thoughts on this?
Needed him to really stop biting so hard. I didn't like it, and I tried telling him over and over again because he wasn't actually trying at all to not hurt me. But he said he would try at first. And then he started saying things like, it was my pain tolerance that was too low, or I'm exaggerating how much it actually hurts. He's not even biting that hard. I'm being dramatic. But his biting escalated to a
People
point
bite me,
where
I tell
I
them to
was
stop.
covered in bruises all over my arms, and they hurt. And he would poke at them for fun. And he
I would
felt
too.
so comfortable
I'm
showing
kidding.
off my bruises that he had caused to our friends. He would even joke that it looked like he abused me. Needed him to really stop biting so hard. I didn't like it, and I tried telling him.
So I think we get the idea here, okay? She's basically saying that Wilbursoot abused her physically by biting her repeatedly, even though she asked him to stop. She says it happened during sex and outside of sex. Apparently this, you know, the guy allegedly is a biter, right? So there's a lot going on here, okay? I covered a lot of this in my first video, but Wilbur ended up responding. Now, make no mistake, the allegation here is both of emotional and physical abuse. Here's what Wilbur said. In the past week, a series of allegations have been made over my conduct from an ex-girlfriend. I want to emphasize that while I feel it fair to offer my perspective, this person's feelings are completely valid. This person's feelings are completely valid. Now, I think a lot of people read this as an admission of guilt. I'm not going to say this is an admission of guilt because of the second part, but this is not something you want to say if you're trying to refute allegations. You don't want to say their feelings are valid. You do not want to say that, okay? That doesn't look good. I've taken my time sharing this statement as I wanted to process and respond respectfully and with the hope to gain a deeper understanding for the situation. During our relationship's final months, I regrettably became slobbish, disrespectful, and selfish. These actions caused a lot of pain to my ex-girlfriend, and I've since sought therapy to address these behaviors. Making significant lifestyle changes to rectify my past actions, I've come to realize how much my past behavior hurt this person, but I truly and passionately believe I've made great strides for the person I once was, and hope I can continue to grow and improve on this trajectory. The allegation of abuse, particularly in the form of biting, deeply shocked me. Throughout our relationship, I understood from our numerous conversations and text message exchanges on the subject that this behavior was consensual, playful, and reciprocally enjoyed. I truly believe those personal exchanges reflect mutual affection and understanding. Out of respect for her, I choose not to publish them, and I emphasize my perspective is not shared to diminish or invalidate anyone's feelings. The fact that he can say this, he can type this on the internet, and he can't put a screenshot is insane. Can you guys agree that it's insane? If he is innocent, this is the most retarded thing you could possibly say. This is so fucking stupid. If he is innocent, this is the worst thing he could have said. But here he says the allegation of abuse is bad, and he says he has proof. He has proof that she's lying, but he doesn't post it. He doesn't post it. Why? I do not know. Why would he even say that and not post it out of respect for her? You're already saying that she lied about the abuse allegation. Like you're already saying that she lied about you being an abuser. You've already disrespected her. Why not post it? And if you believe you're being falsely accused, then why would you not post the goddamn text message, bro? Maybe he's lawyering up. Maybe. But if he is, why even make this post if he's lawyering up? This didn't help. If he was lawyering up, he would say something to the effect of, I'm lawyering up. I'm gonna not talk about this right now. There's gonna be a legal proceeding. That's what he would say. But he didn't say that. He didn't. So I have no impression. I have literally no impression that that's going on. These DMs are Schrodinger's DMs right now. Either they don't exist or they do exist, and for some nebulous reason he won't post them. Whatever the case, he completely destroys himself by not showing that. Have you seen the George Not Found drama? No, I haven't. And if you look at this, I mean, 58,000 likes, 35,000 quote tweets, and 21,000 replies. 21,000 replies, with the top reply being from Dream, who ratioed him. Dream ratioed Wilbur Soot. Dream, the guy who has been at the center of some of the biggest false allegations of last year, thinks this guy is guilty. Now, you can take that two ways. You can take that as, on one hand, Dream is being a hypocrite, okay? He is going along with false allegations when he himself wasn't falsely accused on limited information, right? You can take it that way. Or, for some reason, Dream thinks this guy is guilty. For some reason, Dream is convinced that this guy is guilty, okay? These are the two options. I don't know which one I want to go for, but I don't think this looks good. And I think Dream is smarter. I think Dream is smarter than we give him credit for. And I think that he wouldn't say something like this without good reason. Now, I'm not saying that there's evidence. I'm not saying there's evidence that Dream is falsely accusing this person. I'm not saying that there's enough evidence for me to say that Wilbur Soot is an abuser. So a lot of people are saying rapist, which is not even the allegation, but biter, right? Evil biter. I'm not saying that there's any evidence of that. What I am saying is that for some reason, this massive YouTuber, who just handled his own allegations very well, may I say, said this for some reason. I don't know why, but it reads as weird to me. I feel like there's something missing here that I don't know. I feel like this was like an allegation that privately was floating around behind the scenes for a while, and we're only just finding out about it. That's what my gut is telling me. But at the end of the day, I want more evidence. Okay, I do. Let's actually read what Dream said though. She said she withdrew consent using a safe word, and that you frequently would intentionally bite down harder afterward to the point that she would scream, even isolated from everything else that is clearly abuse. While reading this, I was waiting to see you talk about that issue, to say anything at all, only to finish reading and find out that you didn't acknowledge it once. I really don't understand how you thought this was accountability or an apology or even an informative statement. Well, that's the thing. Wilbur didn't get very specific, did he? He was very nebulous. This did serve as confirmation she was talking about you, which I'm glad to have. Wilbur, you take accountability for being slobbish, disrespectful, and selfish, and it seems those are the things you acknowledge as past problems, while overshadowing the physically abusive actions and claiming to be completely reformed now. You seem to truly think you did nothing abusive, and this statement is built on that foundation. You are being dishonest with yourself or dishonest with us, or both. You describe these acts as consensual without refuting her complete revocation of consent through your agreed-upon safe word, a word set with the purpose of explicitly ending consent. She trusted you with the safe word as a boundary. You shattered that trust. Therapy won't help if you seriously describe your abusive actions as playful, affectionate, or especially consensual. Your therapist can't read your mind and know you're being dishonest. Shelby was afraid to say your name due to your dedicated audience, and this wasn't acknowledged either. As someone who at times shared an audience with you, this is severely disappointing. I don't really get this last part.
Hey guys, I'm very contemplative. I see through the
Thank you, Oopaville, for the excellent customer stream. I've liked and sub to your channel.
matrix, and I'm also an extreme alpha male. In case you were wondering, you can't see my penis. Sneeko is a content creator that is incredibly easy to make fun of.
I'm black, white, and Asian. I can't be racist. I'm everything.
He's low-hanging fruit, genuinely. He's just a little guy, and he says a lot of crazy shit.
Nobody is allowed to make the John Cena Indivisible joke anymore. I've seen him the whole time. I see right there, he's a 45-year-old man, maybe 50, who's addicted to movies and is never gonna change, who will clearly do anything for fame. It's sad.
He's defended the movie Cuties.
So yes, some of the scenes may have been too revealing. But
which is an awesome fat L that is impossible to expunge from your record.
The thing about Cuties is it's not an unrealistic film. Like, yes, it shows in a sexual way, but this is not unusual now. And the people who are really mad about this aren't Gen Z.
Yikes. That's rough. You admit that the children were sexualized. That is bad.
Digital footprint. Sneako's been the butt of many jokes and the recipient of a bunch of just negative content because he says so much dumb shit. There's been 50 rise and fall videos. He had that massive feud with Charlie.
Hey, Sneeko. Does this outfit look familiar? This is the same thing I wore last time I took you over my knee and spanked your bottom with some discipline.
And also the Meat Canyon video, which made him look like an absolute goob.
Hey, yo, baby. Can you and your man take this into the other room, please? I can't hear myself think with all that love making you're doing.
Fine, whatever.
Yeah, no problem. No problem, Sneaky. No problem.
It's Sneeko. It's Sneeko.
It was awesome. It was awesome. Quite literally, I love seeing anything negative about Sneeko. And I still follow him and stuff. Like, I see him online every now and then. I follow him. But it's more of like if, I don't know, like a meerkat had his own channel or whatever. I'm not invested, really. It's just a meerkat. I don't really care. It doesn't affect me at all. Recently, a very epic video came out by a fella named Gokunaru, okay? You may have seen some of his videos before. For example, this one, about H3H3. Shit goes hard as fuck.
Warriors, prepare for battle!
I watched that video a long time ago and was like, oh my god, I should stop playing this amazing frog game and I should start doing whatever this is. But I still don't know how to read and write. So it's like, I'm Gokunaru posted this video on Sneeko after a pretty long year hiatus from posting on his YouTube channel.
Feels good to be back.
The video is 2 hours long. It's a video vigilante video, which is blown up, obviously, because it is incredibly impressive. It's thorough. It's well edited. It's just good content. And Gokunaru has given us the green light to talk about this epic video. I've been wanting to make a Sneeko video, and I don't like do things that require a lot of effort. So I was like, hey, this guy made a really good one, and he follows me on Twitter. Let me see if I can expand upon it. Go support Gokunaru. He did literally all the work for this.
I don't know how that guy's doing right now. I'm not doing well. You can find that video. It's so hard to watch.
This is just a really entertaining thing that happened that I want to show you guys genuinely, because this video has criminally few views. It's still doing very well, but I'll do whatever I possibly can to help this guy grow. And just so you know, my video will be shit compared to his, so just go watch his, buy his merch, etc. Sneeko is just a reflection of other people. He's not really a unique individual. He's like a toddler. He's got that toddler grind set, really. He's just soaking up everything. He's sponge-like.
Look, here's the most important thing to understand about Sneeko. He is who he talks to. He's a chameleon, constantly trying to fit in with whoever interests him that week. I mean, there is a reason this meme exists. In an effort to catch every wave, he'll happily accept programming from anyone around him who he thinks is cool, scrapping his prior code like a good robot.
He's always like that. He's been like that from the very beginning, and he's really like that now. At the beginning of Sneeko's parabola, he didn't like Dave Chappelle very much for, you guessed it, making fun of trans people repetitively and incessantly and making jokes about them.
Chappelle's last special was very mid, yo. It's just like, why do you keep talking about trans people over and over again? It's like, yo, shut up about trans people. I feel like he likes playing into the controversy a little too much. Like, he likes cancel culture. He wants to stay relevant and be in the pop culture, so he's constantly poking at what makes people, like, overly sensitive right now.
But Sneeko found out about Matt Walsh and then changed his narrative immediately.
He watches a Matt Walsh documentary and
Matt Walsh, I want to get him on my stream so bad for an interview. Matt Walsh, you need to get him on stream, man. Come on, man. And Matt Walsh, let me interview you on my stream.
suddenly he's talking about trans people nonstop.
Trans woke, but trans woke. And I think this is proof of trans woke, trans activation. I identify as your husband, and you only right now.
If you don't know who Matt Walsh is, then God bless you and your sweet, sweet, sweet soul. I can't stand any of these people. That was a big flop. Then he met Nick
What
Fuentes.
was that?
Okay, another flip. He's racist now.
He talks to this guy.
What do you think of other people who are racist? I honestly, I don't really approve. He thinks that white people should stick to white people. Most of my friends growing up were Jews. My best friends were black people and Jewish people. Which sounds racist. The end of every conspiracy theory, you go down the rabbit hole, is always Jews.
It's real. Cool, man. Sneeko, that's very awesome. I cannot imagine meeting Nick Fuentes and ever wanting to absorb a single thing that he says. He is like the just least likable looking guy of all time. I don't think I've ever heard him say anything, ever.
We're getting back in the Dodge Challenger. Let's go.
And just before this, Sneeko was caught in the act, telling his chat not to be racist.
Don't say monkey, you f***ing racist in the chat. Yo, mods, ban these f***ing racists in here. It's not about race, you idiot. Look at this sad-ass white boy in the chat who doesn't get any calling a black girl a monkey. Ban him right now, you're stupid.
Maybe Sneeko views these people the same way I do. It's like they're meerkats. They're just like little animals, and they're just harmless. but obviously not, because he is like consistently interacting with them and kind of posturing himself beside them, and he's on Rumble or Bumble. He's trying to find love. All right. Sneeko used to be so open-minded that he talked about his struggle to find his own sexual preferences from his childhood.
When I was like 14, I thought I was gay. I watched game. Bro, I went to a gay nightclub with my gay friends. I saw a muscular dude twerking, and I know that I'm not gay. It's not for me.
But then he met someone who disliked gay people, and then he kind of switched up on that.
It's the heights of depravity. It's a complete absence of God. It also manifests itself in like mass murder.
And suddenly he feels the same way about gay people.
It's just deviant acts. It's perverted. I really think it's something that's demonic, and I think a lot of these people are actually possessed.
What?
People can't reproduce, so they reproduce
What?
by coming for the children. They don't want kids. They don't want straight kids. They want more gay people. That's why it's not about acceptance. It's about making everybody gay. They get more gay people by touching a kid.
That's a bold claim.
I don't
Sneeko.
agree or
They're
condone
demonic.
anything that this man has
Is
said.
that right? Is there demonic? Now comes the best part, because this is not political. Whether or not the Earth is flat, it's not a political thing.
I'm the best hope to prove the flat Earth.
Moments after launching, a homemade rocket crashed into the open desert in California Saturday. On board, Mike Hughes. It would be the final act of the self-styled daredevil known as Mad Mike. His mission was to fly to the edge of outer space to ultimately see whether the Earth is flat.
It's just like people who wore robes in ancient Greece figured this out.
That man was Eratosthenes, a Greek mathematician and the head of the Library of Alexandria.
People before that had ideas about it.
The idea of a spherical Earth was floated by Pythagoras around 500 BC and validated by Aristotle a couple centuries later.
People thought that the world, the universe, the solar system, the area where we are was geocentric. They believed the Earth was the center of that. And that, okay, that makes sense. We believe the Earth is flat, maybe a mountain. As soon as people start realizing that it's a heliocentric solar system and there's planets and celestial bodies, like it's been around for a long time. This is not a political thing that you can just kind of believe because you want to be on one side of the coin.
Eratosthenes had heard that no vertical shadows were cast at noon on the summer solstice. The sun was directly overhead. He wondered if this were also true in Alexandria. So on June 21st, he planted a stick vertically in the ground and waited to see if a shadow would be cast at noon. It turns out there was one, and it measured about 7 degrees. Now, if the sun's rays are coming in at the same angle at the same time of day, and a stick in Alexandria is casting a shadow while a stick in Syene is not, it must mean that the Earth's surface is curved.
And for a while, I think Sneeko believed that because when someone said the Earth is round, he agreed and believes that it's round. He agreed with them because it is round.
Do you think the Earth is flat or not?
I think it's round.
Yeah, I think it's round too.
But then he met someone who said the Earth is flat.
Yeah, type of 1 if you're a globetrot, 2
And now
if you're
he's-
flat-pilled. A lot of 2s. I would say it's 80% 2s. Sun, flat Earth, black sun, dome.
And doesn't believe the Earth is round. And guess what, guys?
Earth is flat. Will you stop pretending that it's a globe? Nonsense.
Who is this guy? What the?
He's just whatever Twitter headline there is. It's simple to understand. He's just a whatever the best Twitter headline is. It's fine. He's a walking Twitter headline. What was that? A 7-3 hits! What was that? It was like he could see me. He came straight at me. What was that?
Okay,
Come on.
I saw this guy who was like, "Durr." He didn't sound like this. He said he was a pilot. A lot of pilots believe the Earth is flat, believe it or not, for some reason. So he's like, check this out. If the Earth is round, then how do you explain this? Truly, the flat Earth one makes just so little sense. So little sense. It's like, at least with the other ones, it could be explained through just having like a political leaning or believing, you know, some kind of religious text.
Low IQ.
The Earth is spinning at one rotation every 24 hours. That means that every hour it has to turn 15 degrees. And if the gyroscope is mounted, it's going to drift. In today's 21st century navigation systems, they're using what's called a ring laser gyroscope.
But the Earth is flat, dude. How dumb, how fucking stupid, how fucking stupid.
We could simply get one of these ring laser gyroscopes. We would be
Oh,
able
they
to
believe
plus
it. Trust me.
there is
That,
no
like, if it's
location here.
anything
One of the
that
people in the community
gets them, gets them interest from people, they'll say it. They don't care.
is when we turned on that gyroscope, we found that we were a 15-degree parallel drift.
Well, we're figuring it out. We're actually learning about how stupid someone can be. Thanks to Gokunaru. And thanks to Sneeko, actually. This is awesome. Why has Sneeko switched up so many times? Well, because Sneeko has no father. He's looking for a daddy.
Sneeko has always been looking for a master. You know, someone to raise him up, to lead him down a path of success. That's right. Sneeko's always been looking for it.
This is what male daddy issues turn into. It's actually true. It really is true. It really is true. Please, if you're a father, love your son. Holy tell him you love him a lot. He does have a father, but he has issues with his father. He's always searching. He's literally just always searching for a dad.
If there's any influencer who thinks they know shit, who's anywhere on your, I have his dress, his mom's dress, his dad's dress, where they all where they work, where his banking is, all the pictures naked, his ex-girlfriend. And all of it, standard protocol, and all of it, about everything. About organizations of thousands of men who do anything. Isn't it your friend?
That sounds like organized crime, to be honest, Andrew Tate. But don't do that to me, though. I have a lot to hide. All right, I have a lot to hide, specifically at the following coordinates. Don't look those coordinates up. All right, instead go to Sour.gg and buy some candy. Just kidding, it's probably sold out, you fuck. It sells out every 5 minutes. Sneeko's real daddy, Andrew Tate, has all the power in the world, as you just saw.
Sneeko's real daddy.
An organized crime syndicate, or an organized syndicate of men who are willing to do whatever he wants. What is that? What would that technically be? That's like
A harem.
YMCA, I think. Big Daddy just molds baby's soft spot head that's played out, puts it, turns it into turns it into him. It's Sneeko. It makes his head the shape. It's his role model.
Who do you look up to?
I don't look up to anyone, bro.
You should have a role model.
Why?
Every man should have a role model. So how do you act? How do you base your decisions?
On my fucking decisions.
Who do you think acts wrong?
Someone like Tate.
Now, this chameleon NPC type behavior has not come without consequences, to be fair. He cannot make a decision or have a basis of rationale without a role model involved, a daddy, literally. And this has led him to his downfall, guys. A downfall for himself that he has made. He's made the bed. Only on Bumble now or whatever. It turns out constantly shifting your personality whenever you are around new people quickly can make you lose your identity. Even young Sneeko is proud of where Sneeko is now.
It's pretty much like making a Sims character. How you start into the person that I create.
This is me when I was that age. I was modding Fortnite. I was a bot. Quite literally. This is what we've learned so far from Gokunaru's video, and really just the plight of Sneeko and where he has been and what he's been doing online. And I think all this stuff is pretty clear for most people. A lot of the people who just don't listen to him can see this. They can see that he's fake and disingenuous. Ingenuine? I don't know the word. I don't know what the words are. You know, hate me. F me. F you. I don't really care. On top of all this, Sneeko is a cuck, literally. And he is also a terrible lover, terrible partner. Believe me, I would know. Not that I'm also a terrible lover, but I was insinuating that Sneeko and I have made love. We haven't, but, you know, we have. Sneeko specifically likes women who are stupid and easy to manipulate, like every alpha male does. He likes women comparable to Roombas, who just do what they're told. That is a bold comparison.
What I want you to do is just be pleasant and smile and comply and obey.
I want you to shut up and clean and stay home and don't do anything. Just be an object in the crib.
You need to just stand there, hold my meal, hold my cigar, make me foop, also clean my whoop, also powder my bum, and shower my body, and also keep pay my bills. And you do all that and I'll be alright. Maybe me and Sneeko aren't so different. All the women that Sneeko has been with publicly all eventually turn sour, and that is 100% his own fault. and a result of his own lifestyle. He had a long-distance relationship with a girlfriend. He decided to start and try to do an open relationship with that girlfriend, which is very awesome. And everybody knows that always works.
What is it like being in an open relationship?
Who said we were?
I might have talked about it on the podcast.
But on the podcast, but not with me. We talk about it, but did we put it in effect? I don't think so.
We didn't.
No.
So he was just lying about it because he thought that his girlfriend couldn't handle it, which is even more awesome.
Not cheating, but I was sleeping around and I was lying about it because I didn't think she could handle it.
Nah, he's just a good guy.
Sneeko wants a loyal woman, but then just cheats on them instead. You can't have both of those things, to be fair. If you're cheating and she cheats, you can't go cry about it on Twitter. That's not how it works. Constant communication and upkeep to maintain that constant communication, which maintains trust. Just not even asking that's just not gonna work. That's not how it works. Does that make sense? Let me know if it makes sense or not. All right. Sneeko's next girlfriend is Maria, the one he brought to sex parties, which is demonic and hedonistic.
Meet Maria. This is the girl that Sneeko would go to sex parties with.
John's like, how do you find these girls? Like, you don't. You need to determine.
Was she comfortable with the sex parties? Or?
Before me, no, bro. And even she said after, like, if we break up, like, I can never be in a monogamous relationship again.
He brought Maria to a swinger party and watched her have sexual relations with another guy.
Whatever happens inside that party, it just stays at the party. Like, yeah. So I saw her. I've seen her other men. First time, as soon as I saw like 3 pumps in, I just got up and walked.
The internet turned on him, by the way. This is second to none to cuties. You cannot be an alpha male and then be fine with letting someone have sex with your girlfriend.
Watched another guy have sex with your girlfriend. What kind of cock shit is that?
I feel like this experience, along with Andrew Tate, just really soured your brain, bro.
That's the manliest thing you ever could do, bro. Him being known as a cock ruined the way that everyone perceives his online personality. He was almost like an Andrew Tate. Now he's just a joke. It's not possible to follow first cup now. It's not possible. Then, as you can imagine, he doubled down on it because he is the alpha male guy, right? That's what alpha males do. They double down on stuff. That's what people who have thoughts that are logically sound in their brains do.
I wanted to share this and talk about it because I feel like you should try see your girl get beat down. I think it will really test your ego. It's gonna test your masculinity.
Ideally, you'd want to have 3 girlfriends. Did you ever say that to your girl?
Yeah, I've told her that, but that's not realistic. She doesn't want that.
Hey man, test your ego and masculinity. I recommend anyone who thinks that that's a good idea to always do it. If you have an inkling of that being a good idea in your mind, please do it. Immediately. Film it, tag me, okay? I want to see what happens. Just test your ego and your masculinity, guys. I'm on Sneeko's side now. Phew, fuck. I really want to see how as many people do that, what Sneeko just recommended, as possible. I want to see how much damage that causes to the world. He did it, he's fine, everyone should do it. In fact, if you do it, you'll end up like him, being very rich and successful and widely respected by peers. I promise. After he got bullied, he decided to switch it up a little bit and stop being and start calling people, which is really interesting.
This guy was so stuck in being a limp cuck.
Thanks so much. This is cuck. What studies is it?
What study? Evolution, you fucking cuck.
This video is so fucking good, dude. Just go watch Gokanara's videos. Stop watching my videos. It's such shit. And then, guys, guess what? He goes through the natural progression of all things, and that is eventually wanting more than one girlfriend.
Muslims, please, can I join y'all? I want 4 wives. Islam sounds dope. You got 4 of them. They don't complain too much, and they're not gonna cheat.
With his girlfriend saying she doesn't care, but wants it to be respectful because, you know, having more than one girlfriend is a very respectful thing.
Girl, how does she feel about you having other girls, and does she ever want you to stop, or would she ever care if you don't stop?
I don't really care as long as it's respectfully.
He then asks another girlfriend if he and her are monogamous, and then compares her to a steak and wants a little spinach on the side and wine to make the steak. He's comparing his romantic partners to food, which is interesting.
I can't even have like one little thing inside. Just a little spinach, you know? Like you're the steak, I just want a little bit of spinach. You get the side, but you're the main course.
Such a gentleman.
Can I get some wine with that steak too?
Babe, I swear, you're the double quarter pounder with Big Mac sauce, and then just a medium fry and cherry cola. Babe, I swear. Then another girl, Zena, who's totally into his girlfriend and just runs his Discord server. She had a lot to say.
Another girlfriend She made a lot of claims about it when we cast her to the side. I don't really care if they're true or not, but him getting someone this pissed off, it kind of speaks to how he treats his women, right?
It seems like he didn't want to be seen courting her because she has an OnlyFans, and the internet would completely bully him for something like that. They would destroy him for that. And she's had a great lot to say about our boy Sneeko here.
Sneeko apparently refused to say her name in public when he was listing all of his girlfriends, preferring to just refer to her as the girl that runs his Discord.
But one of them runs my Discord server.
Because she used to have an OnlyFans.
Then there's the epic texts of him allegedly trying to get MDMA that she leaked, and we're not sure if these are real. I saw these when these first came out, and I was like, that makes sense, you know. That makes sense. Bro is a practicing Muslim who does MDMA and dates girls with OnlyFans. Wow! He then starts to coke a bit and says, they're not my girlfriend. Just because they fall in love with me doesn't mean I'm responsible for them. Even f***ing Flat Earth Filbert says he's coping.
They're not my girls, and I never f***ing said they were. Just because a girl falls in love with me doesn't mean I'm responsible for them.
That's really biggest point.
Why? You know how many girls are gonna burn in hell for that? Sure.
That's not good, dude. That's quite a hole. He was, in fact, coping incredibly hard, and he just lies and downplays the cuck charges. He loves downplaying the cuck charges.
So I get called a cuck for going to a swinger party 3 years ago, not in that relationship anymore.
And then he got exposed for visiting her in Japan. Just be honest, man. Just be honest. Just come out and say it. Just come out and say it. I don't understand. Sneeko even went to the point of betraying his best bud, Destiny, for being a cuck. I don't know if he's best bud. I'm not really sure. But he betrayed him to take people's lives off of his cuckdom and point it to what I don't really know, to be honest.
Destiny still actively has a cuck relationship. It's ironic that I get called cuck more, even though they are monogamous. They do not talk to other men. They lack social media. They don't sell their body online. They are loyal to me.
Hey man, just in case you're wondering, they're loyal to him. You mean that he controls them 100%. In fact, they're not even humans. He's actually trafficking them. Or no, that's just what I interpret. I don't know if he's like alluding to that. It's just he really is following in the fucking steps of Andrew Tate. They're not autonomous human beings, I think is what he's saying, and he has total control over their bodily autonomy, their mental autonomy, and he got that control thanks to his physiognomy. Just kidding. He's a dweeb. Fellas willing to burn a bridge, just Skype them cuck charges, I guess. Genuinely, I've never seen someone so split and hypocritical and just cucked in every single way, mentally especially, than Sneeko. Sneeko is the ultimate just non-human. He's a chimera of all the things that are toxic on the internet, it seems like. And he just says stuff. For some reason, people say, I don't understand it. Now, kind of to circle back with this Bud Destiny thing, the whole Sneeko stabbing people in the back, it's something that's happened a lot. For example, Mr. Beast.
No one thinks
Sneeko the kind of fellow that if you inconvenience him, tell him no, or do anything that isn't just quite literally polishing his pecker wood or propping him up for success, he will stab you in the back. Metaphorically, I don't want to catch any allegations or hands. I don't know where Sneeko has shooters. This is actually one of the first topics that Gokunaru talks about in his video, but in my video, which is just essentially talking about Gokunaru's video, I think it's important to talk about it right after setting up and showing you guys how he has relationships with people in his life. So now, just in case you're wondering what happens when you turn your back on him, well, let's ask Mr. Beast. Hey, Jimothy. Yeah, I hope your candy company fails. And also, what about Sneeko? Just kidding. I don't hope his candy company fails. Just joking. I just joke around. I just say shit that's not true a lot to make people upset, and I'm sorry for that. That's a sin, I think. Now, I didn't know this, and thanks to Gokunaru's video, now I do.
What?
This is apparently the first person that Sneeko really truly betrayed publicly that we have a lot of evidence for.
Right after I got
They just lied with each other. I'm gonna report him for teaming. I'm gonna report him for teaming. They both came at me.
Sneeko was relevant a very long time ago, and they both made content, and according to Sneeko, they would essentially take turns passing each other in sub count and relevance. I need to fix my little lightsaber here.
Crazy, because I knew him for years. He was always commenting, encouraging me, saying positive things. He would pass me, I would pass him.
and then out of nowhere he blew up. It really just tested my ego. Why does he?
Like, he's still not shooting at the other guy. He's still not shooting at him. Like, I shot him down on top of him, and he just ran past him. They both came at me. I suspect they're teaming. I thought, look, he's not firing on. He's being very careful not to hit. Yep. They're teaming, I think.
He even claimed that he inspired Mr. Beast. How the did you do that? Let's ask Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy. How's that candy company going? I don't know, Jimmy. He seems like a nice guy, though. I like him. After Mr. Beast blew up, believe it or not, Sneeko would work for him. And it went from being friends / to employer and employee. Mr. Beast video. What the
Try it now. It should work. Darn. I really thought that would.
How did I not know that Mr. Beast was chilling? Did you guys know that Mr. Beast was chilling with Sneeko 5 years ago? I was playing Amazing Frog. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Sorry, sir. And believe it or not, Sneeko didn't want to be in the and honestly, I don't blame him. Yeah, they stopped working together after a short time, which is interesting.
He paid me well. I stayed there in a hotel. I got paid well. But then I didn't get the call back to work with him again that summer. His manager said, nah, you don't need to come anymore. Never mind.
And there's a couple different variations of the reason as to why they stopped working together and why their relationship ended. Sneeko at one point said that he just didn't get a call back from Mr. Beast's manager. And other times he says that he quit because
Fucking
he didn't like
stupid,
the direction
thirsty
the videos were
sweat.
going.
I hate the way you move. I hate the way you look.
A voice more than anything.
I hate the way you
That's just not what
play.
I wanted to do. I've always wanted to be somebody who could use their voice to shake the room. I like to have that impact and talk about politics, social issues, and talk about what's really going on. And that just wasn't the direction of Mr. Beast's content.
Probably he just was a loser and they didn't want him around and he's just, I don't know, his frosted tips they got tired of or some shit, I don't know. And then Sneeko did the unthinkable. He posted a video called Exposing Mr. Beast, which stabbed his former friend and employer in the back. Unfortunately, Sneeko's YouTube channel is deleted and so is that video, but he's talked about why he uploaded it in the past on podcast interviews, believe it or not. And this is just a thing that's happened too. Like Mr. Beast, it seems like people just make exposed videos whenever they leave his company because it's just an easy way to kind of start a career or something. I don't know. I mean, people don't really have that good of reasons to expose him so far. Wait until I make a video exposing Mr. Beast. He talks about how fake Mr. Beast was on and then off camera.
He was running it like a production company. The difference, like when the camera was on and when the camera was off, he'd be like, okay, we're gonna do the take. Hey guys, and today we're gonna. This is like Jimmy Fallon. I don't like this. The reason I like the internet video creation was because it wasn't that. And I would be having the same conversation with you guys right now if the cameras were on and the mics were off. He was creating a wall. I just didn't resonate with that, and that upset me.
Almost as if people who are on camera act differently to get people to watch their videos, and like you can't. There's like a performance. It's like a performance kind of. You kind of are different a little bit when you're on camera, so unless you're just really extremely energetic all the time. He's also said he got caught up in his ego. He said that towards the end of this clip.
It didn't last long because I got caught up with my ego. I was working for a guy that used to be my fan, and this was during a time when I wasn't uploading on YouTube at all. And Mr. Beast, in just a few weeks, completely changed my outlook on life.
He made an actual exposed video full of hatred, and it was anger. It was anger-based. It wasn't like really logical. But apparently, according to Sneeko, within 4 minutes of the video being up, Mr. Beast called him like the f***ing Lorax.
I ended up posting that exposed video on Mr. Beast, and it was only up for 4 minutes before he called me.
And he just took it down because of his Mr. Rogers voice or some shit. I don't know, dude. He just caved, or maybe Mr. Beast threatened him with bodily harm with shooters. I don't know, dude. He didn't stand by the video, though. That's the important thing, which is fine, I guess, but like it doesn't really make sense from the perspective of this type character. He's not like a rational guy. He's not like that rational kind of trying things on the fence guy. He's the guy who just listens to what other people say and then incorporates that into his own identity and aesthetic. And also in this video, he talks about before he did that to Mr. Beast, he did the same thing to Keemstar.
That made me realize right after that I had done the same thing before. I was in a relationship with someone who didn't deserve it. 3 years ago, I did the same thing when I didn't get the job with Keemstar, and it's because I was entitled.
Very reliable character. Also, I understand the irony of me just repeating basically everything that Gokunaru says in this video, and the reason I wanted to make a video on this is because I feel like he said everything about Sneeko that I feel better than I've ever been able. I've never made a video really on Sneeko, I don't think. It's just a really solid exposed video that I completely and totally agree with. Pretty much. Gokunaru is my daddy. And then Sneeko talks more about him exposing Keemstar, and he seems like such a fucking baby, bro. Like, this is some baby shit.
Another thing
Listening
that
to you
everyone
Valley
must
girls
know about
talk about each other like high school makes me fucking sick. But it entertains me.
Any YouTuber knows you do not disclose any private conversations with
That's
other
coming from
YouTubers.
Drama right here. That's
It is coming from Drama. It is coming from Drama. We don't, and I believe Frida would back me up here, we don't disclose anything that is private, and we never will.
Sneeko's talked about this multiple times, and Gokunaru does a fantastic job encapsulating it in one edit. Believe it or not, oh, y'all.
You found that with Keemstar.
I had an opportunity to work for him. I got the job right away. He wanted me to do a reading. I did the reading and he didn't like it.
And then when I told you it wasn't good privately,
Instead of taking that as professional criticism, I just thought, who's this guy to tell me my work isn't good?
you couldn't accept the fact that you did a bad job.
So are you noticing a pattern yet? It is a pattern that completely continues. In 2020, Andrew Schultz of the Flagrant Podcast, a excellent piece of media that exists online.
Have you ever been to a furry convention? Oh.
Put on a competition to find an editor, and Sneeko made a submission.
I'm literally seeing stars.
You want me to hand job today?
Toss a little bit.
Interesting. Yeah. I know it's fake. That's not a real dick. That can't be a real
It
dick.
looks fat though.
He was recognized for his talent by Andrew himself on Twitter, and he was ultimately picked as a Weedor. He got offered the job to edit from Andrew Schultz, but turned it down, and then he made a video about it, and this was stabbing Andrew in the back.
You found one in Andrew Schultz.
Yeah, let's have a video with Andrew Schultz.
But he was too Jewish, so I made an exposed video about him.
I sent like laughing emojis when I said no. That's what you get, you Waluigi looking.
He said he didn't want to be Andrew's. What the? You quite literally are being Andrew's by making a submission on Twitter. This doesn't even make sense, bro. What are you fucking doing?
When I moved up here, I had no plan other than get on stage as much as I can. And I completely agree with...
That has nothing, I'm agreeing, that has nothing to do with editing for $50 for Andrew Schultz and being his...
It doesn't, and
I want to do the open mics and get on stage, but I just don't want to be a slave for this.
Well, you're past open mic.
He didn't want to work for Mr. Beast. He wanted to be Mr. Beast. He didn't want to work for Andrew Schultz. He wanted to be Andrew Schultz. But yes, I do want to be your editor, and I will spend literally hours of a day trying to prove my worth as your editor and prove my validity and try to get some form of approval from you, rather. But actually, I don't, because my ego is incredibly fragile and I cannot make up my mind to who I am or what I want to do. Sneeko also has done stand-up. You go do stand-up comedy. He reminds me of a toddler, dude. What's up with these YouTubers and their toddler builds? How come so many people are built like toddlers? They're built like they didn't go through puberty or something. Jack Doherty, Sneeko, what is up with that? I just don't get it. I don't understand, man. I looked more like a man when I was 7 years old. I looked like Sneeko when I was 7 years old. This is pretty funny, though.
Walking around LA is cool, but I realize I'm not really against it. Not supposed to laugh. Racially ambiguous and stuff. When I was a kid, they said I looked like an Asian Barack Obama. I'll take it. I'm mixing everyone there. Anyone mixing here? No. Wow, not one. Clapping for sympathy. Remix is cool, but you know, when you date a white girl, I went with a white girl last week, and they never know what expectations they have. You know what I mean? I told her that I'm Asian and black. She said, Asian and black? So.
Hey guys, just in case you didn't know, he's Asian and black, so she didn't know how long his is. That's me explaining the joke for you guys. And then it's just like Brennan Schwab. Brennan Schwab kind of comedy stand-up. It's pretty good. And just so you're wondering, much like Brennan Schwab, he invited himself on Joe Rogan's podcast.
Joe Rogan, I did a great job on the Jinxie podcast. I am banned on most places. I'm not banned on Spotify. I think we have a great conversation. The MMA community is talking about me nonstop. I'm one of the most canceled mainstream streamers in the world ever. We can have a good conversation.
Wow. Very embarrassing. I'm not sure what that was. That was pretty embarrassing. Part of Sneako's comedy routine, to go back to that, he also talks about, makes a joke about telling his dad that he's gay, which is the next topic we'll be going into. Sneako loves men.
When you drop out and you have mixed parents, they always have really different reactions every time. My dad's from Haiti. I told him I dropped out. He was actually kind of excited. So I was happy. He had a positive reaction. I told my dad, I'm gay. He went, oh.
Sneako has a bit of a love-hate relationship with the word gay. It's like two sides of the same coin. He's constantly in a battle with himself. He says he's not gay, but he says things like he is gay a lot. He makes jokes about being gay a lot. He gets it when he wipes, he said.
Yeah, it's just a joke. It's just a thing, you know. You can just switch your gender orientation around or whatever. Sometimes you're gay, sometimes you're not. What?
I'm assuming that means that he understands why people are gay because he likes the way it feels on his butthole when he wipes. I think that's what he's saying. You guys like me trying to explain comedy? Yes, sir! Then he also denounces the gay community, literally calls them demonic.
If everybody was gay, then they would have nothing. They take satisfaction in doing something you're not supposed to do. They enjoy being deviants.
Being a deviant is your entire brand, buddy.
Really think it's something that's demonic, and I think a lot of these people are actually possessed.
So you think if someone's gay, they're just wrong?
I don't think anyone's born gay.
Or uses gay as an insult, which is pretty lame.
Yo, Chad, is this gay? Yes or no? I'm putting bananas in his hole.
Bodybuilding competitions are gay.
Sports are gay, right? Being an artist is gay.
There's no artist in history who is ever even straight. They're so
Yeah, that's true. Marlon Brando was.
He also tweeted this, which is the KKK, and that is a greater than symbol, and then he's comparing it to the LGBT community, which is, I mean, just like not even in the realm of like, I don't understand how you can make the comparison. That is 5 million views. Sneako just says things.
What's your thoughts on this whole LGBTQ? If we're gonna be completely honest, they've all been molested, and then now they're just confused and they're trying to act out and they're recreating the trauma that they had when they were younger.
And he's not really like a grifter, I don't think. He's not just doing it to get money because he's banned everywhere. He's a massive failure. He's a grifter from a new perspective. He's a grifter. He's an idiot grifter. That's what he is. Like, I have some respect for him if he was such an effective grifter, you know, like me or any other commentary YouTuber, and then he could just talk about whatever and then, you know, and try to be reasonable, and people just say you're grifting because your opinion changes over time. No, he's literally changing his opinion to be the least amount appealing to the broadest amount of people for some reason. Because you can't be right about all these things. KKK is not better than the LGBT community. The Earth is not flat. Like, what good do you have by fucking saying this? He really hates the gay community. And also he's extremely confused. He says gay people don't produce anything good.
Gay people does not produce anything good. It's like, that's just the truth.
Oh yeah.
What about a gay family that adopted a bunch of kids?
Yeah, but that kid's gonna grow up weird because it's not gonna have the proper family dynamic.
What?
He says that Rome fell as the result of same-sex relationships and sexual liberation, which is just not even remotely true.
There's a quote. I don't know who it's from, but I think it's a Greek.
It's in your crazy mind. That's where it's from.
Right.
It's from your own crazy mind, you crazy.
For having a problem with nudity.
Everyone starts to be sexually
I thought it was a
liberated.
player.
That
I
is
was
the
like,
destruction of a society. And that's how it happened in Rome. And when they started doing all the same-sex stuff.
I'm gonna project my delusional reality onto everybody else because I'm confident.
I mean, I've heard a lot of specifically right-wing people talk about that, like the fall of Rome is when the focus becomes just gender and sexuality, and that's when civilizations fall. There's like no actual evidence of that being the case. I've researched it. I've looked into it, and there really isn't like an actual rational basis for that thought. It makes no sense.
Being gay was never normalized in the plebeians. The leadership censorship was practiced since the Empire's inception, with some of the most highly regarded emperors being openly gay. Sneeko promotes all these ideas so that he can bring up religion as the cure to a corrupt society. They say those things not knowing that the Roman Empire actually converted to Christianity 200 years before the Western empires collapsed. Historically speaking, on a mass scale, religion can't cure a collapsing society. It's a tool used to control the masses.
It was just like governmental corruption and Germanic wars. A war, like it's kind of obvious. It's not gender and sexuality, Sneeko.
The structure of the Roman Empire in its later years. Perhaps the best known, possibly the most significant, was the invasion of the territory of the Empire by tribes which the Romans called barbarians. The groups of barbarians which troubled the Western Roman Empire were Germanic.
He also says that since gay people can't reproduce, they spread by going after children.
Gay people can't reproduce, so they reproduce by coming for the children. They don't want kids, they don't want trinkets, they want more gay people. That's why I talk about acceptance, about making everybody. They get more gay people by touching a kid.
Like it's some kind of gay virus or something like that. It's like a pathogen, it's like a mind virus he's insinuating here, which Trevor Moore has a really funny song about that. Which is ironic, by the way, and I love that. And rest in peace, Trevor Moore. May God rest your soul. These are just really dumb things.
Did Trevor Moore die?
His opinions on this are just the worst. They just completely show how fucking stupid he is. Because it's not political, it's just purely illogical and easily stupid. And I don't know if you can go after children to make them gay. Last time I checked, you were kind of more now of that. That's what I believe. I really don't know. No, I haven't done research into that. If people infect children. I'm not sure it's a club as much as it is a sexual proclivity that is inherited. I don't really know. Even though he says all this, he also says that he used to think he was gay and watched gay.
But like when I was like 14, I thought I was gay. I watched gay.
He went to a gay nightclub with his gay friends.
Bro, I went to a gay nightclub with my gay friends. I saw a bunch of working, and I know that I'm not gay. It's not for me.
He also talks about going to a queer night at a rave, and there was gay people making out, and his homophobic friends, he had to calm down because they were enraged by how gay everyone was.
I went to a rave for the first time last night. I've never been to a rave before. It was queer night at the rave. There's fun for everyone. There's gonna be more gay guys than usual, and they're gonna be making out, but you get to still have fun. I don't have a problem. There's girls there, but the two friends I was with are kind of homophobic. They're standing around, they're like, nah, we gotta leave. I'm like, dude, we just got rejected from the first one. Close your eyes a little bit and find a girl. You're not comfortable around a couple gay people. Like, whatever. I don't have a problem.
He also said that he's not gay, but it would be cool if he was gay.
Are you gay? So, I'm not gay.
I don't know what he's talking about. So in the past, he's talked a lot about gay stuff, and he's very, very contrived in his current stance on the LGBT community. He also says that he hates women. Also, he bases his entire personality on the strongest, most ideal man at the moment. He's watched his girlfriend get railed by dudes. He also has flirted with gay guys and goes to gay bars. I mean, the writing's on the wall.
It's a full-blown
Like
DeSantis.
just hatred and rage and just lack of rationality and logical behavior is a result of him denying his true self. That's what I think potentially. It's called projection, and much like the Earth being round was discovered as a psychological quite a long time ago. This video, Kokonari's video, and he's like, I don't understand how you could watch this and not just be annihilated, dude. It's so funny.
What? It was in my face before I could even move. How do you move 35 feet before I can jump? How do you do that? Fucking piece of worthless shit. Fucking stupid piece of worthless shit. How are you jumping around that fast? What?
Making noise, and we're saying things that gets you canceled and censored because it's true. They don't like that. It makes them feel inferior. They content documentaries about me.
He also said that he must be make a video like that. I don't even know what that means.
If people are so depressed with their shitty lives that they need to make 3-hour-long videos analyzing
You wasted my time, you stupid cocksucker. Fucking stupid asshole. Piece of shit.
to make a poignant video that is consistent throughout, that has an actual beginning, a middle, and an end, that gets the subject to even watch it and recreate it and makes that subject feel upset, you have to be depressed in order to do that? That doesn't really track. Eventually his response just becomes a weird religious tirade where he spirals into just talking about devil worship. He loves talking about spiritual warfare. That's like the thing that these people pretend to know about. Spiritual warfare. He says when you're God-fearing and have principles, you're able to create. And that's ironic because like the sort of the main point of Gokunaru's video is that Sneeko is a man that lacks principle and just changes his principles on a dime, depending on who the bigger, beefier, more handsome man is in the room speaking. Sneeko's like the king of Rohan, and Andrew Tate and other alpha males are Grima Wormtongue. Lord of the Rings reference. He's not welcome. Yes, I don't really understand what he's saying here. He's made fucking exposed videos on Mr. Beast, Keemstar, and other people, and he just makes. He's literally said KKK is better than fucking LGBTQ. I mean, like, how can you possibly say something so evil and?
He's just firing off on all cylinders, no filter, no plan, no word formulation before he says anything.
I have no idea what exactly his true response is, but I think when he starts invoking religion and calling the people that are critical of devil worshippers, it's clearly something that's gotten under his skin and something that he feels the need to fall on his faith for to deal with. I really don't know. Anyways, guys, Gokunaru's video is fantastic. This one is shit. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you didn't, I understand. Go sub to Gokunaru, and I will see you in the next video.
What's the fastest way to ruin your YouTube reputation? Is it mixing fact with fiction when covering serious investigations?
It is half fiction that is parallel to the real story, and then there's just the real story.
Or is it lying about catching predators so that viewers support you on Patreon? Or maybe, is it threatening and harassing other creators who didn't spread your message?
I am being nice as I could. I could literally cancel your show, and I chose not to. I'm the friggin' hunter.
Perhaps the better question is, how do you get away with it not once, but multiple times? Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today, we'll be diving into the disturbing decisions that led one of YouTube's most respected predator hunters, Mama Max, to losing over 50,000 subscribers in January of 2024 alone, possibly ending his well-respected career on YouTube.
I consider that he's a complete fraud, dishonest, exploitative. He was deceiving everyone all along.
Max's main channel, Mama Max, was created on the 26th of May 2016, with his first upload coming just 2 years later. However, judging from the comments, Max already had a dedicated fan base that loved him long before his channel existed. With a comment reading, "We have missed you, Mama. Glad you're back. The king is back." The love and admiration towards Max only grew, as Max discussed themes of emotional distress in his Life Sucks series, which was meant to comfort viewers going through similar negative emotions. While there were lighthearted uploads like his Saving Game documentary series and his anime reviews, a majority of the subject matter on Max's channel was dark and edgy in nature, something that would only get worse with time. By the 27th of March 2020, Max uploaded the video cartoonincorporated.mp4, which would go on to set the tone for his channel moving forwards. The upload featured Max documenting his journey through the dark recesses of YouTube in search of users with malicious intent towards children. At the time, YouTube was dealing with an overwhelming infestation of predators, and through videos like this, Max made it his mission to bring them to justice. Max's surreal editing style and provocative elements propelled the video to over 2 million views, bringing in overwhelming support for his attempts to clean up YouTube. And Cartoon Incorporated was the first in a long line of so-called predator hunting videos that were uploaded to his channel, with videos like KidsChat.net and MyLog.apk receiving millions of views and hundreds of Patreon pledges, Max had found not just financial success, but an identity. At this point, Max had fully leaned into this edgy investigator persona that thrived from exposing predators. Unfortunately, this kind of content could get any creator in trouble with YouTube's strict moderation, and Max was no exception. On the 13th of September 2020, Max received a strike on his video titled "Hunting Predators on a Children's Dating App for Harassment." He responded to the situation by confronting YouTube about the decision to take down the video.
Were you sitting on your feet with Frappuccino at YouTube HQ when I was in the trenches with them? I worked
by asking his viewers to reach out to either YouTube or any other popular creators to get answers on why the platform was supposedly protecting us.
My ass is for you to tweet Team YouTube, Susan Jiski, H3H3, Philip DeFranco, Moist Critical, Scarce, Keemstar, Markiplier, or whoever your preferred voice to get through to YouTube is, with the message.
The hashtag AnswerUsYouTube almost immediately gained traction on Twitter, morphing into numerous viewers and creators making the black and white argument that either YouTube supported his cause or they were protecting predators. However, the situation was far more nuanced than that.
So when it comes to YouTube and when it comes to the idea of, hey, is this site picking a side between protecting individuals that are predatory? And I feel that if you have predatory issues on your platform, you should use your platform to call out actual predators on the internet. Again, this content, some of the people that are making it sometimes will go above and beyond with their storytelling or their coverage, where they may unintentionally violate something TOS related. They may reveal personal information. They may show some. And in that case, YouTube has to act in favor of a predator. At least that's what it appears to be. It's not that YouTube, I think, is assisting any predators. It's literally because the content that is uploaded may not have been checked or screened hard enough, and YouTube has had to enact its TOS on that content.
The 27th of December 2021, Max had acquired a second strike, and with it came another campaign against YouTube. While the goal of eradicating predators on the platform was a noble one, the methods that Max employed were becoming increasingly more problematic. The video titled "PickASide.win" served as a catalyst for getting YouTube's attention, and while it seemed well-meaning at first, the conversation quickly shifted to Max accusing YouTube of some very horrible things. The first portion of the video was a compilation of various creators sharing complaints about moderation on the platform. In contrast, the second half of the video saw Max borderline demanding that popular creators like Charlie, Philip DeFranco, Ethan, and Cobb's husband spread the hashtag. He even threatened Cobb's husband to speak on the matter based on past personal issues.
Corpse, I know you have nothing to do with this, but with all of your power, influence, and the favor you owe me, I just couldn't help myself. So, remember when you reached out after years of not speaking to me while I was at the hospital tending to my sick girlfriend?
Tending to my sick girlfriend.
To do you a huge favor, and then you threw me under the bus for something you did. So, how about you do me the fucking favor this time and talk about something besides yourself for once? It will give you a good look.
To top things off, Max directly accused YouTube of loving predators.
Tonight, YouTube will choose: let die the pedophiles they love, or suffer the little children. And by the end of the night, I want Twitter to be a shitstorm.
Max was already crossing the line to get his point across, and it was only a matter of time before someone called him out for it. On the 28th of December 2021, Tommy C went live to YouTube to give his reaction to Max's Pick a Side video, and within minutes he had already identified the major pitfalls that were going unnoticed.
I have looked at it. I have also looked at the way it was presented, this sort of us or them mentality. And the only time you use an us or men, or us or them type tactic is, in my experience, is so it's easier to cover up the flaws.
Tommy went on to point out the fact that he was framing things as he would agree and support the predator, as well as stating that the campaign was more about Max and less about the
he's gonna wait. I'm going through this nightmare. And I said I've only skimmed some of it. I want to get a live reaction to this. This is the way it's being presented right here.
Hey, Tom, can you pause it real quick?
Sure.
Mama Max in the chat.
Talk like adults. You didn't make a fucking video like a fucking adult. Don't give me this. You should have contacted me ahead of time. By the way, didn't you know something like this last year? Time's up. And you know what? You're gonna wait until my show's done. Is that you coming in here and destroying one red area after another and trying to get away from the fact that this is slop.
By the time I was done reacting to the video, Tommy was firmly in the opinion that Max was trying to use other creators to promote his guideline disputes with YouTube and use the veil of children vs predators to cover his intent. With that being said, one section of Max's video stood out to Tommy above all. Specifically, when Max used a clip of Tommy but never actually reached out to
You know what? You know what that tells me? He didn't send me the fucking DM because he knew I would fucking see right through it. He knew I would expose him, and he figured putting me at the end, this is a threat. This is a fucking threat.
When Max was questioned on the Half-Baked podcast about the objective of the hashtag #PickAside movement, he immediately dodged the question.
You use it to try to reach bigger YouTubers, but is any of this like, this is a way to make my channel go to the next level?
No, I think my channel get taken down for making a video like this. Everyone's saying be careful, don't let your channel get terminated. I want to see some progress, specifically with YouTube.
Ultimately, Max had got everything he wanted. PickAside YouTube had taken over online discourse, his platform was flooded with new supporters, and YouTube provided him with a channel manager. However, that outcome led Max to believe two very destructive ideas. One, anyone who questioned him, his mission, or the methods he used was to be labeled a predator. And two, the quickest way to spread the message was to get other established creators to signal boost it. Nothing illustrates the first point better than how Max attacks the reputations of both Magnetar and Tommy. His video titled Believe All Abusers, which was meant to debunk allegations from his ex-girlfriends, devolved into an attack of the YouTuber who posted them, Magnetar. While the allegations and claims from both parties are concerning, I'd like you to focus on how Max used his platform and status as a quote predator hunter to confidently label Magnetar as one. Worse still, he did it with little to no evidence besides the testimony of one witness, doxing Magnetar in the process.
Anthony Ford, boyfriend. Published this video.
To back up these claims, Max shows a long list of DMs and the claims of the blind girl.
He graduated high school. He was an adult. He sent him to a high school where he was around 14 years old, 15 years old. We were like hanging out and he was like this guy. We're like kids, so we're just like,
Max goes on to state that the comments of Magnetar is a very good case, despite the fact that he's had hundreds of relatives.
Despite wanting to with all these years, because I do not want to harass them, and I feel this is not enough evidence to build an entire case against him. So I have not and will not until I have
Accusing people of being criminals wasn't really something Max did directly, as seen in his response to Tommy's scene. During the video titled, This is What Happened to a Child Player on TikTok, Max took out some other videos runtime to gloat about the success of PickAside YouTube and demean Tommy C for going against them.
From the very DNA I designed the PickAside campaign, we impelled the mobs to howl our message into the high heavens. Some
This fucking idiot who talks. When this idiot talks, I can feel my IQ getting lower.
Tommy that the video was crazy. Max sprinkled in over 15 QR codes that contained messages meant to put down his opposition and imply they were a predator. These accusations wouldn't go unnoticed by Max's community, as both Tommy and Magnetar received ample harassment from them over the years. The power was already clouding Max's judgment, and if he deemed a message or case was worth sharing, then it was going to be shared by every creator he knew, whether they liked it or not. Sadly, that tactic only worked the first 2 times. By the time he went for the 3rd attempt, people began looking into his claims more seriously, and what they found upended Max's entire career. Lately, I've been always on the move, from checking the mountains of Thailand to spending hours grinding video editing. And there's one thing that's been a game changer for me. This video's sponsor Raycon and their everyday earbuds. Whether I'm listening to energizing music while working out, or listening to a podcast on my daily commute, Raycons are the way to go. Why? For starters, the audio quality is top-notch, rivaling other premium brands but at half the price. And with their comfortable fit, they stay put no matter what I'm doing. Plus, I'm always impressed by the battery life. 8 hours of playtime and 32-hour battery case mean I'm all set for the day and then some. One of my favorite features is the customizable sound profiles. Whether I'm in the mood for crystal clear podcasts or deep bass for my playlists, Raycon have me covered. And the tap functions make it super easy to control my music without missing a beat. So if you're looking for
8 people left.
quality earbuds that fit your active lifestyle, Raycons are it. Click the link in the description. To get 20% off your purchase. Trust me, your ears will thank you. Now let's get back into the video. On the 27th of October 2023, following a 4-month hiatus, Max renamed his channel to God Cult, unlisted all his
Actually, I think that's a good gun.
and published a video titled Brainwash Your Favorite Influencer.
Welcome to your programming. Kindly send this video to your favorite influencer. We will test them on the content of their character. Do not listen to their words. Look at their actions. Let us begin.
After priming viewers with several philosophical questions, Max details a story of a girl whom a werewolf cult leader allegedly victimized.
On March 18th, 2016,
Werewolf cult
a
leader.
16-year-old girl from Wiley, Texas, mysteriously disappeared, lured by the illusion of joining a supernatural family as a vampire on some random corner of the internet. She actually found herself ensnared in a dangerous cult led by a child posing as a werewolf god.
Max spent the rest of the video trying to provoke his audience into reaching out to larger channels that could help spread Spencer's testimony. Although the claims made in the video were shocking, Max had provided almost no evidence to support them. It was as if Max expected the internet to pick up the story by now, viewers had begun to connect the dots, and the comment section was flooded with criticism towards Max. In a bid to turn the public opinion in his favor, Max disabled the comment section and directed viewers to a live stream on Spencer's channel to further elaborate on the case.
It was basically a supernatural cult where it convinced all of us that we were vampires, werewolves, hybrids, celestials, and all this shit. And then he would sit there saying that he knew God, and then there was one point in the cult where God was dead and he was the new God.
The stream was 4 hours long and mostly featured Spencer's account of a tiny alleged werewolf cult. The extreme duration of the stream and the lack of substantial evidence put many of the viewers off from interacting with it, which was something Max couldn't tolerate. On the 11th of November 2023, Max published a video titled This Is What Happened to Mama Max, where he vented his frustration at the lack of support from his viewers and fellow content creators, at times mocking both parties for not seeing the significance of what he was creating.
If PewDiePie can come back and talk about Sniper Wolf,
Listen to this
then
fucking
others
idiot.
can talk about the nightmarish realities. Survivors of a destructive cult that has victimized hundreds of minors. Despite its significance, it turned out to be the worst performing video on my channel.
The black and white thinking from previous campaigns was on full display as Max berated the online community for not joining him on another crusade of internet chaos.
I had hoped that influencers, especially those who've interacted with my content before, would step up, even if it was part of a more lighthearted stream, like a Halloween special. Unfortunately, it seems that self-preservation outweighs channel welfare for most influencers.
Max was fixating on metrics and negative feedback instead of trying to handle the case properly, or at the very least, explaining it coherently. To many, it seemed like this case wasn't about the victims of and instead, it was about Max getting the recognition and praise he thought he deserved. This line of thinking was further supported by Max's next upload, titled This is the Greatest Cancellation of All Time, now retitled Reacting to the Reactions of SS Sniper Wolf's Actions. The video was another desperate grab at attention, but this time, Max implied that the issues he discussed were far more important than what anyone else had to say, and therefore, other creators were obligated to talk about it, especially Charlie. Max had reached out to Charlie concerning the case before, and wasn't going to stop until he got a reply.
Charlie, you are a voice heard by millions. We reached out hoping for a private response.
Sounds like goddamn
Your platform
Xenagate Renegade or whatever. This guy's distracting me. Fuck, I need health. I should probably splash, but I don't know. I'm alright. I don't know where the city it is, but... There, I need that, but... What? Fucking wings fuck me up. Fucking wings. God damn it, the wings are so bad. Well, the first kill I got was good. It was good. It was good. I mean, I should have just pushed her. I should have just pushed her out. I should have just pushed out and fucking sprayed her when I had a surprise factor. It was still a good game. It was a good game. Third is alright. I have to pee so bad it's hard to focus. I'll be right back. God damn it. God damn it. Well, it was a good fight. I almost got it. Almost got it.
It can change, yet many voices remain unheard amid the digital climber. You built a platform that resonates.
God, when you talk, you sound so dumb.
A platform that has the incredible potential not just to entertain, but to empower.
You sound like that dude, Adam something Schiff or something like that in, fucking V for Vendetta. You know, he's like the British Crown's prime minister or whatever, and he's like the runner of Umbrella. You sound like him. You sound like a fucking douchebag tool. And you're so fucking, like, unaware that it's disgusting. You little fucking piece of shit, little Eichmann fucking fascist weirdo. Trying to play kids games with your little like hacker skills with world governments and stupid ass shit like that. Predators and all this weird shit, and it's like nobody likes you. God damn it. No heals, huh? Alright. Ooh, what's that? Nice, nice.
Your voice can reach corners of the internet that many of us cannot, making you not just an influencer, but a potential catalyst for much needed awareness.
Why does everything you say sound so
There were
dumb?
many things Max could have done to get the word out, but trying to guilt others into doing it for him was the worst way possible to handle it, something that he would immensely regret in the coming months. To offset the criticism and explain his actions, Max went on a now-deleted stream titled Fight Me to discuss the points being made against him. However, that didn't work well for them, as Max and Spencer were mostly condescending towards the critics while putting their message on an untouchable pedestal, a stance that only alienated people they were trying to convince.
And just overall, it's one of the strangest, weirdest videos, and kind of guilt-tripping people into doing the same type of content he's making, when most of us...
What was that?
Alright, I'm not trying to guilt trip y'all. I am telling y'all the truth, the objective truth. There are millions of children
There he is.
that are enslaved, that need our help.
Charlie's the growing outrage towards Max.
Stop ignoring Mama Max. Yeah, still here. You want me to talk about it a little bit? That rubbed me the wrong way. We talked like a month ago about like what he was working on in his investigation, and then apparently when I had COVID, he messaged me a couple times and I never saw it, and now he's taken that as me ghosting him and ignoring his very important mission, and it really rubs me the wrong way.
Unfortunately, that wasn't enough to make Max reconsider his actions, as he continued to go live to talk about the case while refusing to give any evidence or answer questions directly.
Just because Charlie is a big YouTuber, there shouldn't be an expectation that he should be able to cover like child or child trafficking or human trafficking. You know, that's ridiculous to try to push that onto him, and you're doing it very in a manipulative way.
Spencer, what do you think?
Who cares about Spencer? You're the guy with the fucking platform. I'm sorry, all due respect, but I don't give a fuck about this person's opinion. You're the one of 760k subs. What the fuck?
Max was clearly not ready to have a productive dialogue on how to go about the case, and instead wanted to garner more publicity and donations by interviewing survivors on stream or threatening other creators to cover it. Max was prioritizing getting more eyes on the investigation, but he failed to realize that it would lead to more scrutiny around his previous investigations. Users on Reddit began taking a closer look at Max's catalog and made several chilling observations. Reading, I think Mama Max has faked some of his content. This may be already obvious to some folks, but it's wild to me that he insists these are real situations. There's so many story conveniences and coincidences in his videos, as well as Max's mega upload suspended and reported for law enforcement, with the account being taken down for possible child exploitation material. From uncovering inconsistencies in his previous uploads to finding objectionable content in his mega folders, users were poking noticeable holes in Max's facade as a predator hunter. However, it was Max who truly tore down his reputation. On the 5th of January 2024, Max started what would now be known as the worst and longest live stream of his career. For the first half of the 8-hour stream, Max interviews genuine survivors, while deflecting critical questions from viewers about what he was doing.
Keg keeps telling me, why are you supporting this if you disagree? He said, clearly more interested in virtue signaling and moral support than fixing peds. I'm outie. Camden is nothing small time. Way bigger systems out. That's very disrespectful. He is part of the system just as you are.
Viewers weren't able to get through to Max. His close friends and fellow creators called in to talk some sense into him, but sadly, that didn't work either.
There's a way to present this, there's a way to handle this before you get to that point, right? And that's what we need to be focusing on. That's like where everything needs to be centered on. It is where I'm at, and that's all I really can say about the situation.
Okay, so I would have really appreciated this like 2 months ago when we first reached out. I reached out to you and multiple other creators asking for help, and none of you were responsive. I understand y'all are busy doing your own things, but this is the first time I've ever handled a case of this complexity and magnitude, and that is why I was asking for help.
If you go to police and they say, okay, yeah,
YouTubers will help. YouTubers know how to catch predators. YouTubers fix it all. YouTubers are the best people ever, or whatever. They could do anything. YouTubers will Sherlock this case.
The survivors would likely appear as witnesses.
Okay. What bothers me is your answer right there. You've been doing this for 5 years and you don't know how the process goes?
To cover his blunder, Max immediately made the stream private and threatened to flag channels that re-uploaded it. With a tweet from Lyrics reading, Mama Max just threatened to flag my channel. Shortly after our debate last night, he DMs me at 2 AM, asking to censor/take down my stream because of the privacy complaint he has, and I complained, but then accusing me of bullying victims, not true for your information, heavily implying he's going to flag me. The recent streams weren't the only thing Max was trying to hide, as he either deleted or unlisted his previous uploads. Unfortunately for Max, there were 2 videos on the horizon that he didn't strike down, both containing information that revealed just how badly the investigation was going. From the 17th to the 18th of January 2024, Nicholas Diorio and Mudaha from Some Ordinary Gamers would publish their respective hour-long reports on Max's investigation. Nick's video came first, and mostly explored the unethical practices that had infested Max's investigation, one of which was Max's conflict of interest when it came to Spencer. Spencer was a close family friend who was now living with Max, receiving income from his streams, and was put in charge of handling funds that would be allocated to the other 7 known survivors. Next, Nick looked into the convoluted information given to the viewers during the God Court campaign, concluding that Max had never fully explained what exactly the werewolf cult was, or even given it a name. Then there was the matter of the previous investigations having either inconsistent information, weak evidence, or none at all, which led Nick to speculate on whether or not any of the predators were actually arrested.
I don't give a shit if my video comes back up. It did what it needed to do. The rapist that was in the video is currently in police custody.
Was that as a result of your video, or was that prior to the video?
Yes, it was because of the video. I don't know if the police asked him to come back or he went on his own volition, or they forced him to come back. I don't know any of those details. I just know he didn't have to come back for a certain amount of time.
Throughout the video, Nick concluded Max, which showed Max's unwillingness to confront reality.
Yeah, why are you putting it all on me?
Because it's your case!
The one bringing it. Why are you?
Absolutely, I am the first one.
You are the only one. You haven't convinced anyone to come
on board yet.
You haven't convinced exactly.
That's
You haven't.
because you haven't been listening to that.
That's because you haven't been giving anybody anything to work with.
This for months.
Yeah, and I've had a 2-hour-long call, and I'm not moving anywhere close to the situation.
Muta, why can't you take initiative to talk to other survivors?
Well, I'm talking to you right now more than anybody else.
Shortly after, Muta published his take on the subject and covered similar points to the ones Nick made. However, Muta made sure to shed light on the incompetent tactics that Max built his case on. According to Muta, the investigation into the werewolf cult had not yet yielded enough evidence to support Max's outrageous claims. Remember, Max was accusing someone of serious crimes against hundreds of children, but only gave spoken word testimony to back those accusations.
In the same video where he is discussing very serious allegations and very, very serious stories regarding victims. You can imagine why a lot of people are looking at this as him treating this as a joke. It's not a joke. This is serious. And in reality, what are people like Mr. Beast? What are people like PewDiePie gonna do? He's gonna bring his kid in? What, he's a father now, so he's not gonna signal boost unsubstantiated claims?
As his credibility faded away, Max was frantically trying to shift the narrative with his "I place accountability on you." You'd expect the target to know a straightforward apology from Max, but that wasn't what you created.
I've got people telling me just talk about the case once. I've got people telling me just address the criticisms. I've got people telling me just apologize. I feel like I'm being failed in every which way, and no matter how hard I try, I cannot make everyone happy. People say, just wait for law enforcement to do something.
You idiot.
But we've waited 7 years, and they haven't done anything. So we decided to just go public with it and put eyes on him. And people wanted evidence, so we've been inviting people
You fucking
to
idiot.
our little server where we have the evidence. But then people don't want to listen to the survivors when they're in there and just look at the evidence and conclude it's nothing.
Max wasn't fooling anyone with that approach. Members of the audience that once defended Max were now begging him to either tackle the case professionally or drop it. And you know there's a problem when comments have more likes than the actual video itself. Max's subpar apology was only a ploy to sway public opinion, and it was failing horribly. Pair this with the fact that there were Discord leaks of him threatening legal action against Muta, and it is no wonder why the apology fell flat. With a text reading, "Spencer and I are considering a class action lawsuit against Mutaha for breaching our non-disclosure agreement. He's extremely rich, so the lawsuit seeks $1 million in damages to be distributed between you all." This goes on to show that Max's priorities weren't aligned with solving the case, but rather it was solely set on maximizing personal gain. From the 19th to the 21st of January 2024, Slug, Max's former husband, took to YouTube and verified footage of Max saying what he truly thought about people like Charlie.
I could literally cancel you, Charlie.
No, you couldn't.
I could literally cancel
No,
you.
no. You are crazy, sir.
And I choose not to. It's true, though. It's the truth. Like,
He had lost his grip on reality and assumed his status as, quote, gave him the power to cancel other creators.
You suck so bad.
Become more apparent. Around the time the leak from Slug went live, news broke that an anonymous Discord user had infiltrated Max's private investigation server, leaking all the evidence he was saving for the legal case. Apparently, they were able to enter the server by pretending to be a survivor and were given full access after signing an NDA.
I know you were dealing with a lot of harassment and going through a lot of stuff. Is it possible you could invite me to the Discord server where the other
You sound so
victims are?
weird
I wanna
and
share my
desperate.
story in a place where I can feel safe and not be doxxed or harassed. Yes, we can invite you. Thank you again. You have done so much for the victims. I'm blessed to have met you, and I hope Camden can finally face justice. For the safety of the server, may I please ask
For
for your
the
full
safety of
name
the server,
and
blah 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 blah.
It's a pleasure to meet you. They say
You sound
leave a voice
crazy.
message,
It's a pleasure to
and
meet
say
you.
Jamie Fields, which is a fake name. But that's the only verification that Max has done to allow some random shitter in his Discord server to see all of the evidence. All you have to do is just play the part decently well, say that you were fucking abused and diddled by Camden, give a fake full name, and boom, you see all the fucking evidence that he's protecting for the legal case, and then spreads it out to the internet to see.
As you'd expect, Max was flagging videos that mentioned the leak to cover up this blunder.
Mama Max, in his evidence like Discord server, is now like flagging and telling his whole like server, which granted, the server is probably like only like 20 people, 30 people max, but he's now enforcing his whole server to go report and flag it seems like my VOD, it seems like Mr. Sen's VOD, anyone who's talking about the leaks, he's now reporting or flagging and like outright calling for that. It seems like this guy spends more time fucking doing this shit than actually trying to catch Camden on his case.
There was no way Max could feasibly hide this fiasco, as more and more of his secrets were going public with each passing day. On the 3rd of February 2024, Nicholas returned to cover the Mullimax situation through the upload title, "This video will make you hate Mullimax," which brought forward an obscene amount of damning information from Max's past. Alongside his coverage of Max's Nicholas details how Max maliciously destroyed the career of a friend. Night Dog.
Night Docs, or Jim, was a proud Mama Max supporter during the Pick a Side YouTube campaign. Actually debate me 2 years ago and defend Max's character from scrutiny. Like Max and many of their mutuals, Jim is a video essayist who makes long-form content. He was also firmly in the friend group of Max, Nexpo, Mutahar, and others just a few short years ago. Now I'm sure you're wondering, Nick, what happened to this up-and-coming YouTuber with all of these widely successful friends and connections? The reality was, Night Docs was cast out of his social circle because Max spread rumors that he was a bad father, a creep to women, and worst of all, a pedophile.
It seems Max didn't limit the predator accusations to just his enemies, but also his friends. You might be wondering why Max never made these accusations public given his previous job title. Well, it was because he didn't have any evidence to back it up besides his testimony.
So regarding Jim, there were 2 specific stories that Max really harped on when it came to Night Dots, at least whenever we had our little, I guess, falling out. So Max was convinced then Jim was this violent creep, and he backed up this claim with firstly a story about an inappropriate conversation that he claimed Jim had with a minor. As it turned out, this person was not a minor at all. They had told Jim their age at one point, which I believe was like 25 or so. I'm not entirely sure, but that's that whole story that Max always referred to back whenever he would call Jim a predator. There was another story that led to more of Max believing Jim to be, I guess, a creep, and it involved one trip to a restaurant that he and Jim had way back when Max was living with Jim. Apparently Jim was, making moves on the waitress and, continuously hitting on her, and he just wouldn't stop, and it made this, I guess, situation, or this dinner that they were at, very tense and awkward. Basically, every single time that I was with Max during the time when we had our, I guess, falling out, I guess you could call it, Max was this narrative that he was a creep, and he would always refer back to these 2 stories, and I guess I just never really vetted them.
In regards to Jim or Night Docs, there were 2 allegations. One of them which had come from Max, allegedly, in amongst a friend group, about him not being necessarily the best dad. There were 2 key things. One of them was him being asleep most days, and then the other was that Max would have to step in and feed his children cereal or whatever else was in the house. This is something that I heard, again, not from Max, but through our internal friend group.
4 left. I have to move, and I will do so in that truck, but this guy's like right over there, I think. Oh, come on! Jesus Christ! Get cover, cover, cover! You're forcing me in! You're forcing me! You're forcing me to do this! Why? Whoa! My mouse stopped. Okay, I don't know what's going on, but okay. Well, yeah, that was cute. Whatever that was. Real cute, real cute. All right, I don't know what to do. Okay. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I get shot in the back, I think. No, no, maybe we're okay. I best get to cover. Let them fight. This is gonna end like right here. I think I'll stay here and just cap the next person who comes. These guys are still in it somehow, and I don't really understand that. I kind of need that. What? What? The fucking bird wings again! I gotta throw them down at the end of the match! They fucked me twice in a row! They just throw you out in the middle of the air, you can't do anything! I throw them on the ground at the end of the match. Fuck them. Yep, fuck those wings. No, no, no. Fuck me up twice. Fool me once with bad design, fuck the developer. Fool me twice with bad design, fuck the developer again. Third time, no, fuck the developer. I'm just better and I don't do it again. Yeah, yep. Looking like a jackass, yep.
And while this one definitely raised some questions about, okay, you know, gotta be attentive if you're the dad, it wasn't necessarily the most serious thing. However, what was more serious was the allegation where he had allegedly started unzipping himself in front of a minor, exposing himself over a Discord video call. Now, I actually confronted Jim about this one specifically because I wasn't exactly, I need to know the bottom of this truth, or I need to understand or at least get his side, because obviously I met the person in reality. Me and my wife confronted him, and in this situation, Jim obviously categorically denied that he had done anything, but I didn't have any evidence for or against Jim, and you know, in spite of all that, I still decided to, you know, hold back my connection, not talk as much anymore. We weren't necessarily the most talkative people anyways, but this absolutely sealed the deal.
Max was not just making baseless accusations, but he was making them on a friend that defended, housed, and fed him for months. Accusations that separated him from his friend group and almost pushed him over the edge.
When I lost all my friends, I just went away from YouTube and all that. Like, I just lost all of my self-esteem. I just felt like I was, like, irredeemable. There was something wrong with me that nobody would ever want to be around me, and I had no idea what it was that I did, but I was like, I'm obviously just a piece of shit.
So you'd say this impacted your career, I guess?
Absolutely, it impacted my career. I completely fell off. I ended up hospitalized. Like, I genuinely ended up hospitalized. I came within hours of doing something very permanent and very stupid. It was the last straw.
To add a cherry on top, Nicholas included the full Discord call he and Ruda had with Max, which really allows you to see how deviously Max used his past credibility and platform to justify his unethical behavior. The call started normally, with Ruda and Nicholas trying to get to the bottom of the Camden case. However, once they inquired on why evidence hadn't been shared with other creators, Max said,
Yes, so I would like to explain my position on this.
Sure.
So the purpose of the NDA is to protect the survivor. That is why the NDA protects their anonymity, and for them to be able to give the approval of what they want to share. But we do want to let people in and see what is occurring here. It's just my priority has been to protect the survivors.
Okay, Okay, but you do understand, say Charlie looks at everything, hypothetical, right? Charlie can't then go, guys, there's a predator on the loose. I saw it on Discord. That wouldn't be sufficient for his audience.
Max then goes on to affirm that witness testimony is more than enough for backing Siri's allegations.
I am just trying to get the word out that this is Camden Gerard Davis. This is what the accusations against him are. And it's also, you can also, like, we are fine saying this is all alleged. Like, we are fine if...
Well, you can't just say it's alleged now.
No, because... Yeah, 100%.
I'm fine doing it because I trust them. But all I wanted to do is...
review most of the evidence besides Spencer, though.
I reviewed the evidence, I just haven't had the context as to what it is pertaining to.
Even claiming that other creators have made similar allegations with less evidence.
I hope it's clear why I'm so willing to just call him a cult leader and a predator. I feel there's enough here. People have gone by with a lot less. Even Charlie has called people without any hard evidence.
Who specifically?
Who was it? Was it Sneeko?
Bro, I mean, Sneeko was literally defending the shit out of Keys. Let's not pretend.
All right, well, that's my argument. Like,
you know how many clips of him on Kick would Zerk?
I mean, it's comparable to Anthony Field with a multiple testimonies against him. It's comparable.
Basing such a serious case of accusations alone was a recipe for disaster, and Max was too blinded by glory and money to see it. Now, he's lost both things he valued the most. Max's entire career was based on the fact that he was going after the most vile predators on the internet. It was the reason the YouTube community overlooked his of power and desperate attempts to signal boost his channel by threatening larger creators, all while giving thousands of dollars each month to fund his supposed one-man assault on predators. Unfortunately, once Max lost that air of authority, people became less willing to give him a pass for doxing people and relying on testimony as his sole piece of evidence. Ironically, Max got the response from Charlie, but it would cost him his reputation. That each day brings more and more revelations about who Max truly is, it's safe to say he's had a dramatic near the bottom. But Max isn't the only one faking his content.
What?
Eric was found faking his videos. Click on screen to find
out. Oh my god.
On August the 21st of 1992, federal agents would get into a gun.
Yeah, I put 19 shots in him before he squeezed the trigger, but I lose somehow in this dim IQ fucking universe of theirs.
Fight on a mountaintop known as Ruby Ridge, Idaho. What would follow this gunfight is
Wendigoon did his Ruby Ridge, right on.
Standoff that left 3 people dead, including a federal agent. The events that transpired over those 11 days would lead to one of the messiest trials and media controversies in federal history. And at the heart of it all was a several-year-long conflict between the federal government and a family tucked away in the mountains of northern Idaho, simply known as the Weavers. Hello everybody, today we're going to be talking about the siege, standoff, controversy, and conspiracy of the Ruby Ridge incident. Now those of you that have been around the channel for a while or just know American history are probably already familiar with this event. Because of the teams involved and the incident itself, it shares a lot of similarities to the Waco siege of 1993, as well as
same corrupt bullshit,
history, like the Oklahoma City bombing.
Same corrupt government, same tools, same fascists.
Then you probably know how messy it can
same
get.
murder of
For
children.
those on the side of the Weavers, the
same March of the
narrative
Pigs.
is that a group of good people who never asked for any trouble were simply attacked and murdered by federal agents. While those in support of the state's actions say that a group of dangerous radicals started a needless gunfight and killed a federal agent in the course of
that's
their
what you
duties.
did. That's
and
what
I
the
believe
feds
that, as with most things, the truth is somewhere in the middle.
Somewhere's
While
in the
I've been
middle.
familiar with Ruby Ridge for several years at this point, in preparation for this video, I watched a lot of interviews and read a lot of excerpts with people on either side of the conflict. And it's apparent to me that there's a lot of information that adds up and a lot of information that doesn't.
You mean the innocents
so what I want
that
to
the
do
government
is take you on a
killed?
series of events and go through a timeline of when this all began to digging through the messy controversy of who's to blame. Because some parties in this event are certainly innocent and others are certainly guilty. So if all of that sounds interesting to you, then stick around as we talk about one of the most controversial events in American federal history. But before we do that, you want to talk about something that isn't controversial? Like how cool the new merch drop is. Thanks to the support that you all showed the hoodie and Hawaiian shirt drop, which really I can't thank you all enough for, I've partnered with Juniper again to bring you guys another limited release. For those who are a fan of the Cryptid Iceberg series or just weird things in general, the new Wendigoon Cryptid t-shirt is probably up your alley. Not only is it a really cool design with a bunch of different cryptids in front of the full moon, but the shirt is even designed with puff print. It may be hard to see on camera, but that means that things like the lettering and the trees and water around the scene are made out of a very soft raised material, which means the shirt looks better and is also super comfortable. And if that wasn't cool enough, check this out. The back of the shirt features tour dates for a bunch of different cryptids, with the date being the time they were first discovered. I love this t-shirt design, and if that wasn't enough, there's a limited release beanie as well. I wanted this design to be subtle so you could kind of pair it with anything, so it's just a black beanie, but the logo at the front of the beanie is the Conspiracy Iceberg logo, the Illuminati pyramid on top of an iceberg, and it also glows in the dark. The logo, at least, not the entire black beanie. That would be weird. Links to both of these items will be in the description. You'll be able to pre-order them for a few weeks, and then after that, they're gone forever. So if you want in on either or both of these items, head to the link in the description while you can. And most importantly, from the bottom of my heart, thank you all for the support you've continued to show me and the channel. I can't say thank you enough. It really does mean the world. So if you're interested in checking these out and helping out the channel, really does mean the most. Link in the description, get them while you can. And you know what? If you're gonna be miserable and listen to me describing a lot of people dying and everyone being really sad, you might as well do it on a full stomach. But you know what's not depressing? Food. Fresh food. Fresh, healthy, delicious food from today's sponsor, Factor. Factor makes meeting your nutrition goals easier than ever by delivering fresh, never frozen, dietitian-approved meals right to your doorstep. Factor provides delicious, easy-to-make meals that are as affordable as they are nutritious. One of the reasons I find myself so apt to eat an unhealthy diet is because it's just so easy to make. Now Factor is your repeat. That's because their never frozen meals can be ready in as little as 2 minutes. Not only that, but it's expensive and way healthier, as all of the meals are made by gourmet chefs and then
I put 22 shots in him before he pulled the trigger, and I lost somehow in this dim IQ universe epic runs.
No prepping, cooking, or cleanup needed. You can also get as much or as little as you need by choosing 6 to 18 meals per week. And on top of that, you can pause or reschedule your deliveries at any time. And with over 35 different options to choose from and 55 nutrition-packed add-ons, it's never been easier to get a variety of delicious foods that are also good for you. Factor is now owned by HelloFresh, a company that I've worked with on podcast and absolutely love their product. And just like HelloFresh, Factor is committed to getting food to you that both you and your body can enjoy. And if you're looking to take control of your health, wallet, and palate, then there's never been a better time to get in on this offer. That's because if you head to factor75.com or click the link below and use code Wendigoon50, you'll get 50% off your first Factor box and free wellness shots for life. That is right, 2 free wellness shots from 3 available flavors for every order while you are an active subscriber. So once again, to get half off your first Factor box and free wellness shots for life, head to factor75.com at the link in the description or use discount code Wendigoon50 to get in on this fantastic offer today. Thank you all so much for watching the ad, and thank you so much to Factor for sponsoring this video. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. Now, to understand the events of Ruby Ridge, we must first understand the Weavers. More specifically, father of the family, Randall Weaver. Randall, or Randy Weaver, was born to a small Iowa farming family on January the 3rd, 1948. By all accounts, Randy had a pretty normal upbringing that's not atypical of a small Christian family in the American Midwest. The first crucial moment in Randy's life, at least as it attributes to Ruby Ridge, would come when Randy was 20 years old. Then in 1968, Randy dropped out of the community college he was attending in order to join the military as the war in Vietnam was at its peak. So Randy enlists and eventually finds his way into the Demolition Combat Engineers course at Fort Bragg. For the next couple years, Randy continued to receive training. However, he was never actually shipped out to Vietnam. One of the first major points that the media gets wrong about Randy Weaver is they often say that he was a Green Beret and that he was a decorated war veteran. And while yes, Randy was in the military, he never actually went to war. As a matter of fact, in October of 1971, Randy received an honorable discharge from the military. And while it's not explicitly stated why Randy decided to leave the military, from what we see later in his life, it can be imagined that he grew anti-government sentiments during his time in the military, and perhaps he simply lost faith in what he was planning to fight for. 1 month after his discharge, in November of 1971, he would marry a girl from back home named Vicki Jordanson. From there, Randy spent a little while in college before he dropped out and got a job at the John Deere manufacturing facility in Iowa. And for a while, everything was perfectly normal. Randy was a guy who did some time in the military, now he just works at a factory, all is well and good. That is until Randy and Vicki, and more specifically Vicki, became more and more religious. Now for the record, if you're new to the channel, I am a Christian, I talk about it a lot in my videos. I of course don't think there's anything wrong with someone becoming more religious. However, it's the particular flavor of religious that seemed to be the issue. Because Vicki began to focus on details of Old Testament prophecy, and more specifically, details of coming revelation. While they would, by definition, be Christian, they weren't so much focused on the Jesus Christ of the New Testament as they were the fire and brimstone of the Old Testament. Because of that, Vicki began to focus on details of the coming tribulation, and how Christians would have to fight back against the evils of the world. Because of this, and the fact that Randy and Vicki now had 3 children, Sarah, Samuel, and Rachel, they decided to find a plot of land where they could fortify their family and stay away from the evils, as they saw it, of the outside world. So, in 1983, the Weaver family bought a 20-acre property in the mountains of northern Idaho, about 30 miles south of the Canadian border. They bought the 20-acre property for the price of $5,000 plus their moving van.
Hey, so this case has a lot of different ins and outs, and in the initial recording, I forgot to mention a few small facts or tidbits. So I'm periodically going to pop in here at the editing desk with some stuff I forgot to mention. The first thing being, according to Randy Weaver at least, the property they lived on wasn't actually Ruby Ridge. According to him, they were on a property called Caribou Ridge, and Ruby Ridge was the next peak over. However, once the media heard the word Ruby Ridge, I guess it just sounded, you know, sexier or whatever, so they began to call the property Ruby Ridge, and to this day, for the rest of eternity, people are going to consider that ridge Ruby Ridge.
And for a year, the family lived at peace atop Ruby Ridge, and everything seemed to be fine. For a year. Because it would be in 1984 when their troubles would begin. In 1984, Randy would get into a property dispute with a neighbor who owned the adjoining property, a man named Terry Kinnison. There was some kind of spat between the two where one of them argued that this certain section of land was theirs, while the opposing side said it was their land. This would eventually go to trial, and in the trial, Terry Kinnison lost and owed $2,100 in legal fees. Shortly after losing his trial, Terry Kinnison wrote a letter to the FBI saying that Randy Weaver wanted to kill Ronald Reagan, the governor of Idaho, and the Pope. And it was from this moment that the Weavers' troubles began. On February the 12th of 1985, Randall and Vicki were brought to the local sheriff's department where they were interrogated by the sheriff, 2 Secret Service members, and 2 FBI agents. Because, you know, someone saying that you want to kill the president is typically frowned upon. Now, over the course of this interview, it became clear pretty quick that Randy wasn't actually planning to kill the president. And I don't know if you keep up with history a lot, but Randy Weaver didn't kill the president. And you know, someone who's upset because they lost a legal battle telling the FBI that you're planning to do something is a pretty good alibi. However, it was over the course of this interview that the real troubles of the Weaver family would begin. That's because during this interview, Randy was asked about an associate of his named Frank Cumnick. That's because Frank was a member of an association known as the Covenant, the Sword, and the Arm of the Lord. Now that organization is opening a whole can of worms in and of itself. For those that aren't aware, during the 1980s and 1990s, the federal government was concerned about a lot of domestic militia groups. Basically large groups of people who would get together, amass weapons, and hold anti-government sentiments. Some of these organizations became violent and would carry out attacks against government agencies. As a matter of fact, this group, the Covenant, the Sword, and the Arm of the Lord, have a whole history of run-ins with the law that eventually culminated in a big standoff at their compound. Another federal siege I'll maybe talk about one day. So while the FBI felt that the Reagan threat didn't mean anything, being associated with someone that's a part of a group the FBI is keeping an eye on certainly does. So while Randy and Vicky left that meeting with nothing concrete against them, the feds were definitely keeping an eye on them. And that would come full circle in July of 1986 when an undercover informant spotted Randy Weaver at a meeting for the Aryan Nations. And this is where all the controversy and he said, she said part of the case begins to take effect. So remember how I said there was a lot of like militia groups in the United States at this time and some of them were violent? Well, the Aryan Nations were definitely one of those, some. And while things like white supremacy made their way into a lot of these clandestine groups, the Aryan Nations, if you couldn't tell by the name, were explicitly founded on that principle. During this time, the feds had a lot of undercover agents at these Aryan Nation meetings. Reason being, they were causing a lot of noise. Just previous to all this going down, a subset of the Aryan Nations called the Order had carried out a series of destructive attacks against federal property and even murdered a Jewish talk show host. One of the departments that would do this was the ATF. ATF, as I've talked
Good
about
old
before on the
ATF.
channel, or the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and
Kind of
Firearms,
basically the
regulates
SS, but
alcohol,
not
tobacco,
totally.
and firearms. Since groups like the Aryan Nations were moving a lot of guns, ATF agents were placed undercover to see if they could cause any arrest or disruption based on firearms charges. And it was in July of 1986 that one of these ATF informants named Kenneth Fadley, at the time going under the alias of Gus Migazzano, would meet Randy Weaver at a meeting of Aryan Nations. Now this is where the first disparity arrives in information regarding Randy's involvement with Aryan Nations and other dangerous groups of people. From the government's point of view, Randy Weaver was a member of the Aryan Nations and helped them carry out a lot of their crimes, which included bank robberies, theft, attempted murder, etc. From the Weaver's narrative, Randy never agreed with the Aryan Nations, but occasionally, because he had accomplices that were in the Aryan Nations and needed favors from them, do odd jobs for them, etc., would begrudgingly attend meetings in order to get whatever job he needed done out of them. Now, from all the reading I've done, research on both sides, again, I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. According to everything I've read, which is both the testimony of Randy as well as the federal informant, Randy was not a member of the Aryan Nations. The Aryan Nations were very particular about who was allowed in their group. They, kept logs of membership and what have you, and Randy never showed up on them. Furthermore, the federal informant said that over the course of 3 years, he saw Randy Weaver a total of 4 times. And that at these meetings, Randy would never actually enter the building or meeting itself, and would simply hang out in the parking lot, talk to some people, then go home. Furthermore, the informant believed, up until what we'll talk about in a second, that Randy Weaver was never involved in crimes that were taking place because of the Aryan Nations. However, that being said, Randy Weaver held a lot of beliefs that were in line with Aryan Nation doctrine. While he's never quoted as saying anything to support the harm of another group of people, he is seen in favor supporting the importance of his own. So while many state the narrative that Randy Weaver never joined with Aryan Nations or some other fringe group because he didn't align with them, it seems more likely it's because he didn't want to be officially aligned with something that could put him on the government's radar. And while it is true, as the family stated, it seems that Randy was hard up for money. I mean, they were pretty self-sufficient up on top of Ruby Ridge and didn't need a ton of income. But for what little Randy did need, it seems he was willing to perform odd jobs with people here and there. So while that tracks that maybe he was trying to get business around these meetings, at the very least he was still willing to break bread with them. Now why does this distinguishment matter? Why am I comparing this in the first place? Because it was Randy's involvement with the organization that would shape a lot of the federal government's behaviors moving forward. I think it's also important to paint a picture of the Weavers' mindset during all this, to kind of outline what it seems their beliefs were. As mentioned earlier, it seems the Weavers took on a very Old Testament, brimstone and fire approach to the Bible. Because of this, they were very focused on principles of the law, principles of the early covenant, and principles of God's people and everyone else. This can be seen in a lot of their writings and letters that they would put out to the media and the government, as well as signage that they put around their property. Rather than the Christian idea of being a follower of God and wanting to share that light with other people and bring other people to God, the Weavers had a much more us versus them mentality. Because of that, a lot of their praxis came down to sorts of paranoia. Rather than wanting to be kind and make peace with other people, they instead decided the best course of action was to fortify themselves and keep the rest of the world out. Now, of course, this doesn't mean they were entirely removed from society. As a matter of fact, in 1988, Randy would run for sheriff of Boundary County, as well as keep up with his mail at a P.O. box and local events. But what it does mean is, as things became more intense, their mindset fed into the idea that this is what they had been planning for.
I also want to clarify, I kind of make it out to sound like the Weavers didn't know anyone and 100% kept to themselves.
Nope.
They did have friends, like neighbors and people who lived in the area,
Yeah,
but it
they're
was
people.
a very closed off type of people. So later in this video, when I mention their family friends and stuff like that, keep in mind they do have them, they're just very particular about who they're friends with.
In my Waco video, I spoke about one of the biggest misunderstandings the FBI had was that they could show brute force to a group of people who have spent their whole lives preparing for brute force. And we have a similar situation here. As this progresses, we're going to see that the government continues to use a hammer as their only tool against a group of people who have spent their entire lives preparing for a hammer. Also, side note, when Randy ran for sheriff, his whole platform that he was going to enforce the laws that people want to be enforced and not enforce the ones they don't want enforced.
I don't want these wings
And
anymore.
as
You know,
his
switch
little
out. They fucked me
gimmick
last
for the
time.
campaign,
Last
he
two
would
times.
go around handing get out of jail free cards. Another reason I wanted to bring up that stuff about Randy Weaver is because I feel it's important given where the story goes from here. There's kind of this narrative regarding Ruby Ridge, and I don't think it's malicious in any way. Most people who I talk to about the story just don't know all of the details. I mean, I didn't know a lot of them before I started research for this video, but a lot of people prop up Randy Weaver as some kind of moral figure or completely clean individual who was just randomly targeted by the government for no reason. And I think it's important to point out the truth of Randy Weaver, because in order to talk about the federal government's actions, which I will be very critical of here in a minute, I don't want the perception to come across that I am just making it a good versus bad debate. For full transparency, I do not like Randy Weaver. I think anyone who claims to be a Christian and then sets himself in a hole and is bitter to the outside world and looks at any other group of people as anything other than children of God is despicable, and I don't like it. So when I talk about how the feds continue to mess up as the story progresses, I am not doing so to proclaim the purity of Randy Weaver. I am doing so because I hold the federal government, the people who are paid to keep us safe, to a higher standard than some guy who lives in a mountain in Idaho. The people who protect us are supposed to be the exception, not the baseline. Especially in a situation like Ruby Ridge, where innocent children are involved in the midst of all of this. And given where this story goes in a bit, I think Randy Weaver could have been the most evil person in the world, and there's still room to criticize the government's actions. So anyway, clarification aside, after 3 years, the federal agent is invited by Randy Weaver to come to his house at Ruby Ridge. Randy, completely unaware that Fadley is an undercover agent and that his real name is Fadley, has Fadley over to his property and talks about how he's trying to build a compound to hold out against the end times. It was around this time that Hadley let Randy into his cover story. The cover story being that Hadley ran guns for Aryan nations and whoever else needed guns. Randy's interested in this and agrees to meet Hadley to discuss it over dinner. On October the 11th of 1989, this meeting between Hadley and Randy takes place. Hadley says that the hot new item on the street is short-barreled weapons. Randy says if it can make him some money, Randy
Oh my God! What?
A couple weeks later, on October the 24th, Randy once again meets up with Hadley and delivers him 2 short-barreled shotguns. Hadley gives Randy $300 for the shotgun, saying he'll give him an additional $150 along with whatever other weapons Randy could get to him in the future. With Randy stating he would be willing to produce as many as 4 or 5 guns a week. And it was with the transfer of
Who
those
was
shotguns
this
and that
fucking
exchange of money
cocksucker?
that Randy Weaver's
Soul
fate
Tuba.
was sealed. Now,
Jesus
it's not illegal
Christ,
to sell
man.
somebody a shotgun in the United
Why should he be able to just end me like that? No scope. What the fuck is that? I thought that was a joke that we got over like 16 years ago when you piece of shit developers lost fucking, you know, Call of Duty. You lost Call of Duty over no scopes, and you lost Counter-Strike over goddamn no scopes. Why the fuck would you lose Fortnite over it, you loser piece of shit developers? Get a fucking clue and don't ever do this again. What? Like, come on, man, like, I don't know, like, man, that was a no-scope. Like, why even fight the guy if he can just press a button and I die without even, like, man.
States. However, it is illegal to make a short one. And if you're a normal, well-adjusted person who has no idea what I'm talking about, then let's take a brief moment to talk about the absurdity of federal firearms laws.
I also want to say, for YouTube, all the firearms you are about to see are airsoft, or fake, or a replica, or not real. So don't demonetize this video because there are fake guns there. Everything I'm showing is for educational purposes. Please.
So, you want to learn about firearms laws. That's a shame. To understand why Randy Weaver was arrested, and why so many people latch on to the events of Ruby Ridge.
Why did I get in the match if it was just going to be a one-shot delete like that with, like, no hesitation, nothing, just aimbot, you know?
Firearms Act.
Why bother? Why steal my time?
The purpose of the NFA was to regulate various firearms that
I guess you want the shooter industry to die? I guess you do.
The NFA came as a response to things like the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. The two things that the NFA originally
because it's not fun anymore. That was not fun.
Machine guns,
and it's not like I even like remotely peeked long enough for him to headshot me. It felt like aimbot.
For our purposes today, the only one we need to focus on is the short-barreled weapon clause. The law originally said that no rifle or shotgun can have a barrel length of less than 18 inches. The thought process behind this is that since gangsters are able to enter public spaces or transport weapons so easily, the weapon must now be longer than preferred carry or hideaway length or what have you. Basically, make it harder for them to conceal. Now, while shotguns are still regulated to 18 inches, eventually they would loosen up on rifles and regulate them at 16 inches.
Yep, you're looking like that right-wing nut. Looking like a right-wing nut, Wendy.
Carbine and popular military model rifles having a 16-inch barrel length. But the current law to this day, and at the time of the Ruby Ridge incident, is 16 inches on rifles and 18 inches on shotguns. The penalty for producing or having a weapon that is under the required barrel length is a $10,000 fine and up to 10 years in prison. Now, what you're probably thinking is, did this NFA actually prevent any crime? The answer is, no. See, the NFA was written as a means to an issue of the time. They were worried about gangsters rolling up into buildings with sawed-off barrel full auto rifles, so they regulated those things. And sure, that would help with some arrests, because now when the police raided some stash location, they not only charged them for all of the stolen money and other crimes, but they could also charge them for the possession of the guns themselves. But that worked for like a few days, and then all the criminals did was just not saw the barrels until they were about to commit the crime. Because if you're about to go on a rampage or hold up a bank, why do you care about short barrel laws? What is 10 years going to do when you're racking up multiple life sentences? So historically, the NFA has been used more so for getting people who are scraping the bottom of the barrel and do dumb stuff like, I don't know, agree to sell short-barreled shotguns to a federal informant. Now that's all that the NFA applies to Weaver's story. Feel free to skip ahead until the background doesn't look like this and I'm not wearing the sarcastic shirt. But I think it's important to emphasize how ridiculous these laws can get, because it's one of the main reasons that the events of Ruby Ridge